Live from the BDN Studios, it's Bang and Dang.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then
You ain't black.
Welcome back to Battles of American Civil War, Behind the Battles. Moving on to the Confederate side once again as we take a look at
Lee's right-hand man.
Well, according to him and his left-hand man, I guess.
Right.
But more accurately is Lee's old war horse. He was the James Longstreet. He was the principal subordinate to General Robert E. Lee. So that means it was Longstreet and then Robert. That was it.
Yep.
He served under Lee as corps commander for most of the battles, obviously a lot of battles. And out of everybody we covered so far, of course, he's in the Mexican-American War, but that dude has almost as many Mexican-American War battles as he does the Civil War. So this dude was doing some stuff.
The Union would love to have him on their side.
Yeah, they did at one time, up until 61. And then, everybody probably remembers him more for, what would he be most known for?
Just
being there?
Just hanging out with
just being there? Or failing during Pickett's charge?
Yeah, it wasn't his fault. That was Pickett's fault.
Well, okay, we'll get to that. James Longstreet. He was born January 8, 1821 in Edgefield District, South Carolina, which is now part of North Augusta, Edgefield County. Fifth child and third son of James Longstreet, of Dutch descent, and Mary Ann Dent, of English descent.
He's a Dutchman, huh?
Originally from New Jersey and Maryland, respectively, they owned a cotton plantation close to where the village of Gainesville would be founded in northeastern Georgia.
Okay.
James' ancestor, Dirk Stoffels Langestrijd, he immigrated to the Dutch colony of New Netherland in 1657, but the name was Anglicized.
live from the BDN Studios, it's Bang and Dang.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then
You ain't black.
Welcome back to Battles of American Civil War, Behind the Battles. Moving on to the Confederate side once again as we take a look at
Lee's right-hand man.
Well, according to him and his left-hand man, I guess.
Right.
But more accurately is Lee's old war horse. He was the James Longstreet. He was the principal subordinate to General Robert E. Lee. So that means it was Longstreet and then Robert. That was it.
Yep.
He served under Lee as corps commander for most of the battles, obviously a lot of battles. And out of everybody we covered so far, of course, he's in the Mexican-American War, but that dude has almost as many Mexican-American War battles as he does the Civil War. So this dude was doing some stuff.
The Union would love to have him on their side.
Yeah, they did at one time, up until 61. And then, everybody probably remembers him more for, what would he be most known for? Just being there?
Just hanging out with
just being there? Or failing during Pickett's charge?
Yeah, it wasn't his fault. That was Pickett's fault.
Well, okay, we'll get to that. James Longstreet. He was born January 8, 1821 in Edgefield District, South Carolina, which is now part of North Augusta, Edgefield County. Fifth child and third son of James Longstreet, of Dutch descent, and Mary Ann Dent, of English descent.
He's a Dutchman, huh?
Originally from New Jersey and Maryland, respectively, they owned a cotton plantation close to where the village of Gainesville would be founded in northeastern Georgia.
Okay.
James' ancestor, Dirk Stoffels Langestrijd, he immigrated to the Dutch colony of New Netherland in 1657, but the name was Anglicized. The name was modernized for people over here so they could actually say their name.
Right.
To Longstreet, clearly.
That's fantastic. The family was moderately prosperous. Held dozens of slaves. James's daddy was impressed by his son's rock-like character, giving him the nickname Peter, and he was known as Pete or Old Pete for the rest of his life. Longstreet's daddy decided on a military career for his son, but he felt that the available local education would not be adequate preparation for him. So, at the age of 9, James, he's sent away to live with his Aunt Frances Eliza and Uncle Augustus Baldwin Longstreet in Augusta, Georgia.
It's Augusta.
James spent 8 years at his uncle's plantation, which he called Westover, just outside the city while he attended the Academy of Richmond County.
Richmond, huh? His father, unfortunately, he died from cholera.
Damn it.
It was an epidemic where they lived while visiting Augusta in 1833. Oh, wow. Although James's mother and the rest of the family moved to Summerville, Alabama, following his father's death, James remained with his uncle.
Yeah.
As a boy, Longstreet enjoyed swimming, hunting, fishing, and riding horses.
I bet he did.
He then became adept at shooting firearms. Northern Georgia was a very rural frontier territory, and Southern aristocratic traditions had not yet taken hold.
Okay.
As a result of that, Longstreet's manners were sometimes rather rough in spite of his plantation background. Yeah.
Right.
He didn't say ma'am or sir.
Right.
He dressed unceremoniously and at times used coarse language, although never in the presence of women.
Man, they never did. Good for you, bud.
So he was like any other guy.
Right. A little bit later on in his life, Longstreet described his aunt and uncle as caring and loving. He made no known political statements before the war, and it appears to have been largely uninterested in politics altogether. But Augustus, as a lawyer, judge, newspaper editor, and Methodist minister,
Jeez, guys,
was a
sleep.
fierce states' right partisan who supported South Carolina during the nullification crisis. That was in 1828, 1833. And these ideas to which Longstreet probably would have been exposed to.
I would assume so.
Right. Augustus was also known for drinking whiskey and playing cards at a time when many Americans considered them immoral. These habits he passed along to Longstreet.
Okay, I don't know why.
Drinking cards and drinking cards and playing whiskey. Drinking whiskey and playing cards was immoral, huh?
I guess so. Well, in 1837, Augustus, he attempted to obtain an appointment for his nephew to the United States Military Academy.
Okay.
But the vacancy for his congressional district had already been filled.
Well, next year, bud.
Longstreet was then appointed the following year by a relative, Reuben Chapman, who represented the 1st District of Alabama, where Mary Longstreet had lived.
Oh, cool.
Awesome. Longstreet, he was a poor student.
Wow.
By his own admission in his memoirs, he said he had more interest in the school of soldier, horsemanship, exercise, and the outside game of football than in academic courses, obviously.
Nice.
Why do you think football, huh? Soccer?
Yeah,
Maybe?
probably. Longstreet, he ranked in the bottom third of every subject during his 4 years at the academy. In January of his third year, he initially failed his mechanics exam, but he took a second test 2 days later and he passed it. Longstreet's engineering instructor in his 4th year was Dennis Hart Mahan, who stressed swift maneuvering, protection of interior lines, and positioning troops in strategic points rather than attempting to destroy the enemy's army outright. Although Longstreet earned modest grades in the course, he used similar tactics during the Civil War. Okay. Longstreet was also a disciplinary problem at West Point as well.
I bet he was. He earned a large number of demerits, especially in his final 2 years. His offenses included visiting after taps was played, absence at roll call, an untidy room, long hair, causing a disturbance during study time, and disobeying any order, basically.
Oh, wow.
Biographer Jeffrey Wirt, he says, Longstreet was neither a model student nor a gentleman.
Hey, that's what you want in war, right?
Yeah. Longstreet, he was popular with his classmates, however, and befriended a number of men who would become prominent during the Civil War, which included George Henry Thomas, Williams Rosecrans, who was his roommate, John Pope, Dan Harvey, D.H. Hill, Lafayette McLaws, George Pickett, and old U.S. Grant himself.
Damn, so he's splitting. So you got friends on both sides.
Well, they all did.
Good for you.
Longstreet, he ranked 54th out of 56 cadets when he graduated in 1842. Who was the other two?
Yeah.
He was commissioned a brevet second lieutenant in the United States Army thereafter.
Wow. After a brief furlough, Longstreet, he was stationed for 2 years at the 4th U.S. Infantry at Jefferson Barracks. This is in Missouri, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel John Garland. I think he's related to Jeff. 1843. 1843.
Judy?
Right. 1843, he was joined by his friend, Lieutenant Ulysses S. Grant. In 1844, Longstreet met Garland's daughter, his future wife.
What is up with these guys that we've done? They all marry their commander's daughters.
Right. It's probably the first girl he's seen. Her name, Maria Louisa Garland. She was called Louise by her family.
All right. I guess there's probably 100 other Marias in their family.
At about the same time Longstreet began courting Louis. At about the same time that Longstreet began courting Louise, Grant courted Longstreet's 4th cousin, Julia Dent.
Oh, Julia.
And the couple eventually married. Wow, so they're tied to each other somewhat. Longstreet attended the Grant wedding on August 22nd, 1848. This was in St. Louis. But his role at the ceremony remains unclear.
He was a fucking partier, dude.
Right.
Well, Grant biographers John Edward Smith and Ron Chernow, they state that Longstreet served as best man. I don't know if they have any evidence for this, but John Y. Simon, editor of Julia Grant's memoirs, he concluded that Longstreet may have been a groomsman. And Longstreet biographer Donald Brigman Sanger, he called the role of the best man uncertain, while noting that neither Grant nor Longstreet mentioned such a role in their memoirs. Okay.
It isn't written down anywhere?
Right, they don't have like a
marriage certificate or something? Later on in 1844, his regiment, along with the 3rd Infantry, was transferred to Camp Salubrity near Natchitoches, Louisiana, as part of an army of observation under Major General Zachary Taylor.
Zachy.
8th of March, 1845, Longstreet, he promoted 2nd lieutenant and transferred to the 8th Infantry, which was at Fort Marion in St. Augustine, Florida. He served for a month. He served the month of August on court-martial duty in Pensacola. The regiment was then transferred to Corpus Christi, Texas, where he was reunited with the officers of the 3rd and the 4th Regiments, including his buddy Grant.
Okay.
The men passed the winter by stage and plays.
Okay.
Wonder who played the women.
Grant.
All right.
Longstreet served with distinction in the Mexican-American War with the 8th U.S. Infantry. He fought under Zachary Taylor as lieutenant in May 1846 in the battles of Palo Alto and Resaca de la Palma.
Okay.
He recounted both of these battles in his memoirs, but wrote nothing about his personal role in them. June 10th, Longstreet was given command of Company A of the 8th Infantry of William Worth's 2nd Division. He then fought again with Taylor's army in the Battle of Monterey in September 1846, during which about 200 Mexican lancers drove back a group of American troops.
Oh, wow.
Longstreet, commanding Companies A and B, he led the counterattack, killing or wounding almost half of the lancers.
23rd of February, 1847, promoted again to the rank of 1st Lieutenant. General-in-Chief Winfield Scott ordered Worth's division out of Taylor's army and under his direct command to participate in an assault on the Mexican capital of Mexico City. Oh, boy. That division was sent first to Labos Island, then sailed 180 miles south to Veracruz. Worth led Scott's army in an amphibious approach onto the city. I think we had this with somebody else. Ulysses S. Grant?
It's possible, but I doubt it, because it's not in the same thing.
I'm pretty sure we did the Mexico City assault with somebody.
Well, we've mentioned it a bunch of times. I think this is the only time we got into it.
They arrived on the 9th of March. Scott besieged the city and subjected it to regular bombardments. The city surrendered on 29th of March, 1847. The American army then marched north towards the capital.
In August, Longstreet served in the Battle of Churubusco, which was a pivotal battle as the U.S. Army moved closer to capturing Mexico City. The 8th Infantry was the only force in Worth's division to reach the Mexican earthworks. Longstreet carried the regimental banner under heavy Mexican fire. The troops found themselves stuck in a ditch and could only scale the Mexican defenses by standing on each other. In the fierce hand-to-hand combat that ensued, the Americans prevailed. Longstreet, he received a brevet promotion to captain for his actions. And then he received a brevet promotion to major for Molino del Rey, that battle.
In the Battle of Chapultepec on the 12th of September, he was wounded in the thigh while charging up the hill with his regimental colors. He fell, handed the flag to his friend, Lieutenant Pickett, who was able to reach the summit. The capture of the Chapultepec fortress led to the fall of Mexico City. Longstreet recovered in the home of the Escandon family, which treated wounded American soldiers, and they treated them well. His wound was slow to heal, and he did not leave until December. After a brief visit with his family, Longstreet, he said, "I'm going to Missouri. I'm going to see my sweet Louise."
Sweet Louise. After the war and his recovery, Longstreet and Louise, they were married officially March 8th, 1848. The marriage produced 10 children. Little is known of their courtship or marriage. Longstreet rarely mentions her in his memoirs and never reveals any personal details. That's the way it should be, bud.
Good for him, man.
There are no surviving letters between the two either. Most anecdotes about the relationship come through the writings of Longstreet's second wife, Helen Dortch Longstreet. Novelist Ben Ames Williams, a descendant of Longstreet, included Longstreet as a minor character in 2 novels. Williams questioned Longstreet's surviving children and grandchildren and depicted him as a devoted family man with an exceptionally happy marriage.
Good for him.
A happy marriage, but he remarried?
Right.
It's only because she died.
Longstreet next served several months of recruiting duty in Poughkeepsie, New York. After traveling to St. Louis for the Grant wedding, Longstreet and his wife, they moved to Carlisle Barracks, which is in Pennsylvania.
So did Grant go to his wedding? What's up?
Right. 1st of January, everybody's recovering from the hangover from the hell of a party the night before, ringing in the new year of 1850. He was appointed chief commissary for the Department of Texas. This was responsible for the acquisition and distribution of food to the department's soldiers and animals.
Oh, good. Good for you, Longstreet.
All right. The job was complex, consisted mainly of paperwork, although it did provide experience in administrative military work as well. The 1850 census records show that Longstreet owned 2 slaves, a 35-year-old woman and a 13-year-old girl. You got the daughter and the mama.
All right. In June, Longstreet, hoping for promotion and an income above his $40 per month salary to support his growing family, he requested a transfer to the cavalry, but was rejected.
Oh.
He then resigned as commissary March of 1851 and then returned to the 8th Infantry. Longstreet served on frontier duty in Texas at Fort Martin Scott near Fredericksburg. The primary purpose of this in Texas was to protect frontier communities against Indians and... so racist. Against Indians, and Longstreet frequently participated in scouting missions against the Comanche as well, those bastards.
Oh, I know, huh?
His family remained in San Antonio, and he saw them regularly.
Oh, good for him.
1854, he was then transferred. He said, "You want to see your family? You go all the way to El Paso, which is 100,000 hours away."
Ridiculous.
He was transferred to Fort Bliss in El Paso, and Luis and the children, they went with him. Good for you, buddy.
Good for them, right?
How come none of these other guys was taking their family with them?
Right. Because they didn't want them there, right? 1855, Longstreet was involved in fighting against the Mescalero, which is a tribe of the Apaches in New Mexico. He assumed command of the garrison at Fort Bliss on 2... Okay, I guess that little fight didn't mean nothing, huh? He assumed command of the garrison at Fort Bliss on 2 occasions, between the spring of 1856 and the spring of 1858. The small size of the garrison allowed for easy socialization with the local people, and the fort's location allowed for visits with Louise's parents in Santa Fe. Longstreet performed scout missions.
Well, look at him. March 29th, 1858, he wrote to the Adjutant General's office in Washington. He requested that he be assigned a recruiting duty in the East, which would allow him to be to get some better education for his children. Ooh. He was granted a 6-month leave, but the request for assignment in the East was denied. And he was instead directed to serve as major and paymaster for the 8th Infantry in Leavenworth, Kansas. That's not bad. He left his son Garland in a school at Yonkers, New York, before journeying to Kansas. On the way, Longstreet came across his old friend Grant in St. Louis.
Nice.
After about a year in Leavenworth, he was transferred to Colonel Garland's department in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Albuquerque. And to there, he was going to serve as paymaster, where he was joined, yep, you guessed it, by his wife and their children.
Nice.
She's like, "You're going to serve under my daddy."
Knowledge of Longstreet's pre-war life is extremely limited.
He's a private man.
His experience resembles that of many Civil War generals, insofar that as he went to West Point, he served in distinction in the war with Mexico, and he continued his career in the peacetime army of the 1850s. But beyond that, very, very little details. He left no diary. His lengthy memoirs focus almost entirely on recounting and defending his Civil War military record.
He had a lot to defend.
Yeah. They reveal little of his personal side while providing only a very cursory view of his pre-war activities. 1889 fire that destroyed personal papers.
Oh, no.
Making it so that the number of existing antebellum private letters written by Longstreet could be counted on one hand.
Oh.
That sucks.
At the beginning of the Civil War, Longstreet was paymaster for the United States Army and stationed in Albuquerque. After news of Fort Sumter, he joined his fellow Southerners in leaving the post. So I'm getting out of here, boys.
Oh, wow.
In his memoirs, Longstreet, he calls it a sad day, and records that a number of Northern officers attempted to persuade him not to go. He writes that he asked one of them what course he would pursue if his state should pass ordinances of secession and call him to its defense.
Right.
He confessed that they would obey the call.
Right. See, that's what a lot of people don't realize, too. Back then, they were more loyal to the state.
Your state was your country, man,
right.
Basically.
They're more loyal to the state than the country as a whole. Longstreet was not enthusiastic about secession from the Union, but he had long been infused with the concept of states' rights and felt he could not go against his homeland. Sweet, sweet Georgia. Although he was born in South Carolina and brought up in Georgia, he offered his services to Alabama.
Hey, why not?
So that
You're not even loyal to your damn state.
Right, so that would make no sense.
Liar.
Right. Wow. Which had appointed him to West Point, and where his mother still lived. He was the senior West Point graduate from that state, which meant that he could potentially be placed in command of
that's
that
why.
state. Oh, yeah, he wanted the command of the
Right.
army. Beautiful. After settling his accounts, he submitted his resignation letter from the United States Army on the 9th of May, 1861. That's after Fort Sumter.
It's a month after all.
Intending to join the old Confederacy, he said, I gotta go. Gotta go. He had already accepted a commission as a lieutenant colonel in the Confederate States Army on the 1st of May. His resignation from the United States Army was accepted on June
I
1st.
don't think he had a choice, bud.
Right. And they're like, no.
At Longstreet, he arrived in Richmond with his new commission. He then met with Confederate President Jefferson Davis at the Executive Mansion June 22nd, where he was informed that he had been appointed a brigadier general with the date rank of June 17th, a commission he accepted on June 25th. I don't know why it took so long.
Right.
He was ordered to report to Brigadier General P.G.T. Beauregard at Manassas, where he was given command of a brigade of 3 Virginia regiments, which were the 1st, 11th, and 17th Infantry,
Okay.
in the Confederate Army of the Potomac. Wait, what?
I think that turned into the
North Virginia?
North Virginia.
Short-lived. His only major combat was the First Battle of War One. Really?
Yeah.
The Army of the Shenandoah was merged into it, and it was renamed the Army of Northern Virginia.
Longstreet assembled his staff and trained his brigade incessantly. On July 16th, 1861, Union Brigadier General Irvin McDowell began marching his army toward Manassas Junction. Little did they know of the fight they had ahead of them. Longstreet's brigade first saw action at Blackbird's Ford on July 18th, when it collided with McDowell's advance division under Brigadier General Daniel Tyler, clashing heavily with the brigade of Israel Richardson. An infantry charge pushed Longstreet's men back, and in his own words, Longstreet said, "We rode with saber in hand for the leading files, determined to give them all that was in the sword and my horse's heels, or stop the break."
Well, Colonel Jubal Early's brigade arrived to reinforce Longstreet. One of Early's regiments, 7th Virginia, fired a volley while Longstreet was still in front of its position, forcing him to dive off his horse.
Damn.
Under the renewed Confederate strength, though, the Union left wavered. Tyler withdrew as he had orders not to bring on a general engagement anyways. This battle preceded First Bull Run, obviously, which, clearly, when the main attack came at the opposite end of the line, July 21st, Longstreet's brigade endured artillery fire for 9 hours, but played a minor role in the fighting.
Between 5 and 6 in that evening, Longstreet received an order from Brigadier General Joseph Johnston, instructing him to take part in the pursuit of the Federal troops, who had been defeated and were fleeing the battlefield. He obeyed, but when he met Brigadier General Millage Bonham's brigade, Bonham, who outranked Longstreet, he said, "Retreat, motherfucker." He's like, "Wait, we're supposed to follow this guy." The same order soon arrived from Johnston. Longstreet was infuriated that his commanders would not allow a vigorous pursuit of the defeated Union Army. Right. His chief of staff, Moxley Sorrell, recorded that he was in a fine rage. He dashed his hat fiercely to the ground, stamped, and bitter words escaped him. He quoted Longstreet as saying afterward, "Retreat? Hell, the Federal Army has broken to pieces."
Well, see, look at both sides could have done something.
Easily.
October 7th, Longstreet was promoted to Major General and assumed command of a division in the newly reorganized and renamed Confederate Army of Northern Virginia, which was under Johnston at this time. And where he said part of the Potomac and Shenandoah. With 4 infantry brigades commanded by Generals D.H. Hill, David Jones, Bonham, and Lewis Wigfall, as well as Hampton's Legion, commanded by Wade Hampton III.
Oh.
That's all his guys.
Fantastic. I love every minute of it.
Meow.
10th of January, 1862, Longstreet traveled under orders from Johnson to Richmond, where he discussed with Davis the creation of a conscription program.
He said, "Boys, we need a lot more people. We got to force them to come in now."
Right. He spent much of the intervening time with Louise and their children, and was back at the Army headquarters in Centreville by January 20th. 10-day leave. That's cool. A day or two later, he received a telegram informing him that all 4 of his children were extremely sick in an outbreak of scarlet fever.
Not scarlet fever.
Oh, shit. Longstreet immediately jumped on his horse and hoofed it to the city. Longstreet arrived in Richmond before the death of his 1-year-old daughter, Mary Ann Longstreet, on the 25th of January, 1862. 4-year-old James died the following day. Oh, my goodness, dude.
Oh, no. It's not over with because 11-year-old Augustus Baldwin, who they called Gus, died on February 1st.
Dude, you lose 3 children within a week.
His 13-year-old son Garland remained ill but appeared to be out of mortal danger. George Pickett and his future wife LaSalle Corbell, they were in the Longstreet's company throughout the affair.
Oh, good for you, George.
They arranged the funeral and burials, which, for unknown reasons, neither Longstreet nor his wife attended.
They couldn't. How could you?
Jeez. Longstreet, he returned to Army February 5th.
Oh, shit, just pissed off, wanting to kill some bluecoats.
He rushed back to Richmond later in the month when Garland took a turn for the worse, but came back after he recovered.
Okay.
The losses were devastating for Longstreet, and he became withdrawn, and both personally and socially. Now we know why he didn't write about his life.
Right.
1861, his headquarters were noted for parties, drinking, and poker games.
I bet they
off
were.
The rails now.
Yeah.
You got 6 more kids, dude.
Holy, I know, right?
After he returned, the headquarters' social life became for a time more somber, though.
Oh, wow.
He rarely drank, which is surprising, and his religious devotion increased. Oh.
Well, that spring, Union Major General George McClellan, commander of the Army of Potomac, launched a Peninsula campaign intending to capture the Confederate capital of Richmond.
Yeah, he intended to.
Right. In his memoirs, Longstreet wrote that while in temporary command of the Confederate Army, he proposed to Thomas Stonewall Jackson that he march to Jackson in the Shenandoah Valley and combine forces. No evidence has emerged for this claim.
Okay. Following the delay of the Union offensive against the Richmond at the Siege of Yorktown, Johnson oversaw a tactical withdrawal to the outskirts of Richmond, where defenses had already been prepared. Longstreet's division formed the rear guard, which was heavily engaged at the Battle of Williamsburg May 5th. There, Union troops, beginning with Joseph Hooker's division of the 3rd Corps, which was Union, by the way, which was commanded by Samuel Henselman, they came out of a forest into open ground to attack Longstreet's men.
Oh, that's nice.
Open ground, that's where the Union wants to be.
Right. To protect the Army supply wagons, Longstreet counterattacked with the brigades of Cadmus Wilcox, A.P. Hill, George Pickett, Raleigh Colston, and 2 other regiments. The assault drove the Union soldiers back, finding the ground he occupied untenable. Longstreet requested reinforcements from D.H. Hill's division, a little further up the road they were, and received Early's brigade, to which was later added to the entire division. Oh, that's nice. Old Juba Early then launched a fruitless and bloody attack well after the wagons had already been safely evacuated. Overall, the battle was a success, protecting the passage of the Confederate supply wagons, delaying the advance of McClellan's army towards Richmond. Good for you. The affair gave the Confederates possession of 4 cannons. McClellan inaccurately characterized the battle as a Union victory in a dispatch to Washington.
That's because we already done McClellan. We know that guy. May 31st, during the Battle of Seven Pines, Longstreet received his orders verbally from Johnson, but apparently misremembered them. He marched his men in the wrong direction down the wrong road, causing congestion and confusion with the other Confederate units, and diluted the effect of the Confederate counterattack against McClellan.
Oh, shit. What are you doing, Longstreet?
Jeez. He then got into an argument with Major General Benjamin Huger over who had seniority, causing a significant delay.
Oh, wow.
When D.H. Hill subsequently asked Longstreet for reinforcements, he complied, but failed to properly coordinate his brigades. Only one of Longstreet's brigades and none of Huger's reached the field.
Oh, wow. Uh-oh, what's going on here? Late in the day, Major General Edwin Vaux Sumner crossed the rain-swollen Chickahominy River with 2 divisions he had. General Johnson wounded during this very battle. Although Johnson preferred Longstreet as his replacement, command of the Army of Northern Virginia shifted to G.W. Smith, the senior major general. Only for 1 day, though. Because on June 1st, Richardson's division of Sumner's Corps engaged Longstreet's men, routing Louis Armistead's brigade. But the brigades of Pickett, William Mahone, and Roger Addison Pryor, positioned in the woods, managed to hold it back. Good for you.
That was after 6 hours of fighting. The battle ended in a draw. Johnson praised Longstreet's performance in the battle, and biographer William Garrett Piston calls it the lowest point in Longstreet's military career.
Oh, wow.
Longstreet's report unfairly blamed Huger for the mishaps, of course. June 1st, the president's military advisor, Robert E. Lee, he assumed command of the Army of Northern Virginia. And in his memoirs, Longstreet suggested that he initially doubted Lee's capacity for command. He wrote that his arrival was, quote-unquote, far from reconciling the troops to the loss of our beloved chief, Joseph Johnston. He wrote that Lee did not have much of a reputation at the time that he took command, and there were therefore misgivings about Lee's power and skill for field service.
Uh-oh.
Right? He's not tested.
Wow. In late June, Lee organized a plan to drive McClellan's army away from the capital, which culminated in the 7-day battles. At daybreak, 27th of June, at Gaines Mill, the old Rabbit Army attacked the 5th Corps of the Bluecoats under Brigadier General John Porter. which was positioned north of the Chickahominy River on McClellan's right flank. The Bluecoats held their lines for most of the day against attacks from the divisions A.P. Hill and D.H. Hill, and Jackson did not arrive until that afternoon. At about 5 p.m., Longstreet received orders from Lee to join this very battle.
Longstreet's fresh brigades under Pickett and Richard Anderson, accompanied by the brigades of Brigadier General John Bell Hood and Colonel Evander Law from William Whiting's division, they charged the Union lines, forcing them to retreat across the Chickahominy. Longstreet was engaged again on June 30th with about 20,000 men at Glendale.
Nice.
He departed from his usual strategy of placing troops several lines deep and instead spread them out, which, in the opinion of some military historians, cost him that battle.
His efforts were further damaged by the slowness of other Confederate commanders. McClellan was able to withdraw his army to the high plateau of Malvern Hill. Jackson engaged at White Oak Swamp, ignored reports of ways in which to cross the swamp, and he refused to answer an inquiry from Longstreet's staff officer, John Fairfax. Huger's advance was slow enough to allow Federal troops to be transported away from the guarding him and towards Longstreet, and Theophilus Holmes also performed poorly. Nearly 50,000 Confederate troops stood within a few miles of the field at Glendale and rendered little to no assistance. That's sad.
In a reconnaissance of the evening, June 30th, Longstreet reported to Lee that conditions were favorable enough to justify the assault. At the Battle of Malvern Hill the next day, Longstreet surrendered A.P. Hill's entire division to John Magruder and marched his remaining troops toward the Union positions on the Confederate extreme right. His men were exposed to fire on their flanks from McClellan's troops and were forced to withdraw without success. Throughout the battles of the 7 days, Longstreet had operational command of nearly half of Lee's army, which was 15 brigades, as it drove McClellan back down the peninsula.
Wow, Longstreet performed aggressively and quite well in his new larger command, particularly at Gaines Mills and Glendale. Lee's army suffered from poor maps, organizational flaws, and weak performances by Longstreet's peers, including, uncharacteristically, Stonewall Jackson.
Yep.
And it was unable to destroy the Union Army. Moxley Sorrell wrote of Longstreet's confidence and calmness in the battle. He was like a rock in steadiness. All right. He was like a rock in steadiness when sometimes in battle the world seemed flying to pieces. Lee, he said shortly after 7 days, Longstreet was a staff in my right hand.
I'm just thinking Lee just says this about anybody now. He had been established as Lee's principal lieutenant. Lee reorganized the Army of Northern Virginia after 7 days battles, increasing Longstreet's command from 6 to 28 brigade. Longstreet took command of the right wing, later known as the First Corps, and Jackson was given command of the left wing.
All right.
Over time, Lee and Longstreet became good friends and set up headquarters very near each other.
That's nice.
Where you putting your tent? Think about it over here.
Despite sharing with Jackson a belief in temperance as well as deep religious conviction, Lee never developed a strong friendship with him.
Wow. With Jackson?
Is that with Jackson?
Yeah.
He never developed a strong friendship, but he knew this dude was his best guy.
Right.
Piston speculates that the more relaxed atmosphere of Longstreet's headquarters, which included gambling and drinking, allowed Lee to relax and take his mind off the war, and reminded him of his happier younger days. Right, man. You don't want to be like,
Right.
yeah, just fucking kick it back and
Relax.
have a whiskey or two.
Fantastic. After the campaign, an editorial appeared in the Richmond Examiner, which inaccurately claimed that the Battle of Glendale was fought exclusively by General A.P. Hill and the forces under his command. Longstreet was pissed, so he drafted a letter refuting the article, which was published in the the Richmond Rig, not even the Examiner.
Right.
Hill took offense and requested that his division be transferred out of Longstreet's command. But Lee was like, calm down, motherfuckers, you're both staying. Then Hill refused to even accede to Longstreet's repeated requests for information and was eventually arrested on Longstreet's orders. This is who? D.H. A.P. Hill, really.
I remember AP and DH didn't get along either.
Right. He challenged Longstreet to a duel. Longstreet said, hell yeah. Lee said, no. I'm going to transfer Hill into Jackson's command.
All right, yeah.
No, hold on.
Come on, boys. The military reputation of Lee's corps commanders are often characterized as Stonewall Jackson representing the audacious, offensive component of Lee's army, with Longstreet more typically advocating and executing strong defensive strategies and tactics.
Right.
Wirt, the historian, describes Jackson as the hammer and Longstreet as the anvil.
Nice.
In the first part of the Northern Virginia campaign of August 6, 1862, this stereotype held true, but in the climactic battle it did not.
Oh.
In June, the federal government created the 50,000-strong Army of Virginia and put Major General John Pope in command.
Sure did. Oh, John Pope. Well, Pope, he moved south in an attempt to attack Lee and threaten Richmond once again through an overland march. Lee left Longstreet near Richmond to guard the city and dispatched Jackson to hinder Pope's advance. Jackson won a major victory at the Battle of Cedar Mountain. After learning that McClellan, as ordered, had dispatched troops north to assist Pope, Lee said, "Longstreet, you move north, bud," leaving only 3 divisions under G.W. Smith to protect Richmond against McClellan's reduced force.
Oh. Longstreet's men began their march August 17th, aided by Stuart's cavalry. August 23rd, Longstreet engaged Pope's position in a minor artillery duel at the First Battle of the Rappahannock Station. The Confederate Washington artillery was heavily damaged, and a Union shell landed feet away from Longstreet and Wilcox, but failed to explode.
Oh,
Probably could have been dead.
yeah.
Meanwhile, Stuart's cavalry rode around the Army of Virginia and captured hundreds of soldiers and horses, as well as some of Pope's personal belongings.
Oh, we got the personal belongings.
Jackson executed a sweeping flanking maneuver that captured Pope's main supply depot as well.
He then placed his corps near the rear of Pope's army, but he then took up a defensive position and effectively invited Pope to assault him.
I hereby invite you to assault me.
You are formally invited to an assault tonight. Bring your own fist.
BYOF.
On the 28th of August and the 29th, the start of the Second Battle of Bull Run began. Yes. Pope pounded Jackson as Longstreet and the remainder of the army marched from the west through Thoroughfare Gap to reach the battlefield. On the afternoon of the 28th, Longstreet engaged a 5,000-man federal division under James Ricketts at the Battle of Thoroughfare Gap. Ricketts had been ordered to delay Longstreet's march toward the main Confederate army.
He did that.
But he took up his position way too late,
Didn't do that.
allowing George Anderson's brigade to occupy the high ground.
Oh, bud, can't do that.
They probably would have won that battle if they would have done that.
Well, Lee and Longstreet watched the battle together and decided to flank the Union position. Hood's division and a brigade under Henry Benning, they advanced towards the gap from the north and the south, respectively, while Wilcox's division followed in a 6-mile march northward. Ricketts, he realized his position was untenable and withdrew that evening, allowing Longstreet to join up with the rest of Lee's army. Post-war criticism of Longstreet claimed that he marched his men too slowly, leaving Jackson to bear the brunt of the fighting for 2 days. But they covered roughly 30 miles an hour. But they covered roughly 30 miles in a little over 24 hours. And Lee did not attempt to get his army concentrated any faster either.
Right. When Longstreet's men arrived on the field around midday, 29th of August, Lee planned a flanking attack on the Union Army, which at this point is concentrating its attention on Jackson. So Longstreet demurred to 3 suggestions from Lee, urging him to attack, recommending instead of a reconnaissance, and forced to survey the ground in front of him. This confirmed the presence of Porter's 5th Corps in front of his lines. By 6:30 p.m., Hood's division moved forward against Porter and drove back the soldiers they encountered. But it had to be withdrawn at night when it advanced too far ahead of the main lines.
Well, despite the smashing victory that followed, Longstreet, he was eventually criticized for allegedly being slow, reluctant to attack, and disobedient to General Lee. Lee's biographer, Douglas Southall Freeman, he wrote, "The seeds of much of the disaster at Gettysburg were sown in that instant when Lee yielded to Longstreet, and Longstreet discovered that he would." Longstreet's like, yeah, all right. Wirt, on the other hand, he disputes this conclusion, pointing out that in a post-war letter to Longstreet, Porter told him that had he attacked him that day, Longstreet's loss would have been enormous.
Yeah, of course it would have. It would have been bad.
Well, defending old Longstreet, are you, Porter?
Despite this criticism, the following day was, according to Wirt, one of Longstreet's finest performances of the war. After his attacks on the 29th, Pope came to believe with little evidence that Jackson was in retreat. He ordered a reluctant Porter to pursue, and his corps collided with Jackson's men and suffered heavy casualties. The attack exposed the Union left flank. Longstreet took advantage of this. He launched a massive assault on the Union flank with over 25,000 men. For over 4 hours, they pounded like a giant hammer, with Longstreet actively directing artillery fire and sending brigades into the fray. Longstreet and Lee were together during the assault, and both of them came under Union artillery fire.
Well, although the Union troops put up a furious defense, Pope's army was forced to retreat in a manner similar to the embarrassing Union defeat at the first Bull Run, which was obviously on the roughly the same battleground. Longstreet gave the credit to Lee for the victory, describing the campaign as clever and brilliant. Brilliant!
Nice.
It established a strategic model he believed to be ideal, which was the use of defensive tactics within a strategic offensive.
Right.
September 1st, Jackson's corps moved to cut off the Union retreat of the Battle of Chantilly. Longstreet's men remained on the field to fool Pope into thinking that Lee's entire army was still on his front.
After the old rebel success at Second Manassas, Lee, holding the strategic initiative, decided to take the war to Maryland to relieve Virginia and hopefully induce foreign nations to come to the Confederates' aid. He wanted them, but they weren't coming. They almost did. Longstreet supported this plan. The situation called for action, he said, and there was but one opening across the Potomac. His men, well, they crossed into Maryland on the 6th of September and arrived in Frederick the following day, beginning the Maryland campaign. At the Battle of Antietam, or Sharpsburg, on the 17th of September, rather than commit his forces all at once, McClellan made a series of partial attacks on the old Confederate troops at different places throughout the day, while holding many of his troops, including the entire Fifth Corps in reserve. Yeah, McClellan was... I don't get it.
Well, at dawn, Hood's division on the Confederate left was driven back by an assault by Hooker's and Joseph K. Mansfield's corps until reinforced by men from Jackson's command. More troops from both sides soon poured into the fighting, which raged for 3 hours. At the center of the field, D.H. Hill's division defended a 600-yard position dominated by a sunken wagon path. Oh. The position was naturally strong, made more so by the piling of planks from a wooden fence at the top of the ditch, and Hill's men firmly repulsed 2 successive charges from the divisions of William French and Richardson. Yeah, they slaughtered these guys, dude.
He did. Well, Hill did suffer significant casualties, though, and Longstreet sent R.H. Anderson's division, which consisted of 3,500 men, to go reinforce Hill. Anderson was wounded and replaced by Pryor. At Pryor's request, Longstreet sent artillery support in response to Union cannon being fired at the old rebels in the road from across Antietam Creek. He also ordered a flanking movement by about 900 soldiers in several regiments, led by Colonel John Rogers Cook. Union troops arrested Cook's advance. An intense fight followed. Cook withdrew after his ammo was expended. A mistaken order allowed Union troops to breach the Confederate position at the sunken road, but the old Rebs' lines, they were stabilized.
At this point in the afternoon, fighting largely ceased except for on the Confederate right. The Union left wing under Major General Ambrose Burnside attempted to cross the Antietam Creek at what would become known as Burnside's Bridge, while Jones's division, led by Brigadier General Robert Toombs's brigade, defended the heights on the western side of the creek. For hours, the Union troops tried to cross the river and failed 5 times. Finally, about 4 p.m., a flanking maneuver forced Toombs to withdraw. After the further engagement, the remainder of Jones's division was forced to give way, and Burnside's men occupied the crest overlooking the river before pressing their advantage.
Their progress was arrested by the arrival of A.P. Hill's division under Jackson from Harper's Ferry. Fighting ensued in the town of Sharpsburg until Burnside withdrew his men at dusk. The old Rebs pursued their enemy, but stopped once the retreating troops came under the protection of a battery on the opposite side of the river, ending the Battle of Antietam after 18 hours of fighting. At the end of that bloodiest day of the Civil War, Lee greeted his subordinate by saying, "Ha! Here's Longstreet. Here's my old war horse."
Oh, they love each other. Lee held his ground at Antietam until the evening of September 18th, when he withdrew his army from the battlefield and took it back across the Potomac into Virginia. October 9th, a few weeks after Longstreet, he was promoted lieutenant general. Lee, he arranged for Longstreet's promotion to be dated 1 day earlier than Jackson's, making the old war horse the senior lieutenant general in the Army of Northern Virginia. Look at that. Wow. In an army reorganization in November, Longstreet's command was designated the First Corps, Jackson's the Second. The First Corps consisted of 5 divisions, which is about 41,000 men.
Damn.
Which the divisions were commanded by Lafayette McLaws, R.H. Anderson, Hood, Pickett, and Robert Ransom Jr.
Oh, fantastic. After a lengthy interlude with little military activity, beginning on 26th of October, McClellan marched his army across the Potomac again. On the 7th of November, Lincoln replaced McClellan with Burnside. On the 15th of November, Burnside began moving his army south towards Fredericksburg, Virginia. midway between the opposing capitals. On the 18th of November, Longstreet began marching his men out of the Army headquarters in Culpeper towards Fredericksburg, where the Confederate Army would make its stand against Burnside. Since Lee moved Longstreet to Fredericksburg early, it allowed Longstreet to build strong defenses.
It should. Longstreet, he ordered trenches, abatis, and fieldworks to be constructed south of the town along a stone wall at the foot of Mary's Heights. Now, after a lengthy delay caused by waiting for the arrival of supplies to build pontoon bridges, Burnside, he attempted to cross the Rappahannock December 11th. Soldiers attempting to lay pontoon bridges encountered fierce resistance from Confederate troops inside Fredericksburg, which was led by William Barksdale's brigade of McLaws' division. Burnside, he subsequently ordered an artillery bombardment of the town, and by the following day he had moved his army across and occupied Fredericksburg. December 12th saw only a little bit of desultory fighting.
Longstreet, he had his men firmly entrenched. On the 13th of December, on Burnside's orders, troops from the Union Right Grand Division under Sumner and the Center Grand Division under Hooker undertook to carry the position held by Longstreet's troops, who, contrary to some of their expectations, found themselves at the center of the battle.
We weren't supposed to be doing this.
The very first blue coat assault on Longstreet's men at Mary's Heights was a disastrous failure, causing approximately 1,000 casualties within 30 minutes.
When Lee expressed apprehension at the Federal troops that they might overrun Longstreet's men, Longstreet replied that as long as he had sufficient ammo, he would kill them all before any of them reached his line. He advised him to look towards Jackson's more tenuous position on the right. So go over there and mess with him. Longstreet, he was proven correct, as from their strong position, his troops easily repulsed several assaults.
Damn.
In some places behind the stone wall, Confederate ranks were 4 to 5 troops deep.
Nice.
Soldiers in the rear loaded rifles, passed them up front so that the fire was virtually continuous. Nice. That's, it's like an assembly line of fire, dude.
Hell yeah. Rebel troops were well protected, although they did suffer one notable casualty when Brigadier General Thomas Reed Roots Cobb, who commanded a brigade in McLaws' division that was positioned at the front of the stone wall, moited.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
One Union general compared the scene before Mary's Heights to a great slaughter pen and said that his men might as well have tried to take hell. McLaws estimated that only one Union soldier lay dead within 30 yards of the wall, the rest having fallen much farther back. Wow. Jackson, meanwhile, managed with much greater difficulty to repel a strong Union assault spearheaded by the division of George Meade. Longstreet was like, hey, bud, Jackson needs help over there.
Well, sensing that the rest of his troops would be adequate to defend his position on the Confederate left on the heights, Longstreet, he had ordered Hood to reinforce Jackson and Pickett to cooperate with him, but Hood hesitated in sending his division forward, and by the time he did, the fighting on Jackson's front had mostly ended anyway. Longstreet expressed regret after the war for not bringing the delinquent Hood to trial. Burnside intended to attack again the next day, but several of his officers, particularly Sumner, they advised against it, and so they entrenched and withdrew on December 15th instead.
In Longstreet's report, he praised his men and officers while asking them to contribute money for the residents of Fredericksburg. Lee's report strongly commended Jackson and Longstreet. Burnside's army had suffered 12,653 casualties at Fredericksburg. About 70% of them were in front of Mary's Heights. Lee suffered only 5,300 losses, about 1,900 of which came from Longstreet. Lieutenant Colonel Edward Porter Alexander of the artillery described Fredericksburg as the easiest battle we ever fought.
Wow.
Damn.
October 1862, Longstreet had suggested to Joe Johnston that he be sent to fight the war in Western Theater. Shortly after Fredericksburg, Longstreet vaguely suggested to Lee that one corps could hold the line of the Rappahannock while the other was operating elsewhere. February of 1863, he made a more specific request, this time suggesting to Wigfall that his corps be detached from the Army of Northern Virginia and sent to reinforce the Army of Tennessee, where Braxton Bragg was being challenged by the Army of the Cumberland under Major General William Rosecrans, who happened to be Longstreet's roommate at West Point.
Oh, fantastic.
That's probably why he wanted to go there. He's like, see what you got, old Willie.
Wow. By this time, Longstreet could be identified as part of a Western concentration bloc, which believed that reinforcing Confederate armies operating in the Western Theater to protect the states in that part of the Confederacy from invasion was more important than offensive campaigns in the Eastern Theater. I believe so, because you see what happened. Motherfuckers came in from the West.
As soon as that West was gone, man, then you got everybody just focusing on the East.
This group also included Johnston and Lewis Wigfall, now a Confederate senator, both of whom Longstreet was very, very close with. These people were generally cautious and believed that the old Confederacy, with its limited resources, should engage in a defensive rather than offensive war. I don't know, man. You guys are the one trying to leave.
Right.
Lee did detach 2 divisions from the First Corps, but ordered them to Richmond, not Tennessee.
Well, the Confederate Army was suffering from an acute food shortage, obviously. Southern Virginia was said to have large quantities of cattle and substantial stores of bacon and corn. Meanwhile, seaborne movements of the Union Ninth Corps, they were thought to be aimed at launching an invasion of the Confederate coast anywhere from South Carolina up to Southern Virginia. In response, Lee ordered Pickett's division to the capital in mid-February. Hood's division followed. Then Longstreet himself was told to take command of the detached divisions and the departments of North Carolina and Southern Virginia. The division of McLaws and Anderson, they remained with Lee.
Okay.
Said, you guys go defend the capital, we'll stay out here.
Right. In March, Longstreet's men primarily conducted foraging expeditions in Virginia and North Carolina. Longstreet sent Brigadier General Richard Garnett's brigade to D.H. Hill to participate in Hill's attempt to capture New Bern, which was a town on the North Carolina coast, which had fallen to the Union in March of 1862. The campaign was unsuccessful, but netted a considerable amount of supplies. In April, Longstreet besieged Union forces in the city of Suffolk, which is in Virginia. Fighting was light. Nothing came of the siege. At the end of April, Longstreet was ordered by Secretary of War James Seddon to join Lee's army as it faced attack from the Army of Potomac, now commanded by Hooker at the Battle of Chancellorsville. And this one all starts going down hizzles.
He indeed moved his divisions north, but could not reach the battle in time. Longstreet's foraging operations yielded enough food to feed Lee's entire army for 2 months. Nice. However, no further military objective was reached, and the operation caused Longstreet and 15,000 men of the First Corps to be absent from Chancellorsville. That could have helped out. Eventually, Longstreet came under criticism from political enemies, claiming that he could have marched his men back from Suffolk in time.
Oh, sure.
However, Sorrell, he says that it was humanly impossible for the men to move any faster than what they were.
I'd like to see these critics do these marches themselves.
It's all fun and games till you got to get out there and do it.
Following Chancellorsville and the death of old Stonewall Jackson, Longstreet and Lee met in mid-May to discuss the Army's summer campaign, which wasn't going to look too well either. Longstreet once more pushed for the detachment of all or part of his corps to be sent to Tennessee. Justification for this course of action was becoming more urgent as Union Major General Ulysses S. Grant was advancing on a critical Confederate stronghold on the Mississippi River in Vicksburg. Longstreet argued that a reinforced army under Bragg could defeat Rosecrans and drive toward the Ohio River, which would compel Grant to break his hold on Vicksburg, which I probably would have. And then you wouldn't have the defeat at Vicksburg. You probably still would have had Gettysburg.
Maybe. Well, he advanced these views during a meeting with Seddon, who approved of the idea but doubted that Lee would, and opined that Davis would be unlikely to go against Lee's wishes too. Which, yeah. Longstreet had criticized Bragg's generalship and may have been hoping to replace him, although he also might have wished to see Joseph Johnston take command, indicated that he would be content to serve under him as corps commander.
Okay.
Yeah, they hated Bragg and Hood, dude.
Right. Well, Lee, once again, didn't like the idea, and he prevented this idea by telling Davis that parting with large numbers of troops would force him to move his army closer to Richmond, and instead advanced a plan to invade Pennsylvania.
Oh, shouldn't have done that, buddy.
A campaign in the North would relieve agricultural military pressure that the war was placing on Virginia and North Carolina, and by threatening a federal city, disrupt Union offensive elsewhere and erode support for the war among Northern civilians. It didn't work all that way.
Well, in his memoirs, Longstreet described his reaction to Lee's proposal. He said, his plan or wishes announced, it became useless and improper to offer suggestions leading to a different course. All that I could ask was that the policy of the campaign should be one of defensive tactics, that we should work so as to force the enemy to attack us in such good position as we might find in our own country, so well adapted to that purpose, which might assure us of a grand triumph. To this, he readily assented as an important and material adjunct to his general plan.
Okay.
So he wanted to stay in their own territory and not even attack.
No. I would not leave it there. There's conflicting evidence for the veracity of Longstreet's account, though. It was written years after the campaign, and is affected by hindsight, both of the results of the battle and of heavy postbellum criticism.
Yeah.
and letters of the time, Longstreet made no reference to such a bargain. April of 1868, Lee said that he had never made any such promise and had never thought of doing any such thing. Yet, in his post-battle report, Lee wrote, "It had not been intended to fight a general battle at such a distance from our base, unless attacked by the enemy."
Well, so he's lying.
Right.
Saving face. The Army of Northern Virginia was reorganized after Jackson's death, clearly. 2 division commanders, Richard Ewell and A.P. Hill, they were promoted to lieutenant general, and they assumed command of the 2nd and the newly created 3rd Corps, respectively. Longstreet's 1st Corps gave up R.H. Anderson's division during the reorganization, which left Longstreet with the divisions of Hood, McLaws, and Pickett. He's like, these guys.
After determining that an advance north was inevitable, Longstreet dispatched the scout Henry Thomas Harrison, whom he had met during the Suffolk campaign. He said, "Go gather some info for me, bud." He paid Harrison in gold and told him that he did not care to see him till he could bring information of importance. Ewell's corps led the army north, followed by Longstreet's and then Hill. The 1st Corps crossed the Potomac River on June 25th through the 26th.
Harrison, then he came back and reported to Longstreet on the evening of the 28th, and he was instrumental in warning the Confederates that the Army of the Potomac was advancing north to meet them more quickly than they had anticipated, and was already gathered around Frederick, Maryland. Lee, he was initially skeptical, but the report prompted him to order the immediate concentration of his army north of Frederick near Gettysburg, Pennsylvania. Harrison also brought news that Hooker had been replaced as commander of the Army of the Potomac by Meade.
Hey.
And this is probably what they didn't want, because they've already faced Meade separately and beat their asses.
Longstreet's actions at the Battle of Gettysburg will become the centerpiece of lasting controversy.
Yeah.
He arrived on the battlefield at about 4:30 p.m. on the first day, which was July 1st, 1863, hours ahead of his troops. Lee had not intended to fight before his army was fully concentrated, but chance and decisions by A.P. Hill, whose troops were the first to be engaged, brought on a confrontation. The battle on the very first day was a strong Confederate victory. 2 Union Corps had been driven by Ewell and Hill from the positions north of Gettysburg back through the town into the defensive positions on the heights to the south.
That's the way it always worked out in these bigger battles. The Confederates usually got day one, and then it just went downhill from there.
Downhill.
Meeting with Lee, Longstreet was concerned about the strength of the Union defensive position on elevated ground and advocated a strategic movement around their left flank to secure good ground between him and his capital, which would presumably compel Meade to attack defensive positions erected by the Confederates. Instead, Lee exclaimed, "If the enemy is there tomorrow, I will attack him." Longstreet replied, "If he is there tomorrow, it is because he wants you to attack."
All right.
Lee, energized by the success of his army that day, he refused. Nothing can stop us now.
Right.
Lee seems a little hard-headed and stubborn there, huh?
Well, Longstreet, he was like, well, if we're going to do that, why don't we do an immediate assault on the Federal positions? But Lee once again insisted on waiting for Hood and McLaws, who were marching towards Gettysburg on the Chambersburg Pike.
Giving the Union time to set up their shit, man.
Longstreet sent a courier down the Cashtown Road to hurry them along.
Come on, get you guys' ass up here.
They eventually hunkered down about 4 miles behind the lines. Pickett, he was performing rearguard duty in Cashtown and would not be ready to move until morning. A major blunder occurred when Ewell failed to seize the heights of Cemetery Hill after being ordered to do so, if practicable.
And it was.
It was. You couldn't do it. Which over Pickett, because then Pickett got shit.
Lee's plan for the second called for Longstreet to attack the Union's left flank, which was to be followed by Hill's attack on Cemetery Ridge near the center. Ewell, he was demonstrated on the Union right. Longstreet again argued for a flanking maneuver around the left of the Union, but Lee rejected his plan. Longstreet was not ready to attack as early as Lee envisioned. He received permission from Lee to wait for Law's brigade of Hood's division to reach the field before advancing. Law marched his men quickly, covering 28 miles in 11 hours, but didn't even arrive till noon anyways.
Jeez.
28 miles in 11 hours?
3 of Longstreet's brigades were still in march column, some distance from their designated positions. Longstreet's soldiers were forced to take a long detour while approaching the enemy position.
Construction barrels everywhere.
Right, misled by inadequate reconnaissance that failed to identify a completely concealed route. Damn. Post-bellum criticism, Longstreet claims that he was ordered by Lee to attack in the early morning and that his delays were a significant contributor to the loss of the battle. Early and William Pendleton testified that Lee had ordered Longstreet to attack at sunrise and that Longstreet disobeyed.
Oh, wow. Well, this claim was factually untrue and denied by Lee's staff officers Walter Taylor and Charles Marshall. Lee, he agreed to the delays for arriving troops, and he did not issue his formal order to attack until 11 a.m. Longstreet did not aggressively pursue Lee's orders to launch an attack either, though. Sorrow, he writes that Longstreet, unenthusiastic about the attack, he displayed lethargy in bringing his troops forward. He said, well, whatever. While Lee expected an attack around noon, Longstreet, he wasn't even ready till 4.
Damn.
Meade, he used that time, like I said, to bring more of his troops forward and
So
just
stupid.
get his shit built up, man.
Dumb. Wow. Campaign historian Edwin Coddington presents the approach to the federal positions as a comedy of errors, such as one might expect of inexperienced commanders and raw militia, but not of Lee's warhorse and his veteran troops.
Oh, wow.
Hood opposed an attack on the Union left, arguing that the Union position was too strong, and proposed that his troops be moved to the right, near Big Round Top, and hit the Union in the rear. Longstreet insisted that Lee had rejected this plan and ordered him to make the assault against the front of the enemy lines. Once the assault began at around 4 p.m., Longstreet pressed McLaws and Hood strongly against heavy Union resistance.
Well, Longstreet, he personally led the attack on horseback. Union Major General Daniel Sickles, this guy, commanding the 3rd Corps, had, contrary to Meade's orders, he marched his men to the Peach Orchard, an exposed position well in front of the main Union line.
Oh, wow.
R.H. Anderson's division of Hill's Corps, alongside McLaw's division, and part of the division of Hood, they launched a ferocious assault against Sickles with heavy artillery, which, after extremely intense fighting, pushed his corps back to the main Union lines. The Confederates, they were eventually repulsed after encountering fierce resistance from the old Bluecoats.
Oh. General Hood, he was wounded and replaced in command by his division by Law. Brigade commanders Barksdale and Paul Jones Sims, both under McLaws, were mortally wounded themselves. Law's brigade attempted to carry Little Round Top, which was a hill on the far left of the Union line. The hill had originally been without troops before Union Brigadier General Gouverneur Warren, Chief of Engineers, he took advantage of the Confederate delay. He sent soldiers from the 5th Corps to fortify that.
He said, look at that hill right there. There's nobody there. We should probably go get it.
Rebel troops took the part of the hill known as Devil's Den, but were unable to drive off Union forces at the top of the hill. Yeah, they got massacred.
They're on the top.
Massacred from there and on out.
The attacks had failed, and Longstreet's corps suffered more than 4,000 casualties. Contributing to Longstreet's failure was the fact that his attacks did not occur simultaneously with those of A.P. Hill and Ewell. A large portion of Hill's and Ewell's corps, including soldiers who had seen significant action the day before, they were unengaged, and Meade was able to shift Thomas Ruger's division from Ewell's front to oppose Longstreet.
Oh, wow. On the night of the 2nd of July, 1863, Longstreet did not follow his usual custom meeting Lee at his headquarters to discuss the day's battle, claiming that he was too fatigued. Instead, he spent part of the night planning for a movement around Big Round Top that would allow him to attack the enemy's flank and the rear. Longstreet, despite his use of scouting parties, was apparently unaware that a considerable body of troops from the Union 6th Corps under John Sedgwick was in position to block this very move. Shortly after issuing orders for the attack, around sunrise, Longstreet was joined at his headquarters by Lee, who was dismayed at his turn of events.
The commanding general had intended for Longstreet to attack the Union left early in the morning in a manner similar to July 2nd, using Pickett's newly arrived division, in concert with a resumed attack by Ewell on Culp's Hill. What Lee found was that no one had ordered Pickett's division forward from its camp in the rear, and that Longstreet had been planning an independent operation without consulting him. Oh, no. Yeah. Lee wrote in his after-battle report that Longstreet's dispositions were not completed as early as we expected.
Oh.
Well, your old warhorse has got to get taken to the back and get put down.
Right. Well, since his plans for an early morning coordinated attack were now infeasible, Lee instead ordered Longstreet to coordinate a massive assault on the center of the Union line. He go, all right, you want to crown? You hit him right in the dead middle, buddy.
And it never works.
Right. Because you got to hit him in the center line at Cemetery Ridge. The Union position was held by the 2nd Corps under Winfield Scott Hancock. Longstreet strongly felt that this assault had little chance of success and shared his concerns with Lee. The old Rebs would have to march over close to 1 mile of open ground and negotiate sturdy fences under fire. And that is that famous scene that you guys seen in Gettysburg.
Oh, jeez. Longstreet urged Lee not to use his entire corps in the attack, arguing that the divisions of Law and McLaws, they were tired from the previous day, and that shifting them away from their positions would dangerously expose the Confederate right flank. Lee conceded, and instead decided to use men from A.P. Hill's corps to accompany Pickett. The force would include about 14 to 15,000 men. Longstreet again told Lee he believed the attack would fail. It's just not going to work, man.
Well,
You never attack the freaking middle, dude.
stubborn old Lee did not change his mind. Longstreet relented.
Well,
The final plan called for an artillery barrage by 170 cannon under Alexander. Then the 3 brigades under Pickett and the 4 brigades in the division of Henry Heth, temporarily commanded by Brigadier General J. Johnston Pettigrew, their position to Pickett's left, who would lead the attack. 2 brigades from William Dorsey Pender's division, temporarily commanded by Brigadier General Isaac Trimble, would fill in as support behind old Pettigrew. 2 brigades from R.H. Anderson's division were to support Pickett's right flank.
all right. Despite his vocal disapproval of the plan, and although most of the units came from A.P. Hill's corps, Lee designated Longstreet to lead the attack.
I bet he did. He was pissed.
All right. Longstreet dutifully saw to the position of Pickett's men. General Pickett, he placed the brigades of Garnett and Brigadier General James Kemper in front, with Armistead behind them in support. However, Longstreet neglected to adequately check on Pettigrew's division. Pettigrew had never commanded a division before, and the division which he had just been appointed to lead had suffered about a third of its casualties on a third of its army in casualties in the fight-in on July 1st. Oh, man. Yeah. Everything just spells out disaster. Listen to your heart.
Right. His men were positioned behind Pickett's lines, leaving Pickett vulnerable.
Jeez.
And the troops on his far left were dangerously exposed. Longstreet and Hill still had a tense relationship, which made it played a role in Longstreet not carefully overseeing Hill's troops. Hill was with Lee and Longstreet throughout much of the morning, but wrote after the battle that he had ordered his men to report to Longstreet, implying that he felt that he was not responsible for arranging them.
Jeez.
Oh, wow.
During preparations for the attack, Longstreet began to agonize over the assault. He attempted to pass the responsibility for launching Pickett's division to Alexander. The artillery bombardment began about 1 p.m. Union batteries responded, and the 2 sides fired back and forth for about an hour and 45 minutes. Or 40 minutes. When the time came to actually order Pickett forward, Longstreet, he could only nod, unable to verbalize the order, thus beginning the assault known as Pickett's Charge. He couldn't even say nothing. He's just like, I guess, bud.
It's not good.
Beginning about 3 p.m., Confederate troops marched towards the Union positions.
As Longstreet had anticipated, the attack was a complete disaster. The assaulting units suffered massive casualties. Pettigrew and Trimble were wounded. Pickett's first 2 brigades severely mauled. Kemper was wounded. Garnett dead.
Wow.
Armistead's brigade briefly breached the stone wall that marked Hancock's lines, where Armistead fell mortally wounded, but the brigade was repulsed. To his men, Lee said, "It is all my fault." According to 2 of Longstreet's staff officers, Lee subsequently expressed regret for not taking Longstreet's advice, who has been his old war horse, and he was right all along about every other part. On the 4th of July, the Confederate Army began its retreat from Gettysburg, having their asses handed to them. Hampered by rain, the bulk of the army finally made it across the Potomac River on the night of the 13th or in the morning of the 14th of July. They got their ass handed to them.
Well, fast forward to August 1863, Longstreet, he said, "I really want to go to this Western Theater. Please transfer me."
Right.
He wrote a private letter to Seddon, requesting that he be transferred to serve under his old friend, Joey Johnson. He followed this up in conversations with his congressional ally, Wigfall, who had long considered Longstreet a suitable replacement for Braxton Bragg. Bragg, he had a poor combat record, yes he did, was very unpopular with his men and officers. Lee, President Davis, they then agreed to the request September 5th. McLaws, Hood, and a brigade from Pickett's division and Alexander's 26-gun artillery battalion had traveled over 16 railroads on a 775-mile route through the Carolinas to go say, "Bragg, we're here now, baby, in Northern Virginia," or Georgia.
Right. Get the hell out of here, bud. 8th of September, 1863. Reinforcements on the way. Bragg gave up the fortified city and critical rail juncture of Chattanooga, Tennessee.
Yeah.
But Rosecrans overtook him without a fight and retreated into Georgia. Bragg did. The troop transfer took over 3 weeks. Lead elements of the Corps arrived on September 17th. On the 19th, at the Battle of Chickamauga, Bragg began an unsuccessful attempt to interpose his army between Rosecrans and Chattanooga before the arrival of the most of Longstreet's corps. Throughout that very day, Confederate troops launched largely ineffectual assaults on Union positions that were highly costly for both sides.
One of Longstreet's own divisions under Hood successfully resisted a strong Union counterattack from Jefferson C. Davis's division of the 20th Corps that afternoon. When Longstreet himself arrived on the field in the late evening, he failed to find Bragg's headquarters. He and his staff spent considerable time riding and looking for it. They accidentally came across a Federal picket line and nearly were captured. Jeez. How do you not know where this guy's... Nobody on the freaking battlefield or in the vicinity knew where Bragg was?
When the two finally met at Bragg's headquarters late at night, Bragg placed Longstreet in command of the left wing of his army. Lieutenant General Leonidas Polk commanded the right. Longstreet's command consisted of Simon Bolivar Buckner's corps, under which were the divisions of Alexander P. Stewart and William Preston, Bushrod Johnson's division, Thomas C. Hinman's division, Hood's division. McLaw's divisions fell under Longstreet's command, but did not even completely arrive from Virginia until the 21st of September, after the Battle of Chickamauga had ended. Good for him. That guy didn't have to mess with it.
Well, meanwhile, Joseph Kershaw was placed in command of his 2 brigades, which were on the field. Bragg made a plan for an attack at 8 a.m. September 20th. Longstreet lined up most of his men in 2 lines, but he placed Hood's division behind Johnson in a column, intended to shock troops. The attack was supposed to begin early in the morning, shortly after an assault by Polk's wing. However, confusion and mishandled orders, it caused Polk's attack to be delayed, and Longstreet's advance did not begin until just after 11, after hearing gunfire from his left.
So much stupidity in this war, from confusion and mishandled orders. I mean,
And egos, just guys
holy shit.
being dicks.
A mistaken order from General Rosecrans, and the North's still doing it as well. A mistaken order from General Rosecrans caused a gap to appear in the Union line by transferring Thomas Wood's division from the right to reinforce the 14th Corps under George Henry Thomas in the center. Longstreet took advantage of the confusion. The organization of the attack was well suited to the terrain and would have penetrated the Union line regardless. Johnson's division poured through the gap, driving the Union forces backwards. After Longstreet ordered Hinman's division forward, the Union right all but collapsed.
Well, Rosecrans, he fled as units began to retreat in panic. Thomas managed to rally the retreating units and solidify a defensive position on Snodgrass Hill. He held that position against repeated afternoon attacks by Longstreet, who was not adequately supported by the Confederate right wing. Sorrell told Stewart to move his division forward to attack the Union rearguard. Stewart initially declined, demanding confirmation from Longstreet. Longstreet, he was incensed at his refusal and ordered him to go forward, damn it.
Wow. Well, Stewart, he did as told and captured about 400 prisoners. But Thomas had already managed to extricate the units under his control to Chattanooga. Bragg's failure to coordinate the right wing and cavalry to further envelop Thomas prevented a total rout of the Union army. Bragg also refused to pursue the retreating Federals aggressively, resulting in the futile siege of Chattanooga. He had dismissed a proposal from Longstreet that he'd do so, citing a lack of transportation, calling the plan a visionary scheme. Oh, wow. How the hell do you get a fort named after him?
Right.
Nevertheless, Chickamauga was the greatest Confederate victory in the Western theater, and Longstreet received significant credit.
Good for you, buddy. Well, not long after that, the Confederates entered Tennessee following their victory. Longstreet clashed with Bragg and became a leader of the group of senior commanders who conspired to have him gone. Bragg's subordinates had long been dissatisfied with his abrasive personality and poor battlefield record. The arrival of Longstreet, who was the senior lieutenant general in the Army, and his officers, and the fact that they quickly took their side added credibility to the earlier claims. Yeah, they're like, finally, somebody came in and did something.
Right. Longstreet, he wrote to Sedan.
Damn, Hussein.
I'm convinced that nothing but the hand of God can save us or help us as long as we have our present commander. As he's talking about Bragg. Situation became so grave that Davis was forced to intercede in person.
Oh, in person.
Wow, showing his stupid face. What followed was a scene in which Bragg sat red-faced as a procession of his subordinates condemned him. Ooh, that's gotta suck. Longstreet stated that Bragg was incompetent to manage an army or put men into a fight, and that he knew nothing of the business. Oh, wow.
Well, now I can't wait to get the Bragg story because what the hell's going on with this guy?
Wow. On the 12th of October, Davis declared his support for Bragg. Oh. He left him and his dissatisfied subordinates in their positions.
Well, Bragg, he relieved or reassigned the generals who had testified against him and retaliated against Longstreet by reducing his command to only those units he brought with him from Virginia.
Well, whatever.
Bragg, he resigned himself to the siege in Chattanooga. At about this time, Longstreet learned of the birth of a son who was named Robert Lee. Oh, Robert Lee Longstreet, huh? Grant, he arrived in Chattanooga October 23rd, took overall command of the new Union Military Division of Mississippi. He then replaced Rosecrans with Thomas. While Longstreet's relationship with Bragg was extremely poor, his connections with his subordinates also deteriorated.
Oh, jeez. He wanted to go to Western Theater so bad.
Yeah.
Wow. He had a strong antebellum friendship with McLaws, but they began to show signs of souring after McLaws criticized Longstreet's conduct at Gettysburg and was accused by Longstreet of displaying lethargy after Chickamauga.
Wow.
Hood's old division was under the temporary command of Brigadier General Micah Jenkins. The brigadier general who had been in the division the longest was Evander Law, who had temporarily commanded the division more than once in the past. However, Jenkins outranked Law. Jenkins and Law disliked each other as well, and both desired permanent command of the division. Ooh, duel. Yes. Longstreet favored Jenkins, his longtime protege, while most of the men favored Law. Longstreet had asked Davis to name a permanent commander, but he said no.
He's like, dude, this is your stuff. October 27th, Union troops managed to open up a cracker line to access food by defeating Law's brigade under Jenkins at the Battle of Brown's Ferry. In the nighttime Battle of Wauhatchie, October 28th to 29th, Jenkins failed to regain the lost position, for which he blamed Law and Brigadier General Jerome Robertson.
Oh, jeez.
Always somebody else. Longstreet, he took no immediate action against Law, but complained about Robertson.
Oh, jeez.
A court of inquiry was set up, but its proceedings were suspended, and Robertson returned to command.
All for naught.
So nothing.
No, after the old rebel failures, Longstreet devised a strategy to prevent reinforcement and lifting of the siege by Grant. He knew this Union reaction was underway, and that the nearest railhead was Bridgeport, Alabama. This is where portions of 2 Union Corps would soon arrive in Bridgeport, Alabama. After sending his artillery commander, Porter Alexander, to reconnoiter the rim, the Union occupied town, he devised a plan to shift most of the Army of Tennessee away from the siege, setting up a logistical support in Rome, Georgia. Georgia? Then he wanted to go after Bridgeport to take the railhead, possibly catching Hooker.
Oh, no.
Who was leading a detachment of arriving Union troops from the Eastern Theater in a disadvantageous position.
The plan was well received and approved by old President Davis.
Oh, wow.
But it was disapproved by Bragg, who objected to the significant logistical challenge it posed. Longstreet, he accepted Bragg's arguments and agreed to a plan in which he and his men were dispatched to East Tennessee to deal with an advance by the Union Army of Ohio, which was commanded by Burnside. Longstreet, he was selected both due to enmity on Bragg's part and because the War Department intended for Longstreet's men to return to Lee's army anyway. And this movement, he said, you're going that way anyways, might as well go there. And thus, this begins the Knoxville campaign.
Ooh-wee. Longstreet, criticized for the slow pace of his advance toward Knoxville.
They're just going to criticize this guy for everything he does. Right?
All right. And some of his soldiers began using the nickname Peter the Slow to describe him.
Oh.
At the Battle of Campbell Station on November 16th, the Federal allies evaded Longstreet's troop. This was due to both to the poor performance of Law, who exposed his brigade to the enemy, and thus ruined what was supposed to be a surprise attack, and also Burnside's skillful retreat. The old rebels also dealt with muddy roads and a shortage of good supplies.
They got those bad ones, though. Burnside settled into entrenchments around the city, which Longstreet besieged. Longstreet learned that Bragg had been defeated at Chattanooga on November 25th, and that Major General William Sherman's men were marching to relieve Burnside. He decided to risk a frontal attack on Union entrenchments before they arrived. November 29th, he sent his troops forward at the Battle of Fort Sanders, which was repulsed, and Longstreet, he said, I got to retreat.
Oh, wow.
Wasn't he so against the frontal assault on Gettysburg or something, and now he wants to use one when he knows it's probably going to fail?
Oh, man. When Grant defeated Bragg, Longstreet was ordered to join forces with the Army of Tennessee in northern Georgia. He demurred and began to move back to Virginia. soon pursued by Sherman. Longstreet defeated Federal troops in an engagement at Bean Station.
Flicking the bean.
On the 14th of December. The greatest effect of the campaign was to deprive Bragg of troops he sorely needed in Chattanooga. Longstreet's second independent command, after Suffolk, was a failure, and his self-confidence was damaged.
After he was criticizing Bragg, and look at what he does. He reacted to the failure of the campaign by blaming others, as everybody does. He relieved McLaws from command and requested the court-martial of Robertson and Law.
Oh, and Law.
He also submitted a letter of resignation to Adjutant General Samuel Cooper, December 30th, 1863, but obviously that was denied.
They ain't letting nobody leave the Confederate Army.
Bragg was actually then relieved from command and replaced by Joseph Johnson, December 27th, though.
Longstreet established winter quarters in Russellville and Morristown. He attempted to keep communications open with Lee's army in Virginia, but Federal Cavalry Brigadier General William Averill's raids destroyed the railroads, isolating him and forcing him to rely only on eastern Tennessee for supplies. Longstreet's corps suffered through a severe winter in eastern Tennessee with inadequate shelter and provisions. More than half the men were without shoes. Writing to Georgia's Quartermaster General Ira Rowe Foster on the 24th of January, 1864, Longstreet noted, "There are 5 Georgia brigades in this army, all alike in excessive need of shoes, clothing of all kinds, and blankets. All that you can send will be thankfully received." February.
We don't have any.
Right. In February of 1864, the lines of communication were repaired. Once the weather warmed, Longstreet's men marched north to the Army of Northern Virginia at Gordonsville.
Said I'm home. Well, in March, Longstreet did indeed rejoin the Army of Northern Virginia. Presented by Lee with a plan for a joint offensive by Johnson and Longstreet into Kentucky, Longstreet made the scheme bolder by adding 20,000 men under General Beauregard, who was headquartered in South Carolina. However, the plan was met with disapproval from Davis and his newly appointed military advisor, Braxton Bragg.
Vendetta.
Right, and Longstreet just remained in Virginia.
Oh, jeez.
He later discovered that his old friend, U.S. Grant, had been appointed General-in-Chief of the Union Army, with his headquarters in the field alongside the Army of the Potomac. And guess what?
Ooh, right.
He knows what's about to happen.
Longstreet told his fellow officers that he will fight us every day and every hour until the end of the war.
And boy, was he right, except for that one lull in
Right.
Petersburg, but I guess they did skirmishes.
Longstreet helped save the Confederate Army from defeat in his first battle back with Lee's army, the Battle of Wilderness, in May of 1864. Grant moved south of the Rapidan River in an attempt to take Richmond. Lee intended to delay battle to give Longstreet's 14,000 men time to arrive. Grant disrupted these plans by attacking them on the 5th of May, and the fighting was inconclusive. The following morning at 5 a.m., Hancock led 2 divisions in a ferocious attack on A.P. Hill's corps, driving the men back 2 miles.
2 miles. Well, at the same time this was happening, Longstreet's men arrived. They took advantage of an old roadbed built for an out-of-use railroad to creep through a densely wooded area unnoticed before launching a powerful flanking attack. Longstreet's men moved forward along the Orange Plank Road against the Second Corps, and in 2 hours nearly drove it from the field. He developed tactics to deal with difficult terrain, ordering the advance of 6 brigades by heavy skirmish lines, which allowed his men to deliver a continuous fire into the enemy while proving to be elusive targets themselves.
Wow.
Shoot and run, shoot and move.
What a nice. Historian Edward Steer attributed much of the success of the army to the display of tactical genius by Longstreet, which more than redressed his disparity in numerical strength. After the war, Hancock said to Longstreet of this flanking maneuver, "You rolled me up like a wet blanket." During the assault, Longstreet was wounded by friendly fire, only 4 miles away from where Stonewall Jackson was killed. Exactly a year earlier during the Chancellorsville campaign. A bullet passed through his shoulder, severing nerves and tearing a gash in his throat.
He was gone for a while. Well, Jenkins, who was riding with Longstreet, was also shot and died from his wounds. The momentum of the attack subsided. Right?
Prodigy.
As he was taken from the field, Longstreet urged Lee to press the attack. Instead, Lee delayed further movement until units could be realigned, giving the Union defenders adequate time to reorganize. The subsequent attack was a failure. According to Alexander, he says, "I have always believed that, but for Longstreet's fall, the panic which was fairly underway in Hancock's Second Corps would have been extended and have resulted in Grant's being forced to retreat back across the Rapidan."
Probably.
Yeah, well, didn't happen.
Well, Longstreet was succeeded in command of his corps by R.H. Anderson. He missed the rest of 1864 spring and summer campaign, where Lee sorely missed his skill in handling the army. Without him, the old rebel army fought Grant at Spotsylvania Courthouse, and was besieged by Union forces at Petersburg. He was treated in Lynchburg, Virginia, and recuperated in Augusta, Georgia, with his cousin Emma Eve Longstreet Sibley, the daughter of his father's brother, Gilbert.
All right. Well, in Augusta, he participated in the funeral service for Polk. Oh, yeah. At St. Paul's Church, casting earth onto the coffin.
No.
He then rejoined Lee, finally, October 1864, with his right arm paralyzed and in a sling, initially unable to even ride a horse. He had taught himself to write with his left hand, and by periodically pulling on his arm, as advised by doctors, he regained the use of his right hand in his later years.
Oh, good for him.
At this time, Longstreet's staff underwent major changes, most significantly the transfer of Sorrell, who was Longstreet's chief of staff, to brigade command.
He was replaced by Major Osmond Latrobe. For the remainder of the siege of Petersburg, Longstreet commanded the defenses in front of the capital of Richmond, including all forces north of the James River and Pickett's division at Bermuda Hundred. He retreated with Lee in the Appomattox campaign, commanding both the 1st and 3rd Corps following the death of A.P. Hill on the 2nd of April.
Oh, A.P. Hill.
And just a couple more days, AP, you could have been living.
Right. As Lee's army attempted to escape to Farmville, that's a fucking game. Longstreet was engaged at Sailor's Creek, April 6th. The Confederates were unable to reach the town, but with the assistance of troops under Anderson and Ewell, they managed to prevent Federal troops from blocking the Army's last path of escape. The overall battle ended in disaster. Nearly 7,000 of the 10,000 Confederate troops engaged were either killed, wounded, or captured. By April 7th, Lee's army had been reduced from nearly 40,000 men to about 25,000. That's crazy.
Damn. A group of rebel officers, including...
That was just from
Right.
March 31st to April 7th.
That's terrible. A group of Confederate officers, including William Pendleton, the chief artillery, concluded at the time had come to ask Lee to open negotiations for the Army's surrender.
Yeah.
Pendleton approached Longstreet and asked him to intercede with Lee, but he refused, saying, "If General Lee doesn't know when to surrender until I tell him, he'll never know." He don't listen to him anyway. Pendleton approached Lee, who was in communication with Grant on the subject of surrender. Lee refused to surrender the army, and he held his last conference of war on the night of April 8th. He's like, "We gotta do it. We gotta go."
It was decided that at daybreak, Longstreet would hold the Union troops back while John Gordon would lead an escape towards Lynchburg and then cover his retreat. At the Battle of Appomattox Courthouse that morning, Longstreet was heavily engaged with the Union 2nd Corps under Andrew Humphreys. Gordon's troops were surrounded, and he requested reinforcements, which Longstreet couldn't give him. Lee, he was left with no alternative but to meet Grant to discuss the surrender.
Lee worried that his refusal to meet with Grant to discuss surrender terms at the latter's first request would cause him to demand harsher terms. Longstreet advised him of his belief that Grant would treat him fairly. He's a good man. As Lee rode toward Appomattox Courthouse on April 9th, which can't believe what just happened last 4.5 years. What the hell? Longstreet said if that Grant gave too strong demands, he ought to break off the interview and tell General Grant to do his worst. Oh, might as well just kill him there.
Right.
After Lee's surrender, Longstreet arrived in the McLean house, where Grant happily greeted him. He offered Longstreet a cigar, and invited him to play cards.
Well, it's not Grant. It's not time for cards right now, dude.
Longstreet later told a reporter, "Why do men fight who are born to be brothers?" His whole greeting and conduct towards us as though nothing had ever happened to mar our pleasant relations.
Well, because he knew he had the upper hand.
Right.
He was going to treat you guys like royalty. Because he's like, I got you.
He's like, "Don't worry, we'll treat Jefferson Davis like shit."
Right. June 7th, 1865, Lee, Longstreet, and other former Confederate officers, they were indicted by a grand jury in Norfolk, Virginia for the high crime of treason against the United States, which is a capital offense, meaning bye-bye.
Yeah.
Grant objected and went to the White House, telling President Andrew Johnson that the men were on parole and protected by the surrender terms of Appomattox anyway.
Damn right.
When Grant threatened to resign, Johnson backed down, and on June 20th, Attorney General James Speed ordered the United States Attorney in Norfolk to drop the charges.
Ooh.
Damn, Grant, you just saved their lives, dude,
You ain't
for real.
kidding.
Because Lee would definitely would have been convicted.
Well, and he dies 3 years later.
Well,
anyway.
I mean, so.
Longstreet and his family settled in Nolens,
Oh.
popular among former Confederate generals.
I bet it was.
Further south he can get. Well, besides Florida. He entered into a cotton brokerage partnership and became president of the Southern and Western Life and Accident Insurance Company. He sought the presidency of the Mobile and Ohio Railroad, but unsuccessful, and also failed in an attempt to get investors for a proposed railroad from New Orleans to Monterey, Mexico. With Grant's support, he applied for a pardon from Johnson. Johnson said no, He told Longstreet, "There are 3 persons of the South who can never receive amnesty: Mr. Davis, General Lee, and yourself. You have given the Union cause too much trouble."
Damn. Yeah, Lee didn't get his citizenship back until like way later.
Mm-hmm.
Longstreet called for Southern acceptance of Reconstruction and acquiescence to federal laws, including those abolishing slavery and granting citizenship to blacks. He encouraged Southern whites to join the heavily Northern Republican Party, arguing that if they did not, the Southern wing of the party would be exclusively dominated by blacks.
You ain't kidding.
Whereas white men joining the party would allow the black vote to be controlled.
Oh.
All right. June 1868, the radical Republican, they controlled the United States Congress. They enacted a law that granted pardons and restored political rights to numerous former Confederate officers, which included Longstreet.
Hey, look at you, bud. Good for you. Longstreet joined the Republicans, or as Southerners sometimes call them, Black Republicans. He endorsed Grant for president in 1868, attended his inauguration in Washington, and 6 days later was appointed by Grant as Surveyor of Customs in the Islands. The post carried an annual salary of $6,000.
Man, dude, Grant just hooked him up.
And Longstreet was confirmed by the Senate by a vote of 25 to 10. Oh, those 10 people are bastards.
Right.
For these acts, he lost favor with many white Southerners who regarded him as a traitor for supporting the people they viewed as oppressive occupiers.
Oh, get over it.
His old friend D.H. Hill wrote to a newspaper, "Our scallywag is the local leper of the community."
Or leper. But yeah, damn, DH.
Leper.
It's a leper.
Yeah, the leper.
In contrast to Northerners who moved south and were sometimes referred to as carpetbaggers, Hill wrote, Longstreet is a native, which is so much the worse. Longstreet did not retreat in the face of criticism. He actively supported Henry Warmoth, the Republican governor of Louisiana and former Union officer.
Oh, wow.
May of 1870, Warmoth named him Adjutant General of the Louisiana State Militia.
Nice.
And about a month later, he was named president of the newly organized New Orleans and Northeastern Railroad.
Bud. That's what you wanted.
He chums up to the bad guys and gets everything he wants.
I guess.
That's what Rock would have gave Cody.
Right. Wow. On 8th of January, 1872, Longstreet was commissioned a major general in the state militia and assigned to the command of all militia and police forces in the islands. Oh, damn.
Police forces.
Shortly after, he resigned his post as a collector of customs and as a railroad president, followed in April by his position as adjutant general in the militia. Authors espousing the lost cause, a movement that glorified the Southern cause and denounced Reconstruction, attacked Longstreet's war career for years after his death because they're idiots.
Well, modern authors trace that criticism to Longstreet's acceptance of the defeat and accommodations both with the Republican Party and freed blacks. What are you supposed to do? Live forever and be...
Right.
I mean, you guys lost. Get over it.
Right. Racist Democrats.
Jeez. The attacks formally began January 19th, 1872, which is the anniversary of Lee's birth, and less than 2 years after Lee died. Juba Early, in a speech at Washington College, exonerated Lee for the defeat at Gettysburg.
Oh.
He accused Longstreet of attacking late on the second day and held him accountable for the debacle on the third. The following year, William Pendleton claimed in the same venue that Longstreet disobeyed an illicit order to attack at sunrise July 2nd. The so-called sunrise order was a fabrication.
Yes, as we all know. April of 1873, Longstreet dispatched a police force under Colonel Theodore Decline. He said, "Go to Colfax, Louisiana. I want you to help the local government and its majority black supporters. They need help defending themselves against an insurrection by white supremacists." Yeah, there's a lot of insurrections going on back then.
Yeah.
Decline did not arrive until the 14th of April, one day after the Colfax massacre.
Yeah.
I think he knew something. His men's task consisted of mainly burying blacks who had been killed and attempted to arrest the culprits. During protests of election irregularities in 1874, referred to as the Battle of Liberty Place, an armed force of 8,400 members of the anti-Reconstructionist White League. They advanced on the State House in New Orleans, which was the capital of Louisiana at the time. Isn't it where they had 2 governors?
No.
Oh, Tennessee or Kentucky,
no, this
isn't
one,
it?
yeah, right here. But it happened all in the South, dude. There were like literally fighting each other sometimes. Remember, we had it in
Right. Yeah.
some one of those episodes.
Right. Yeah, they were pissed because the Republican William Pitt Kellogg was declared the winner of a close and heavily disputed gubernatorial.
Gubernatorial.
Right, of a heavily disputed election.
Longstreet commanded a force of 3,600 Metropolitan Police, City Police, and African American militia troops, armed with 2 Gatling guns and a battery of artillery. He rode to meet the protesters, but was pulled from his horse, shot by a spent ball, and taken prisoner.
Oh, shit.
The White League charged, causing many of Longstreet's men to flee or surrender. Total casualties amounted to 38 killed, 79 wounded. Federal troops sent by President Grant were required to restore order. Yeah, we'd read it in Grant's. Yeah. Longstreet's use of armed black troops during the disturbances increased the denunciations by anti-Reconstructionists. Like, look at this guy.
Right. Wow. 1875, Longstreet began to challenge the criticism of his war record, demanding evidence from Pendleton and Lee's staff officers. By then, these charges, alongside anger at him for use of black troops in Louisiana, had destroyed his reputation.
Amongst who?
Right.
Racists?
Longstreet published a series of articles defending his war record. At the very same time, he became popular with Northerners, who thought highly of his support for Reconstruction and praise for Grant. Throughout the 1880s and 1890s, Longstreet often gave speeches in the North, many of them in the presence of Union veterans, and was received favorably.
Good for you, buddy.
Should have fought for the Union, bud.
A large ceremony took place in Atlanta in 1886 to mark the 25th anniversary of the attack of Fort Sumter. Longstreet was not invited, but he went anyway.
Oh, wow.
He was embraced by Jefferson Davis, and a crowd cheered. Oh, it's for, like, the Confederates, clearly. In 1875, the Longstreet family left New Orleans with concerns over health and safety. They returned to Gainesville, Georgia. By this time, Louise had given birth to 10 children, 5 of whom lived adulthood. I mean, you had to give,
Right.
statistically, half of them were going to die. Longstreet continued to serve on the city school board and as an administrator of the University of Louisiana, which is later Tulane University.
Oh, really?
March 1877, one of his frequent trips to New Orleans on business, Longstreet converted to Catholicism and remained a devout believer until his death. I mean, he was Episcopal. What the hell's the difference? Father Abram Ryan, author of The Conquered Banner, he encouraged Longstreet to convert, assuring him he would be welcome with open arms if he came into the church.
I mean,
why wouldn't you?
Right. Longstreet applied for various jobs throughout the Rutherford B. Hayes administration of 1877 to 1881.
Who?
And was briefly considered for Secretary of the Navy.
Oh, briefly.
He served briefly as a Deputy Collector of Internal Revenue.
Oh.
And as Postmaster of Gainesville. Oh, nice. Longstreet's chief ambition was to be United States Marshal of Georgia. President Hayes appointed Longstreet as his minister resident to the Ottoman Empire, to a position he held from December 14th, 1880 to April 29th, 1881. He didn't like those Russians.
Well, Ottoman's Turkey, but
I mean, Turkey, yeah.
Longstreet suffered from the high cost of living in Constantinople. Constantinople prevented him from bringing his family, and the entertainment that he was expected to provide left him financially worse off than when he arrived. Well, his only known accomplishment was convincing Sultan Abdul Hamid II to reverse his position, forbidding American archaeologists from undertaking research in Ottoman territories.
Man, bitch, why?
He was granted a 60-day leave to tour Europe before being recalled in accordance with his own desires after the marshal position became available. He said, I got to go back.
All right. Longstreet served as the United States Marshal of Georgia from 1881 to 1884. But the return of a Democratic administration under Grover Cleveland in 1885 ended his political career.
Yep.
And he went into semi-retirement on a 65-acre farm near Gainesville. He raised turkeys, planted orchards and vineyards on terraced ground that his neighbors referred to jokingly as Gettysburg.
If you only knew what Gettysburg was, you wouldn't be joking.
Devastating fire on April 9th. A lot of bad things happened on April 9th. 1889 destroyed his house and many of his possessions, including his personal papers and memorabilia. That December,
to make matters worse,
Lois Longstreet,
Louise,
dead.
Yeah. Longstreet rebutted criticism of his war record from other Confederates in his memoirs From Manassas to Appomattox, a labor of 5 years published in 1896. Piston, biographer guy, he describes the prose as entertaining if occasionally labored.
Oh.
In the book, Longstreet praises several Civil War officers, but frequently disparages others, particularly his post-war detractors Juba Early and Fitzhugh Lee.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Lee's son. He expresses personal affection for Lee, but is at times critical of his strategy. I mean,
Right, what are you going to do?
Piston argues that the quality of the book is diminished by bitterness and lack of objectivity. It did little to alter the views of Longstreet's opponents.
Right.
I mean,
Longstreet served from 1897 to 1904 under Presidents William McKinley and Theodore Roosevelt as United States Commissioner of Railroads, succeeding Wade Hampton III.
Wade Hampton, was he a Confederate?
1897, at the age of 76, in a ceremony at the governor's mansion in Atlanta, Longstreet married 34-year-old librarian Helen Dortch. Aw, good for you, 34-year-old librarian. Oh. Although Longstreet's children reacted poorly to the marriage, Helen became a devoted wife and an avid supporter of his legacy after his death. She outlived him by 58 years.
Good Lord.
Dying in 1962.
Damn, she went through everything, dude.
In 1898, Longstreet, then 77, volunteered to lead the United States troops in Cuba during the Spanish-American War. Damn.
Well, I don't think that happened, but did he? I don't think so. Longstreet's final years were marked by poor health and partial deafness. 1902, he suffered from severe rheumatism and was unable to stand for more than a few minutes at a time. His weight diminished from 200 to 135.
Damn.
By January of 1903. Cancer developed in his right eye, and in December he had x-ray therapy in Chicago to treat it. Okay. He then contracted pneumonia and died in Gainesville January 2nd, 1904. Bishop Benjamin Joseph Keeley, who had served under Longstreet, said his funeral mass. He's buried at Alta Vista Cemetery in Gainesville. He did outlive most of his detractors and was one of only a few general officers from the Civil War to live into the 20th century, right?
Good for him.
Crazy.
Take a look at his old legacy. Longstreet was subject to vigorous attacks over his war record beginning in the 1870s and continuing after his death. His widow published Lee and Longstreet at high tide in his defense and stated that the South was sedaciously taught to believe that the Federal victory was wholly the fortuitous outcome of the culpable disobedience of General Longstreet. Was it, though?
Well, in the first half of the 20th century, Freeman, he kept criticism of Longstreet foremost in Civil War scholarship in his biography of Lee. Oh. Speaking of Gettysburg, July 2nd, he says, the battle was being decided at that very hour in the mind of Longstreet, who, at his camp a few miles away, was eating his heart away in sullen resentment that Lee had rejected his long-cherished plan of a strategic offensive and a tactical defensive.
Right.
He was mad.
He called Longstreet's performance so sluggish that it has often been asked why Lee did not arrest him for insubordination or order him before a court-martial. Freeman moderated his views in his later Lee's Lieutenants, a study in command, where he states that Longstreet's attitude was wrong, but his instinct was correct. He should have obeyed orders, but the order should not have been given.
Two things can be true.
Clifford Doughty, a Virginia newspaperman and novelist, he was noted for his severe criticism of Longstreet in the 1950s and 60s. Cool.
In 1974, Michael Shara's novel, The Killer Angels, about the Battle of Gettysburg, was published, based in part on Longstreet's memoirs. Isn't that what they based the Gettysburg movie off of?
Maybe.
The 1993 book was adapted into a film, Gettysburg. Or in 1993. Yeah. Longstreet is depicted very favorably in the both.
He is.
Significantly improving his standing in popular imagination. Historians Thomas Connolly and Barbara Bellow's book, God in General,
Which also became a
Longstreet.
movie.
It also upgraded Longstreet through an attack on Lee, the Lost Cause, and the Virginia Revisionists.
1993, Wirt published a new Longstreet biography, stating that his subject was the finest corps commander in the Army of Northern Virginia. In fact, he was arguably the best corps commander in the conflict on either side.
Probably true.
It's close. Military historian Richard L. DiNardo, he wrote, even Longstreet's most virulent critics have conceded that he put together the best staff employed by any commander, and that his de facto chief of staff, Lieutenant Colonel G. Moxley Sorrell, was the best staff officer in the Confederacy.
Noting Longstreet's delegation of control of the battlefield movements to his staff, DiNardo argues that this allowed him to communicate more effectively during battles.
Yeah.
Praise for Longstreet's political conduct is tempered by the fact that he urged white acceptance of Reconstruction, at least in part so that whites and not blacks would have the preeminent role in rebuilding the South, right? Nevertheless, he has been commended for his willingness to work with the North, support for black voting rights, and bravery in leading a partially black militia to suppress. Yes.
Nice. Good for him.
Good for you, buddy.
Longstreet is remembered in his hometown of Gainesville, Georgia, through the Longstreet Bridge.
Why don't they just name a street Long Street?
Right. A portion of the United States Route 129. It crosses the Chattahoochee River, which is later dammed to form Lake Sidney Lanier, and the Longstreet chapter of the United Daughters of the Confederacy. 1998, one of the last monuments erected at the Gettysburg National Military Park was dedicated to Longstreet. An equestrian statue by sculptor Gary Castile. The monument was funded through a grassroots campaign and is one of the very few Confederate monuments in the park, not paid for by taxpayers in the states of the former Confederacy.
Oh, right. In order to get a Confederate monument, they were like, you fork it over then.
Yep, bitch.
These two monuments are the only two memorials to Longstreet, whereas there was once more statues of Nathan Bedford Forrest in Tennessee than there were of U.S. President Andrew Jackson.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. At least one historian attributes this to Longstreet's defense of the rights of the freedmen and women, whereas Forrest was considered the avenging angel of American white supremacy and the Lost Cause myth. Yeah.
Okay.
He was like leader of the Ku Klux Klan or some shit at one point, I think.
Yeah.
Longstreet's billet, the house in Russellville, Tennessee, that was occupied by Longstreet in the winter of 63-64, it's now called the Longstreet Museum.
Oh, that's nice. Longstreet is a minor character in two novels by Ben Ames Williams, one of his descendants. Oh. House Divided in 1947 and The Unconquered in 1953. He appears as a cadet in Santa Fe Trail in 1940, played by actor Frank Wilcox. Longstreet plays a prominent role in Michael Shara's Pulitzer Prize-winning novel The Killer Angels.
Yep.
Also the film Gettysburg, portrayed by Tom Berenger. He is also featured in Shara's son Jeff Shara's novel Gods and Generals, a prequel to his father's novel, focused on the Eastern Theater before Gettysburg. In the film Gods and Generals 2003, he is portrayed by Bruce Boxleitner in a minor role. In Harry Turtledove's alternate history series Southern Victory, Longstreet served as the fourth president of the Confederate States of America.
All right.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's it. That's Longstreet. Nice little story from him.
Yeah.
Comeback story almost. Well, not really for his reputation, but he did some things after the war, which many people didn't.
Yeah.
So good for him. Yeah, it's a long episode, so we're gonna end it right here. We'll be back next week. Maybe we'll take a look at the Lost Cause or Reconstruction. One of the two.
Something like that.
We'll do something other than a person next week. So, yeah.
Sure.
Either or, we'll be back for more Behind the Battles next week on Battles of the American Civil War. We are the Month of Michiganers.
Bang, bang.
Live from the BDN Studios, it's Bang and Dang.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then
You ain't black.
Hi, here we go, back again. More Behind the Battles of these American Civil Wars. Fresh off the incompetent, I'll just say he was actually pretty competent in his strategy and everything else, but he wasn't competent in his execution.
Right.
He wasn't confident in his execution of his strategy because he was the retreater. Obviously, we're talking about George McClellan, but we're moving on to the other side of the wall, which is appropriate for this guy because we're looking at old Thomas Jackson, a.k.a. Stonewall, who Robert E. Lee's right-hand man. And some say, mainly historians, military historians, regard him as one of the most gifted tactical commanders in United States history.
He was probably the best general in the Civil War.
He also loved to fall asleep with biscuits in his mouth. So
Yes, and not the crackers like the Britons eat. Actual biscuits.
right, biscuits. Yeah, old Stonewall. He played a pivotal role. He was probably the most famous figure of the Civil War up until his death.
The South probably would have had a chance of doing something if he would have survived.
If he would have made it through, they probably would have. Gettysburg might have been different. A whole host of things.
Jeff Stewart wouldn't have died.
Yeah, things probably might have been different here with old Stonewall in the mix.
Sherman wouldn't have done his little march to the sea or anything like that.
Yeah, he could have been one of the best in history. He's still cited, and we'll get to Patton, what we said in, who was it? Was it McClellan's episode or somebody's episode where Patton used to pray to, or it was Robert E. Lee's episode where Patton used to pray to Robert E. Lee and Jackson. We'll hear all about that again coming up. Thomas Jonathan Jackson, who is referred to right now because he doesn't get the name Stonewall until the Civil War. And he's got a whole career of 20 years in the Army before that. Old Jackson was a great-grandson of John Jackson, who born about 1715 to around 1719, lived about 1801. And Elizabeth Cummings, also known as Elizabeth Cummings, two different spellings, and Elizabeth Needles.
Oh.
She lived until about 1828. But old Johnny Boy, he was an Irish Protestant from Coleraine County, Londonderry, Ireland. While living in London, he was convicted of the capital crime of larceny for stealing 170-pound stone, whatever the hell they did back then. The judge at the Old Bailey sentenced him to 7 years penal transportation.
Oh.
So we got a family of thieves, do we? Stonewall.
Elizabeth, a strong, blonde woman, almost 6 feet tall.
Which is also unheard of.
Right, and tall. Born in London.
But I wasn't talking about the blonde. I was talking about
The tallness?
the 6 feet.
Right. The blonde.
Sure, there's many blondes.
She was born in London. Was also convicted of felony larceny in an unrelated case for stealing 19 pieces of silver, jewelry, and fine lace.
Oh, no, and fine lace back in that day, that's like stealing salt.
She received a similar sentence. They both transported on the merchant ship Litchfield, which departed London in May of 1749 with 150 convicts. John and Elizabeth met on board and were in love by the time the ship arrived at Annapolis, Maryland.
Oh, wow, just mingling with different sexes on the ship and everything, huh?
Right, especially with all kinds of diseases and shit going around. Ugh.
There's a word that's not used a lot these days, convict.
Right, convict, yeah.
Nobody says convict no more.
Although they were sent to different locations in Maryland for their bond service, the couple married in July of 1755.
Damn, they got shipped from London to Maryland.
Yeah.
Maryland was the penal colony?
I guess.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Why are we accepting these people?
All right.
Jeez. The family then migrated west across the Blue Ridge Mountains to settle near Moorefield, Virginia, which is now West Virginia.
Okay.
And that happened in 1758. 12 years later, they moved farther west to the Tigert Valley. They began to acquire large parcels of virgin farming land, virgin, near the present-day town of Buckhannon, which included 3,000 acres in Elizabeth's name.
Oh.
Elizabeth!
John
and his 2 teenage sons were early recruits for the Revolutionary War. They fought in the Battle of Kings Mountain, October 7, 1780.
No shit.
John, he finished the war as captain and served as a lieutenant of the Virginia militia after 1787.
All right.
While the men were in the army, Elizabeth converted their home into a haven. She called it Jackson's Fort. Well, they called it Jackson's Fort, whoever they are, for refugees from Indian attacks. So
Nice.
Look at that.
Look at that. Fantastic.
Helping out everybody.
Hell of a time.
Indian attacks in Virginia?
Oh,
I
everywhere.
guess 1700, you know.
Well, John and Elizabeth had 8 children. Their second son, Edward Jackson, born in 1759. And Edward's third son was Jonathan Jackson, Stonewall's daddy. Johnson's mother died April 17, 1796. 3 years later, October 13, 1799, his father married Elizabeth Weatherholt. He just loved that name, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth. That's a different guy, but...
Then they had 9 more children.
Jeez. Well...
Dude, he had 15 children. Holy shit.
No, that's the son.
Huh?
This is the son
The son of who?
of a John. John and Elizabeth had 8 children. Their second son was Edward, and Edward's third son was Jonathan, Thomas's father. Jonathan.
Right. They're still talking about John.
Jonathan's mother died 3 years later. October,
Right.
his father married Elizabeth, and they had 9 more children. Oh, jeez.
They had 15 kids.
Good Lord. Oh,
my.
How many of those? How many of those survived?
Probably like 6.
Well, there's his ancestry. Meanwhile, the guy we're talking about here in this episode, Stonewall Thomas, he was born in the town of Clarksburg, Harrison County, Virginia, January 21st, 1824.
All right. Raining again.
Oh, is that rain? He was the third child of Julia Beckwith Jackson. She lived from 1798 to 1831. Oh. And Jonathan Jackson, 1790 to 1826. Damn, he lost both of his parents.
Quick.
His daddy was an attorney. Both of Jackson's parents were natives of Virginia. The family already had 2 young children and were living in Clarksburg, in what is now West Virginia, like we said, when Thomas was born. He was named for his maternal grandfather, clearly. There is some dispute, though, about the actual location of Jackson's birth, though.
Okay. A historical marker on the flood wall in Parkersburg, West Virginia. This marker claims that he was born in a cabin near this very spot when his mother was visiting her parents who lived there, obviously. There are writings which indicate that in Jackson's early childhood, he was called the Real Macaroni. Though the origin of the nickname and whether it really existed, it's very unclear.
I don't know what that has to do with disputing on his birthplace, but
Thomas's sister, Elizabeth, she was 6 years old when she died of typhoid fever.
and damn typhoid, man. Typhoid Mary.
On the 6th of March in 1826. Oh, shit. 3 6s. Damn. With 2-year-old Thomas at her bedside. Oh, why'd you let little 2-year-old see that? His daddy also died of typhoid fever on March 26th. Damn. Just 20 days later. Nope. A year and 20 days later. 1827, March 26th. After nursing his daughter. So
Caught it from her.
And he lived a little bit longer.
Wow.
Why would they let the little 2-year-old Thomas sit next to
Right, next to a typhoid. Jeez. Well, Jackson's mother gave birth to his sister Laura Ann the day after Jackson's father died. Julia Jackson thus was widowed at 28 and was left with much debt and 3 young children, including the newborn just born.
Damn. Right.
She sold the family's possessions to pay the debts. She then declined family charity and moved into a small rented one-room house. Look at you. All my ladies independent, rent a one-room house. She then took in sewing and opened a private school to support herself and her 3 young children for about 4 years.
Fantastic.
Until
In 1830, Julia Neal Jackson remarried, said, you know what? We need some help. We need a man's help. Against the wishes of her friends.
this is a man's world.
Right. She did that against the wishes of her friends.
Like you can't forsake your husband
Right.
like that.
Right. Her new husband, Captain Blake B. Whitson. He was also an attorney. And he did not like the stepchildren.
Well, there you go.
He did not like
Probably why the friends didn't want him to.
Right. He's like, he's a piece of shit.
But he's got money.
Right. Warren, Julia's eldest son, moved to live with his uncle, Alfred Neal, near Parkersburg. And at the age of 16, he was hired to teach in Upshur County.
Teaching at age 16. I mean, that's like, back in those days, it's like 30 something.
Right. Julia moved to Fayette County with their other 2 children, Thomas and Laura.
Yes.
She remained in such poor health and caring for the children was such a strain on her strength that she agreed to let their grandmother Jackson take them to her home in Lewis County, about 4 miles north of Weston, where she lived with their unmarried daughters and sons.
That would be Stonewall's daddy's mama.
Right.
One of these sons was sent to Fayette County to care for the children by the grandmother. When he arrived and the purpose of his visit was revealed, there was quite a commotion among the children. They were very reluctant to leave their mother.
Oh.
Thomas, now 6 years old, slipped away to the nearby woods where he hid, only returning to the house at night. About a day or two of convincing and numerous bribes, the uncle finally persuaded the children to make the trip. Obviously, it took several days back in those days with the help of their mother.
Right. Wow. When they arrived at their destination, they became the pets of an indulgent grandmother.
Oh, no, a grand smother.
2 maiden aunts and several bachelor uncles. Oh, a bunch of drunks. Dude. All of whom were known for their great kindness of heart and strong family attachment. Oh, those are just good old boys, man.
You guys.
Yeah, they helped out on the farm and nice. Good for them, man. It's like the Hatfield McCoys.
I don't know about that, but
Thomas and Laura were indulged in every way and to an extent well calculated to spoil them.
they got spoiled.
In August of 1835, Thomas and Laura's grandmother dead.
Oh.
Right, the very following year, after giving birth to Thomas's half brother William, she's still having some kids.
Look, apparently,
Holy shit!
man's got to get his rocks off.
Stonewall's half brother William Wirt Woodson, Julia, died of complications from birth, leaving her 3 older children orphaned. Julia was buried in an unmarked grave. That's bullshit. In a homemade coffin in Westlake Cemetery along James River and the Kanawha Turnpike in Fayette County, within the corporate limits of present-day Ansted, West Virginia.
Couldn't even give her a proper burial. Man, that's bullshit. Well, while all this is happening, old Stonewall and his sister Laura, they were sent to live with their uncle, Cummins Jackson, who owned a grist mill in Jackson's Mill.
Cool.
Which is near present-day Weston in Lewis County.
Okay.
Their older brother, Warren, he went to live with other relatives on his mother's side of the family. But he later died of tuberculosis in 1841 at the age of 20.
Oh, wow.
Thomas and Laura Ann returned from Jackson's Mill in November 1831 to be at their dying mother's bedside, though.
Jeez, I seen a lot of death.
Yeah.
It's like the freaking Lincolns.
I mean, everybody in this time.
Right. They spent 4 years together at the mill before being separated. Laura Ann sent to live with the mother's family. Thomas, he was to live with his Aunt Polly, his father's sister, and her husband, Isaac Brake. They lived on a farm 4 miles from Clarksburg. Thomas was treated by Brake as an outsider, having suffered verbal abuse for over a year. He said, "I'm out." He ran away. When his cousin in Clarksburg urged him to return to Aunt Polly's house, he said, "Maybe I ought to, ma'am, but I'm not going to."
He said, no. He then walked 18 miles through mountain wilderness to Jackson's Mill, where he was welcomed by his uncles, and he remained there for the following 7 years.
Why would you want to leave such a loving family?
Right. I know, right.
There's fucking 15 of those bastards there.
Although they loved him, old Cummins Jackson, he was strict with Thomas, who looked up to Cummins as a school teacher. Jackson helped around the farm, tending sheep with the assistance of a sheepdog, driving teams of oxen, and helping harvest wheat and corn.
Fantastic.
Formal education, though, was not easily obtained, but he attended school when and where he could. Much of Jackson's education, he was self-taught. Self-taught, no lessons.
Ooh. He once made a deal.
With the devil.
Yes. With one of his uncle's slaves to provide him with pine knots in exchange for reading lessons. Thomas would stay up all night reading borrowed books by the light of those burning pine knots.
Yeah, so you didn't have candles, so they had to use those they were candles.
Fantastic. Virginia law forbade teaching a slave, free black or mulatto,
Which means white
to
and
read
black.
or write. Nevertheless, Jackson secretly taught this slave, as he had promised he would do. He's a man of his word. Once literate, that slave, he fled to Canada via the Underground Railroad. In his later years at Jackson's Mill, Thomas served as a school teacher.
Good for him. Well, let's take a look before we get into the rest of his upbringing. His family, they might have loved each other, but some stuff was going on during the Civil War. We all know it's been portrayed as brother against brother, but in the case of Jackson family, it was brother against sister. Lord Jackson Arnold was close to her brother Thomas until the Civil War period. As the war loomed, she became a staunch Unionist in a somewhat divided Harrison County.
Wow.
She was so strident in her beliefs that she expressed mixed feelings upon hearing of Thomas's death. She really didn't even care.
Wow.
One Union officer said that she seemed depressed at hearing the news, but her Unionism was stronger than her family bond, said it's for the good of the people. In a letter, he wrote that Laura had said that she would rather know that he was dead than to have him a leader in the rebel army.
Ooh.
Her Union sentiment also estranged her later in life from her husband, Jonathan Arnold, as well.
Wow. I mean, good for her, man. Standing up for your beliefs.
I guess. So that's his family, his sisters, anyways, his siblings.
His only sister that was close. Him and her have been through hell.
Right. Literally. Now, this is where Stonewall is going to make his bones.
Stonewall Jackson was appointed to the United States Military Academy, summer of 1842, at the age of 18.
Of course.
After Cadet Gibson Butcher resigned after 1 day of service.
Said we got a spot open.
Here you go, boy. After petitioning Congressman Samuel Hayes to appoint Jackson as an emergency replacement for Butcher, Jackson reported for duty on the 18th of June, 1842. Because of his inadequate schooling, he had difficulty with the entrance examinations and began his studies at the bottom of his class.
I mean, what are you going to do, man?
Displaying a dog determination. He was a dog. That boy got that dog in him. Displaying a dog determination that was characterized his life, he became one of the hottest working cadets in the academy. And he moved steadily up the academic rankings so fast, so quick. No one's ever seen it before. Considered simply as a plebe during his first semester at West Point, old Thomas Jackson finished his term in January of 1843 and was appointed a cadet 4th class on February 20th, 1843. Look at that guy. Jackson's 1842-1843 4th class year ended on a high note with the visit of Winfield Scott to West Point in June 1843. Look at that. Old Winfield Scott himself.
Well, the next month, Jackson.
The hero.
Well, the next month, Jackson assumed his duty as a 3rd class cadet and finished his sophomore year without incident in the spring of 1844. Now 20 years old, he was then appointed a 2nd class cadet and granted his first ever summer vacation from West Point.
Oh, damn. They let a 20-year-old boy out on summer, huh?
All right, you remember, I mean, everybody we covered so far went to West Point, but one of them said that the first 2 years they weren't allowed to leave.
Right.
So, yeah, now he's 20. going on his first ever summer vacation, and he returned from that vacation August 28th, 1844. For the next school year, he was appointed a cadet sergeant, the only leadership position he would hold in the Corps. When his junior year ended in the spring of 1845, Jackson was advanced to cadet first class, but not granted a senior leadership position.
He was thus referred to as a cadet high private. Jackson graduated 17th out of... Oh, wow.
Hey, dude, after starting at the very bottom of his class when he first came in, you can't hate on that.
17th out of 59 in class of 1846. The academy at the time had no graduation ceremonies or formal presentation of diplomas. Why? With Jackson departing on July 1st, 1846 as a brevet second lieutenant, General Daniel Harvey Hill later remembered that Jackson's peers at West Point had said of Jackson, if the course had been 1 year longer, he would have graduated at the head of his class.
Well, guess what? It wasn't, and he graduated 17th.
Right, when he did that in 4 years.
Your regular time.
Pretty damn good. Yeah, but from
59 to 17, I mean, it's not bad, right? Can't hate him. Well, then obviously, just like all the rest of the generals we covered so far, guess what's next?
Ooh.
The old Mexican War. Like we said, he graduated West Point, and then that same year that he graduated, the Mexican-American War began.
Well, I'm sure it did. Of course it did.
The commander of this army at this time, Winfield Scott, he made it clear in his early campaign planning that he wanted leadership of his invasion army to comprise regular army officers with a minimal use of militia.
Right, you don't want militia.
Scott said these guys are undertrained.
Right.
Jackson was issued official military orders July 22nd, 1846.
Oh, man.
Which assigned him to Company K of the 1st U.S. Artillery, which was presently headquartered at Fort Columbus in Nyack.
2 weeks later, Jackson arrived at Fort Columbus. He found that his company had already deployed to Mexico.
Wow, communication errors.
Wow. Jackson's new commanding officer, Francis Taylor, had remained behind. He then detailed the young second lieutenant to recruit in duty to collect new recruits and horses for a future deployment to Texas. He's like, oh, don't worry about it. You ain't getting out of this.
Why is the commanding officer of these guys that are already on their way to Mexico still in New York?
Right.
All
Jackson,
right.
He was deployed on August 19th. And it took until October 5th for himself and the new members of Company K to even reach Camargo in Mexico.
Well, by November 24th, the entire Company K had assembled in Monterey. November 29th, the first official combat campaign began, in which Jackson was a participant.
All right.
This was the attack against Saltillo, although by the time the American forces arrived, the town was found to be deserted.
I mean, come on, it takes 17 months.
All right.
Jeez.
1847 brought hopes of an amphibious campaign.
Oh.
And by March 5th, Company K had been relocated off the shores of Veracruz. Here, this is where Jackson's true war record begins, as he participated in the siege of Veracruz, followed by combat at the Battle of Cerro Gordo. April 1847, he was informed that his brevet rank of second lieutenant was now being made permanent in the United States Army.
Look at this guy. Good for you, man. Good for you, bud.
Good for you, buddy.
Jackson, he was transferred to Company G of the 1st Artillery.
EMG.
But Captain Taylor delayed the actual move until May of 1847.
Okay.
Jackson then assumed duties under Captain John H. Winder, with the American forces next ordered to move against Perot, Veracruz. Jackson's new company, however, was ordered to a garrison duty in the town of Zalpa. Well, that's pretty bullshit. So, like, what the hell?
Zalapa.
There, Jackson would remain until June 18th, 1847, when Company G was ordered forward into action, finally. But although in reality, this entailed simply further garrison duty in the city of Puebla.
Hey, man. You gotta crawl before you walk.
You're still alive, bud.
All right. July 13th, Jackson again transferred, this time to Company I of the 1st Artillery, with the unit ordered into action August 7th.
All right.
The Battle of Contreras followed, accompanied by an assault on Molino del Rey. Jackson's combat participation then continued in the Battle of Chapultepec, with a culmination in September 1847, when Jackson participated in the Battle for Mexico City.
Uh-oh.
August 20th, 1847, he then been promoted to first lieutenant with recommendations made for brevet promotions to both captain and major. This dude's making a name for himself, isn't he? Look at him.
Fantastic. During the Battle of Chapultepec on 13th of September, 1847, he refused what he felt was a bad order to withdraw his troops. He's like, no. Confronted by his supervisor, he explained his rationale, claiming withdrawal was more hazardous than continuing his overmatched artillery duel. His judgment proved correct, and the relieving brigade was able to exploit the advantage Jackson had broached.
Look at that.
In contrast to this display of strength of character, he obeyed what he also felt was a bad order when he raked a civilian throng with artillery fire after the Mexican authorities.
That's how they say it in Mexico. We're Mexican authorities.
After the Mexican authorities failed to surrender Mexico City at the hour demanded by the United States forces.
Oh, so they were like, if not, then you
This
bombard the
bombard-
city. It doesn't
right.
matter who's there.
The former episode and the later aggressive action against the retreating Mexican army earned him field promotion to the brevet rank of major.
You, Major Jackson.
Oh, man.
Well, he had also been made the acting company commander of Company I, but was replaced by William French, December 4th, 1847.
You bastards.
A little more than a month later, January 19th, Jackson transferred back to his original company, Company K, and served as a company officer until the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo, which happened in March. July 5th, Company K then ordered to depart to Mexico, and by July 20th, the unit was in New Orleans.
Oh, back home.
Throwing beads.
Yeah, first Lieutenant Jackson's activities immediately following the Mexican War consisted mainly of administrative tasks, accompanied by some free time in which Jackson engaged in some furloughs, both to Virginia and Niagara Falls.
All right. Must have been a treat to see a Niagara Falls. Well, back then especially.
Oh, great. Between the summer
'Cause you don't even know what it looks like. Like, we can look at pictures and be like, I don't never have to visit there, but this guy
I'm
just
sure
heard
he's
of
seen
things.
drawings and shit.
Maybe.
Between the summer of 1848 and the start of 1849, Jackson was detailed to various forts, including Fort Columbus, Fort Hamilton, as well as a detail to serve on a court-martial at Carlisle Barracks in Pennsylvania. With his primary posting at Fort Hamilton, Jackson performed duties as acting company commander, post adjutant, as well as the company quartermaster.
By February of 1849, Jackson had heard nothing about his brevet promotions from the Mexican War, and he was still merely a first lieutenant. News came in the last days of February that Jackson had been indeed promoted to brevet captain with a date of rank from August 20th, 1847.
Nice.
To get back pay?
Yeah.
Just 2 days later, Jackson learned of his promotion to brevet major with a date rank of September 13th, 1847.
Dang. These bastards almost a year later.
Oh. As a brevet major, Jackson...
2 years later. Holy
Right.
shit.
As brevet major, Jackson next looked forward to what future assignments the United States Army had to offer. Well, this path led Jackson to the state of Florida, where at this time events would transpire to eventually persuade Jackson to resign from the U.S. Army.
Ooh, what
This
kinda-
is way before the Civil War, though.
Right. What happened? He didn't like the way they were treating the Seminoles.
Actually, it had something to do with the Seminoles, yes.
We're about to find out. Take a look at his time in Florida and his resignation. Following the Mexican War, Jackson was assigned to a garrison post in Florida. He quickly became enemies with his commanding officer, Major William H. French. He filed numerous complaints with the regional commander, Major General David Twiggs. Jackson's army career thereafter took a sharp downward turn. He resigned from the military in 1851 in order to pursue a career as a military instructor at the Virginia Military Institute.
The old VMI.
In many ways, Jackson is in fact behaved as if he had never left the Army while at VMI, as he routinely wore a uniform and was addressed by faculty and students as Major Jackson. I mean, why wouldn't you?
I mean, you're still in a military institute, but
Right.
I don't even know how he got in there if he left the Army.
Right.
After he went to the VMI, he became professor of natural and experimental philosophy, or physics, and an instructor of artillery. Jackson, he was disliked as a teacher, though, with his students nicknaming him Tom Fool, believing that Jackson could never be anything more than a martinet colonel, half soldier and half preacher. So, yeah, he does more preaching than he does fighting.
All right.
He memorized his lectures and then recited them to the class.
Which is perfect.
Students who came to ask for help were given the same explanation as before. If a student asked for help a second time, Jackson simply repeated the explanation slower and more deliberately, like they're like talking to. I get it.
While an instructor at VMI in 1853, Jackson married Eleanor Junkin. Like, he called her Ellie, my Ellie. Her daddy, George Junkin, was president of the Washington College, later named Washington Lee University.
Oh, look at all the connections.
Wow. And an addition was built onto the president's residence for the Jacksons to live. Oh,
Damn, they built the whole.
right.
I mean, she was the daughter.
Right. There's a little baby girl. Little sweetheart. And when Robert E. Lee became president of Washington College, he lived in that very same house.
How nice.
Now known as, you guessed it, the Lee Jackson House.
Things aren't looking good for. Don't love anybody, Stonewall, because it's not going to work out for you.
Well, Eleanor gave birth to a stillborn son on the 22nd of October, 1854. experiencing a hemorrhage an hour later, she also died.
Damn. After a tour of Europe, Jackson married again, 1857. Mary Anna Morrison. That's who he married. She was from North Carolina, where her father was the first president of Davidson College. Her sister Isabella was married to Daniel Harvey Hill. He is a Confederate general who commanded, D.H. Hill, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Mary, she had a daughter named Mary Graham, April 30th, 1858, but the baby died less than a month later.
Are you serious?
Another daughter, born in 1862, shortly before Jackson's death, they named her Julia Laura, after his mother and sister.
Oh, even though his sister hates him?
Right.
Well, not yet.
Well, it's 1862, I would imagine.
Yeah, right. Yep. Yeah, she hates him.
Jackson, he then purchased the only house he ever owned while in Lexington. Built in 1801, the brick townhouse at 8 East Washington Street. Purchased by the Jackson family in 1859. He lived in it for 2 years before being called to serve in the Confederacy. And guess what? He never again returned home.
In November of 1859, at the request of the governor of Virginia, Major William Gillum led a contingent of VMI cadet corps to Charleston to provide an additional military presence at the hanging of militant abolitionist John Brown on the 2nd of December, following his raid on the federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry on the 16th of October. Major Jackson, he was placed in command of the artillery, consisting of 2 howitzers, manned by 21 cadets.
Hey, look at that. So Lee went there.
Fantastic.
Stonewall went there. All right, and as a little prelude to his Civil War time, we're going to take a look at his views on slavery before we get to the war. He was not known to the white inhabitants of Lexington, instead mostly being known by many of the African Americans in town, who were both slaves and free black. In 1855, he organized Sunday school classes for blacks at the Presbyterian Church. His second wife, Mary, she taught with Jackson, as he preferred that my labor should be given to the colored children, believing that it was more important and useful to put the strong hand of the gospel under the ignorant African race to lift them up. I mean, you got good intentions, but when you talk like that...
The pastor, Dr. William Spotswood White, described the relationship between Jackson and the Sunday afternoon students. He said, in their religious instruction, he succeeded wonderfully. His discipline was systematic and firm, but very kind. His servants reverenced and loved him, as they would have done a brother or father. He was emphatically the black man's friend. He addressed his students by name, and they referred to him as Mars Major.
Mars is affectionate as... They referred to Lee as a Mars,
Right.
his soldiers did, too.
Right.
Jackson, he owned 6 slaves in the late 1850s, though. 3 were named Hetty, Cyrus, and George, who were a mother and 2 teenage sons. They were received as part of the dowry at his marriage to Mary Anna Jackson. I mean, instead of an envelope of money, you get 3 slaves. Another slave, Albert, requested that Jackson purchase him and allow him to work for his freedom. He was employed as a waiter in one of the Lexington hotels, and Jackson rented him to VMI. Amy also requested that Jackson purchase her from a public slave auction, and she served the family as a cook and housekeeper. So he must be a pretty good guy if people are like, hey, buy me.
Right. The 6th, which was Emma, was a 4-year-old orphan with a learning disability, accepted by Jackson from an aged widow and presented to his second wife, Mariana, as a welcome home gift. What the fuck?
Let's imagine, dude, instead of like flowers or a new frying pan, there's a fucking 4-year-old. Jeez.
Wow.
Life was different.
Needs a little work, but you can get her up and going.
We're short up.
Short up. Wow.
That's crazy.
After Stonewall was shot at Chancellorsville, a slave named Jim Lewis had stayed with Jackson in the small house as he lay dying. Mariana Jackson, 1895 memoir. She said, our servants, without the firm guidance and restraint of their master, the excitement of the times proved so demoralizing to them that he deemed it best for me to provide them with good homes among the permanent residents.
Historian James Robertson wrote that about Jackson's view on slavery. He says Jackson neither apologized for nor spoke in favor of the practice of slavery.
Right.
He probably opposed the institution. Well, you don't know that. Yet in his mind, the Creator had sanctioned slavery, and man had no more right to challenge his existence. The good Christian slaveholder was one who treated his servants fairly and humanely at all times. April 1861, after Virginia seceded and the war broke out,
Jackson, he was then ordered by the governor of Virginia to report with the VMI Cadet Corps to Richmond and await further orders. Upon arrival, Jackson was appointed a major of engineers in the Provisional Army of Virginia, which was a short-lived farce and a force, commanded by Robert E. Lee, prior to Virginia fully augmenting into the Confederacy. After Jackson protested such a low rank, the Virginia governor appointed him colonel of the Virginia Infantry, which in May 1861 was augmented to the colonel in the Confederate Army.
Jackson then became a drill master for some of the many new recruits in the Confederate Army. 27th April 1861, Virginia Governor John Lecker ordered Colonel Jackson to take command at Harper's Ferry, where he would assemble and command the unit, which later gained fame as the Stonewall Brigade, consisting of the 2nd, 4th, 5th, 27th, and 33rd Virginia Infantry. These units were from the Shenandoah Valley region of Virginia, where Jackson located his headquarters throughout the first 2 years of the war.
Well, throughout his only time in the war.
Right, as well as counties in western Virginia as well. Oh,
Well, Jackson became known for his relentless drilling of his troops. He believed discipline was vital to success on the battlefield. Following his raids on the B&O Railroad May 24th, he was promoted to brigadier general on June 17th, 1861. He then continued to wear a blue Union Army uniform up to this point, having only access to his old VMI major's jacket, and would not be issued with the gray Confederate uniform until 1862. So this dude wore blue the whole time.
let's take a look at the first battle of Bull Run, which got the old Confederates yippity thinking they're going to win the war. They're like, oh, this is easy. Jackson rose to prominence and earned his most famous nickname at the first Battle of Bull Run, and the North called it the First Manassas. No,
the South.
South called it Manassas, North called it Bull Run. That happened on 21st of July in 1861. As the old Rebs began to crumble under heavy Union assault, Jackson's brigade provided crucial reinforcements on Henry House Hill, which we did.
The Battle of Bull Run, yes, we did.
Demonstrating the discipline he instilled in his men. While under heavy fire for several continuous hours, Jackson received a wound, breaking the middle finger out of his left hand, about midway between the hand and knuckle.
Oh, that's a shitty-ass place to break.
You ain't kidding.
That's like breaking your femur on your leg.
The bullet passed on the side next to the index finger. Oh, shit.
Him?
He could have took his whole freaking fingers off.
Well, it's a prelude to because he's going to lose his arm soon.
Right.
So. The troops of South Carolina, commanded by General Barnard Elliott B. Jr., they had been overwhelmed, and he rode up to Jackson in despair, exclaiming, "They are beating us back." "Then," said Jackson, "we will give them the bayonet."
Oh.
As he rode back to his command, B exhorted his own troops to reform by shouting, "There's Jackson standing like a stone wall. Let us determine to die here, and we will conquer. Rally behind the Virginians." There is some controversy over B's statement and intent, which could not be clarified because he was killed almost immediately after speaking, and none of his subordinate officers wrote reports of the battle.
Major Burnett Rhett, chief of staff to General Joseph Johnston, claimed that B was angry at Jackson's failure to come immediately to the relief of B's and Francis Bartow's brigades while they were under heavy pressure.
Hence, standing like a stone wall, doing nothing.
Right. Those who subscribed to his opinion believed that B's statement was meant to be a pejorative. Look at Jackson, standing there like a stone wall.
Not doing shit.
Regardless,
trying shit, won't work.
Regardless of the controversy and the delay in relieving B, Jackson's brigade, which would thenceforth be known as the Stonewall Brigade, stopped the old Union assault and suffered more casualties than any other Southern brigade that day. Old Stonewall has since been generally known as Stonewall Jackson. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah. During that battle, Jackson displayed a gesture common to him and held his left arm skyward with the palm facing forward, interpreted by his soldiers variously as an eccentricity or an entreaty to God for success in combat. You know, like the televangelists do.
Crazy.
His hand was struck by a bullet or a piece of shrapnel, and he suffered, he then refused medical advice to have the finger amputated. After the battle, Jackson promoted to Major General October 7, 1861, and given command of the whole Valley District with headquarters in Winchester.
Take a look at the old Valley Campaign. Spring of 1862. Union Major General George McClellan's Army of the Potomac approached Richmond from the southeast in the Peninsula Campaign. Major General Irvin McDowell's large corps was poised to hit Richmond from the north. Major General Nathaniel Banks, his army threatened the Shenandoah Valley. Well, Stonewall, he was ordered by Richmond to operate in the valley to defeat Banks' threat and to prevent McDowell's troops from reinforcing McClellan. That's quite a feat there. Jackson possessed the attributes to succeed against his poorly coordinated and sometimes timid opponents. A combination of great audacity, excellent knowledge, and shrewd use of the terrain, and an uncommon ability to inspire his troops to great feats of marching and fighting.
Well, the campaign started with a tactical defeat at Kernstown, March 23rd, 1862. That was when faulty intelligence led him to believe he was attacking a small detachment. Oh, I didn't know him and McClellan hung out.
Oh, right.
Well, except for he thinks he's doing a big detachment. But it became a strategic victory for the Confederacy because his aggressiveness suggested he possessed a much larger force, convincing he owed Abe to keep Banks' troop in the valley and McDowell's 30,000-man corps near Fredericksburg. That subtracted about 50,000 soldiers from McClellan's invasion force. Well, as it transpired, it was Jackson's only defeat in the valley ever. Yeah, he should have been nicknamed Shenandoah Jackson or something, because that dude owned that damn thing.
Did. By adding Major General Richard Ewell's large division and Major General Edward Johnson, they call him Allegheny, his small division, Jackson increased his army to 17,000 men. He was still significantly outnumbered, but attacked portions of his divided enemy individually at McDowell, defeating both Brigadier Generals Robert Milroy and Robert Schenck. He defeated Banks at Front Royal and Winchester, ejecting him from that valley. Lincoln, he decided that the defeat of Jackson was an immediate priority, though Jackson's orders were solely to keep Union forces occupied and away from Richmond. He ordered Irvin McDowell to send 20,000 men to Front Royal and Major General John Fremont to move to Harrisonburg. Lincoln's like, let's get the shit done, boys.
Well, his logic is that both forces could converge at Strasburg. Jackson's only escape route up the valley would be cut. After a series of maneuvers, Jackson defeated Fremont's command at Cross Keys and Brigadier General James Shields at Port Republic on 8th and 9th of June. Union forces then withdrawn from the valley.
Wow.
It was a classic military campaign of surprise and maneuver.
Right.
Jackson pressed his army to travel 646 miles in 48 days of marching.
Damn.
And he won 5 significant victories with just a force of 17,000 against at least 60,000 Union. Sam Hill. Stonewall Jackson's reputation for moving his troops so rapidly, earned them the oxymoronic nickname Foot Cavalry.
Oh.
Right. They're moving as if they're on horseback.
Right.
He became the most celebrated soldier in the Confederacy until he obviously eclipsed by Lee, only because he died.
Right.
And he lifted the morale of the Southern public.
Damn right he did. Let's take a look at the old Peninsula Campaign. McClellan Peninsula Campaign toward Richmond stalled at the Battle of Seven Pines on the 31st of May and 1st of June. After the Valley Campaign ended in mid-June, Jackson and his troops, they were called to join old Robert E. Lee's Army of Northern Virginia.
And that's exactly why Lincoln said Stonewall is a priority.
Yeah. By using a railroad tunnel under the Blue Ridge Mountains and then transporting troops to Hanover County on the Virginia Central Railroad, Stonewall and his forces made a surprise appearance in front of McClellan and Mechanicsville. McClellan's like, holy shit!
That's a bold move, because imagine if they found out you were in the tunnel and you got no way out. Wow. Well, reports had last placed Jackson's forces in the Shenandoah Valley, so they're not even thinking about it anyway. Their presence near Richmond added greatly to the Union commander's overestimation of the strength and numbers of the forces before him. This proved a crucial factor in McClellan's decision to reestablish his base at a point many miles downstream from Richmond on the James River. That happened at Harrison's Landing, and essentially a retreat that ended the Peninsula Campaign and prolonged the war almost 3 more years. Because if you listened to our McClellan episode last week,
the war should have been over with.
You would have known that he had plenty of chances to end.
The war would
at least Lee's army.
Right. Or would have been done with in the summer of 1862.
Should have been.
We wouldn't even had to mess with Gettysburg or Vicksburg or anything like that. Jackson's troops served well under Lee in the series of battles known as the 7 Days Battles. But Jackson's own performance in those battles is generally considered to be poor.
Yeah, didn't he fall asleep and with a biscuit in his mouth? Right. And that's that whole episode.
He arrived late at Mechanicsville, inexplicably ordered his men to settle down for the night within clear earshot of the battle. Oh, wow. He was late at Savage's Station. At White Oak Swamp, he failed to employ fording places to cross White Oak Swamp Creek, attempting for hours to rebuild a bridge instead, which limited his involvement to an ineffectual artillery duel and they missed the opportunity to intervene decisively at the Battle of Glendale, which was raging nearby.
He's very nonchalant about things.
Right. It's just, we'll get there when we do.
Right. At Malvern Hill, Jackson participated in the futile, piecemeal frontal assaults against entrenched Union infantry and mass artillery, and he suffered heavy casualties. But this was a problem for all of Lee's army in that ill-considered battle. Yeah, I think we just put out...
Melbourne, yeah, not too long ago.
Well, we did that. It was a while back, obviously, but I just put out a clip of just that battle on YouTube a couple weeks ago. Maybe like a week ago, but it's like a disaster for the
Disaster.
I mean, it was a disaster for the Union.
Both.
Yeah, a wasted opportunity for the Union because they should have destroyed the Confederates right here. This is where it should have been over with. But
Right.
Malvern Hill, dude. The reasons for Jackson's sluggish and poorly coordinated actions during the day's battles are disputed. Although a severe lack of sleep after the grueling march and railroad trip from the Shenandoah Valley was probably a significant factor.
I'll say.
Both Jackson and his troops were completely exhausted. An explanation for this and other lapses by Jackson was tersely offered by his colleague and brother-in-law, General Daniel Harvey Hill. He says, Jackson's genius never shone when he was under the command of another. So he was whatever, they got it, they're in command.
Right.
That's pretty shitty, actually.
All right. Take a look at this Battle of Second Bull Run, and then moving on to Fredericksburg after that. Military reputations of Lee's corps commanders are often characterized as Stonewall Jackson, representing the audacious offensive component of Lee's army, whereas his counterpart, James Longstreet, more typically advocated and executed defensive strategies and tactics. Jackson has been described as the Army's hammer, and Longstreet as its anvil. Nice. In the Northern Virginia campaign, 1862 of August, the stereotype did not hold true. Longstreet commanded the right wing, which has later become known as the First Corps, and Jackson commanded the left wing.
Jackson started the campaign under Lee's orders with a sweeping flanking maneuver that placed his troops into the rear of the Union Major General John Pope's Army of Virginia. Well, the Hotchkiss Journal, which are a collection of Civil War journals, diaries, and personal accounts, it shows that Jackson most likely originally conceived this movement. In the journal entries for March 4th and 6th, 1863, General Stuart tells Hotchkiss that Jackson was entitled to all the credit for the movement, and that Lee thought the proposed movement was very hazardous and reluctantly consented to the movement.
Right. At Manassas Junction, Jackson was able to capture all the supplies of the Union Army depot. Then he had his troops destroy all of it, for it was the main depot for the Union Army. Jackson then retreated, and then took up a defense position, and effectively invited Pope to assault him. He's like, come on, let's go. On August 28th, 29th, the start of the Second Battle of Bull Run happened. Pope from the Union launched repeated assaults against Jackson as Longstreet and the remainder of the army marched north to reach the battlefield.
Yeah, well, Jackson's on the defensive now. August 30th, Pope came to believe that Jackson was starting to retreat. Longstreet took advantage of this, and he launched a massive assault on the Union Army's left.
Damn.
And he had over 25,000 men to do that. Although the Union troops put up a furious defense, Pope's army was forced to retreat in a manner similar, almost exactly what they suffered at the first Bull Run.
Right, yeah, that's pretty much.
Which was fought on roughly the same battleground as well. When Lee decided to invade the North in the Maryland campaign, Jackson, he took Harper's Ferry, then hastened to join the rest of the army at Sharpsburg, Maryland, where they fought McClellan in the old bloody Battle of Antietam.
Sharpsburg. Antietam was primarily a defensive battle against superior odds, although McClellan failed to exploit his advantage once again.
What, are we doing a McClellan episode? Because it feels all too familiar.
McClellan, we should attack. Are you kidding? They have 150,000 men over there.
Sources say they got 1.8 million waiting in the brushes.
Holy shit.
Guy.
Jackson's men bore the brunt of the initial attacks on the northern end of the battlefield, and at the end of the day, successfully resisted a breakthrough on the southern end when Jackson's subordinate, Major General A.P. Hill, arrived at the last minute from Harper's Ferry. The old Rebs held their position, but the battle was extremely bloody for both sides. And Lee, he's like, we're done. I'm gonna withdraw my army of Northern Virginia. I'm going to go back across the Potomac, and I'm going to end this invasion right now.
Yeah.
Technically a stalemate, but technically a Union victory, technically a Confederate victory. So it could have been all three.
Well, it's definitely more important for the Union.
Right.
October 10th, Jackson, he's promoted to lieutenant general, being ranked just behind Lee and Longstreet, and his command was redesignated the Second Corps.
He was never going to pass Longstreet. That's Lee's buddy.
Well,
That's Lee's little buddy.
not the way Lee reacted after Jackson died.
Right.
So what if Jackson? Well, we'll get to it. Before the armies camped for the winter, Jackson's Second Corps held off a strong Union assault against the right flank of the Confederate line at the Battle of Fredericksburg, in what became a Confederate victory. Just before the battle, Jackson was delighted to receive a letter about the birth of his daughter, Julia Laura Jackson, November 23rd.
Never got to see
And he will never see her.
Never got to see his little daughter. Also before the battle, Major General Jib Stewart of his little cavalry guys running around. Lee's dashing and well-dressed.
Lee, where are you?
This is General Lee's dashing and well-dressed cavalry commander. He presented to Jackson a fine general's frock coat that he had ordered from one of the best traders, best traders in town, one of the best tailors in Richmond.
Oh, nice. A little jab.
Jackson's previous coat was threadbare, colorless from exposure to the elements. Its buttons removed by admiring ladies.
Yeah, marching to town, there's pulling shit off of them.
Jackson asked his staff to thank Stewart, saying that although the coat was too handsome for him, he would cherish it as a souvenir.
But Tony, what about the jacket?
Right.
Where's the jacket, Tony?
He ain't gonna wear the damn thing. His staff insisted that he'd wear it to dinner, which caused scores of soldiers to rush to see him in an uncharacteristic
Oh, he
garb.
probably felt like such a
You
moron,
kidding.
dude.
Jackson was so embarrassed with the attention that he did not wear the new uniform for months.
At least throw it in some dirt and roll around and get it dirty or something. Shit.
He's like, what the hell is this?
Well, unfortunately, all good stories must come to an end, because this leads us to Chancellorsville,
Son of a bitch.
which the Army of Northern Virginia faced a serious threat by the Army of the Potomac, led by its new commanding general, Major General Joseph Hooker.
Yeah, Hooker came in and did some shit.
Did he, though? Did the same shit.
Right.
Lee decided to employ a risky tactic to take the initiative and offensive away from Hooker's new southern thrust. He decided to divide his forces. Yeah, that was risky. Jackson and his entire corps went on an aggressive flanking maneuver to the right of the Union lines, while riding with his infantry in a wide berth well south and west of the Federal line of battle. Jackson, he employed Major General Fitzhugh Lee's cavalry to provide for better reconnaissance regarding the exact location of the Union right and rear.
Right. The results were far better than even Jackson could have hoped. Fitzhugh Lee found the entire right side of the Federal lines in the middle of an open field.
That's where you do not want to fight the Confederates.
Guarded merely by two guns that faced westward.
That's what Grant wanted to fight the Confederates. He wanted to get him in open field.
Right, because they had outgunned them. They outgunned them. Guarded merely by two guns that faced westward, as well as the supplies and rear encampments. The men were eating and playing games in carefree fashion, completely unaware that an entire Confederate corps was less than a mile away watching them in the woods. Damn.
And then they just sneak out of the woods and just annihilate everybody, dude. Well, what happened next is given in Fitzhugh Lee's own words. So impressed was I with my discovery that I rode rapidly back to the point on the plank road where I had left my cavalry. Cavalry. I've been trying to pronounce that.
Cavalry.
Cavalry. Where I had left my cavalry. Cavalry.
Nope.
Cavalry.
Still got the L in there.
Cavalry. Right.
Cavalry.
Cavalry. Cavalry. Cavalry. Cavalry.
Cavalry.
Calvary. Yeah, but you say Calvary when you say it fast. It's cavalry.
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 So impressed was I with my discovery that I rode rapidly back to the point on the plank road where I had left my cavalry. And back down the road Jackson was moving until I met Stonewall himself. General, said I, if you will ride with me, halt in your column here, out of sight, I will show you the enemy's right, and will perceive the great advantage of attacking down the old turnpike instead of the plank road, the enemy's lines being taken in reverse. Bring only one courier, as you will be in view from the top of the hill. Jackson assented, and I rapidly conducted him to the point of observation. There had been no change in the picture. I only knew Jackson slightly. I watched him closely as he gazed upon Howard's troops. It was then about 2 p.m. His eyes burned with a brilliant glow, lighting up a sad face. He's like, murder! Yes. His expression was one of intense interest. His face was colored slightly with the paint of approaching battle, and radiant at the success of his flank movement. To the remarks made to him while the unconscious line of blue was pointed out, he did not reply once during the 5 minutes he was on the hill, and yet his lips were moving. This is going to go over there, we're going to go over there. Oh, yeah. From what I have read and heard of Jackson since that day, I know now what he was doing then. Oh, beware of rashness, General Hooker. Stonewall Jackson is praying in full view and in rear of your right flank.
Wow.
While talking to the great god of battles, how could he hear what a poor cavalryman was saying?
All right.
Tell General Rhodes, said he, suddenly whirling his horse towards the carrier, to move across the old plank road, halt when he gets to the old turnpike, and I will join him there. One more look upon the Federal lines, and then he rode rapidly down the hill, his arms flapping to the motion of his horse, over whose head, it seemed, good rider as he was, he would certainly go. Dang, he's just bouncing.
Right, he don't care.
He's like, yeah. I expected to be told I had made a valuable personal reconnaissance, saving the lives of many soldiers, and that Jackson was indebted to me to that amount at least. Perhaps I might have been a little chagrined at Jackson's silence, and hence commented inwardly and adversely upon his horsemanship. At last, I had looked upon him for the last time. Last time he saw him. And that's Fitzhugh Lee in his address to the Association of the Army of Northern Virginia, 1879.
Jackson immediately returned to his corps and arranged his divisions into a line of battle to charge directly into the oblivious Federal right. The old Rebs marched silently until they were merely several hundred feet from the Union position. They released a cry, and a full charge ensued.
And that's what you heard. If you watch any documentary on this,
It's insane.
And they just come out of the woods out of nowhere.
Many of the Federal soldiers were captured without a shot fired. The rest were driven into a full rout. Jackson pursued back toward the center of the Federal line until dusk.
As Jackson and his staff were returning to camp May 2nd, sentries of the 18th North Carolina Infantry Regiment, they mistook the group for a Union cavalry force. The sentries shouted, "Halt! Who goes there?" They really said that, huh? But fired before evaluating the reply. Frantic shouts by Johnson's staff identifying the party were replied to by Major John D. Berry with the retort, "It's a damned Yankee trick! Fire!" A second volley was fired in response. Jackson, he was hit by 3 bullets. 2 in the left arm, 1 in the right hand. It's crazy. He didn't even die from his freaking gun wounds, dude.
It's insane. Several of Jackson's men and many horses were killed in this attack. Incoming artillery rounds and darkness led to confusion. Jackson was dropped from his stretcher while being evacuated.
Why is he on a stretcher when he's got shot in the hands and the arms?
Surgeon Hunter McGuire amputated Jackson's left arm, and Jackson was moved to Fairfield Plantation at Guinea Station.
Oh.
Thomas Chandler, the owner, offered the use of his home for Jackson's treatment, but Jackson suggested using Chandler's plantation office building instead.
We don't want to muck up your home.
Right.
Confederate General Robert E. Lee, he wrote Jackson after learning of his injuries, stating, "Could I have directed events, I would have chosen for the good of the country to be disabled in your stead." Stead? Jackson died of complications from pneumonia May 10th, 1863,
Jeez.
8 days after he was shot. Dr. McGuire, he wrote an account of Jackson's final hours and last words. He says a few moments before he died, he cried out in his delirium, "Order A.P. Hill to prepare for action. Pass the infantry to the front rapidly. Tell Major Hawks," then stopped, leaving the sentence unfinished. Presently, a smile of ineffable sweetness spread itself over his pale face, and he said quietly, and with an expression as if of relief, "Let us cross over the river and rest under the shade of the trees." Give me a biscuit.
Damn, that's insane. I mean, it happens. It happens.
It does.
Jackson's fatal bullet was withdrawn, examined, and found to be a 67 caliber, which was .67 inches round. That's pretty big. A type in service with the Confederate forces. Union troops in the area were using 58 caliber balls. This was one of the first instances of forensic ballistics identification derived from a firearm projectile.
Well, look at that. There's a fun fact for you guys.
Yeah. His body was moved to the governor's mansion in Richmond for the public to mourn. He was then moved to be buried in Oak Grove Cemetery in Lexington, Virginia. The arm that was amputated on the 2nd of May was buried separately by Jackson's chaplain, Beverly Tucker Lacey, at the J. Horace Lacey House, Elwood they called it, which is now preserved at the Fredericksburg National Battlefield in the wilderness of Orange County near the field hospital.
Jackson's body was buried in ordinary dress, but wearing a military coat. His coffin was draped with a Confederate flag and had a glass plate so that his face could be seen during public mourning. Yeah, they liked to do that back in the day.
That's weird.
His funeral proceeded with great pomp. All pallbearers were generals, including James Longstreet. 4 white horses pulled the hearse, and a crowd 2 miles long followed the procession. In the course of public mourning, 20,000 people visited the body.
Damn. Upon hearing of Jackson's death, Robert E. Lee, he mourned the loss of both a friend and a trusted commander. As Jackson lay dying, Lee sent a message through Chaplain Lacey saying, "Give General Jackson my affectionate regards, and say to him, he has lost his left arm, but I my right." Oh, good for you, Lee. The night Lee learned of Jackson's death, he told his cook, "William, I have lost my right arm. I'm bleeding at the heart."
Oh.
Harper's Weekly reported Jackson's death on the 23rd of May, 1863, and this is what it says. Death of Stonewall Jackson. General Stonewall Jackson was badly wounded in the arm at the Battle of Chancellorsville and had his arm amputated. Jackson initially appeared to be healing, but died from pneumonia on the 10th of May, 1863.
Let's take a look at a little bit of his personal life here.
We just go through his personal life?
I don't know. We went to his military life. Jackson's sometimes unusual command style and personality traits, combined with his frequent success in battle, contributed to his legacy as one of the greatest generals of the Civil War.
Mm-hmm.
He was martial and stern in attitude and profoundly religious. He was a deacon in the Presbyterian Church as well.
Oh, wow.
One of his many nicknames was Old Blue Lights.
Oh.
The term applied to a military man whose evangelical zeal burned with the intensity of the blue light used for nighttime display.
Oh, he also has some physical ailments, as pretty much everybody did back then.
Right.
Jackson, he had a lifelong belief that one of his arms was longer than the other. Well, don't worry about that. And thus, and thus usually held the longer arm up to equalize his circulation. He was described as a champion sleeper.
Yeah.
And occasionally even fell asleep with food in his mouth.
Yeah. Biscuits.
Jackson suffered a number of ailments for which he sought relief via the contemporary practices of his day, including hydrotherapy, popular in America at that time. He visited establishments at Oswego, New York, in 1850, and Round Hill, Massachusetts, in 1860, although with little evidence of success.
What would that be, like hot springs or
I think so.
hot tubs and shit?
Yeah.
Nowadays, that you call it? Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
With the fucking jets on.
Right.
Painful for, I'm sure jets,
It helped.
if they're powerful enough, it would massage your muscles at the very least.
At least. Jackson also suffered a significant hearing loss in both of his ears as a result of his prior service in the United States Army as an artillery officer. That would do it. They didn't have earplugs back then.
A recurrent story concerns
They might have.
Jackson's love of lemons, which he allegedly gnawed whole to alleviate symptoms of dyspepsia, which is indigestion.
You think the
It would probably give you a heartburn. Or
right?
something.
You think the acid from the lemons would be worse, but I guess not.
Well, General Richard Taylor, son of President Zach, he wrote a passage in his war memoirs about Jackson eating lemons. Where Jackson got his lemons, no fellow could find out, but he was rarely without one.
Oh, good for him.
Right.
However, recent research by his biographer, James L. Robertson Jr., he found that none of Jackson's contemporaries, including members of his staff, friends, or his wife, recorded any unusual obsessions with lemons. Like, what are you talking about? Well, Jackson thought of a lemon as a rare treat, enjoyed greatly whenever it could be obtained from the enemy's camp. Jackson.
There's that one story, I think it was just before Chancellorsville. He went and met with he was at somebody's house and somebody's daughter, and they brought him a bunch of lemons, and he was like, "Oh, girl." That's probably where it comes from.
Right. Jackson was fond of all fruits.
That's usually, people usually are.
Right. Particularly peaches.
That's a damn good fruit.
But he enjoyed with relish lemons, oranges, watermelons, apples, grapes, berries of all kinds, or whatever was available.
Hey, breaking bulletin. Stonewall Jackson was a normal human being.
Right.
Jeez.
Especially back then.
Right, what else you got to eat?
Right. You
Oh.
say bananas.
Right. Well, we know who eats bananas. They can't have doing that.
I like to have bananas back then.
Probably not.
As much, you know?
All right, because you definitely don't grow them in America.
Right. They came from
Southern
Africa.
America.
banana tree in Africa's.
I don't think so. I think it's mainly Southern America because it's wet.
Right. crazy.
Well, enough about those bananas. Let's take a look at old Jackson's religion.
Oh.
It's often been discussed, apparently. His biographer, Robert Louis Dabney, suggested it was the fear of God which made him so fearless of all else.
I mean, right.
Jackson himself had said, "My religious belief teaches me to feel as safe in battle as in bed."
Damn right.
Stephen Sears, he's a well-known guy, he states that Jackson was fanatical in his Presbyterian faith, and it energized his military thought and character. Theology was the only subject he genuinely enjoyed discussing. His dispatches invariably credited an ever-kind providence.
Oh, beautiful.
According to Sears as well, this fanatical religiosity had drawbacks. It warped Jackson's judgment of men, leading to poor appointments. It was said he preferred good Presbyterians to good soldiers.
Oh.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Right. Well, going back to James I. Robertson Jr., he suggests that Jackson was a Christian soldier in every sense of the word. According to Robertson, Jackson thought of the war as a religious crusade and viewed himself as an Old Testament warrior like David or Joshua, who went into battle to slay the Philistines. Jackson encouraged the Confederate States Army revival that occurred in 1863, although it was probably more of a grassroots movement than a top-down revival. Jackson strictly observed the Sunday Sabbath. James Robertson Jr. notes that no place existed in his Sunday schedule for labor, newspapers, or secular conversation.
Yeah, there's one, I think it was one of the, obviously it was one of the battles he wrote his wife, remember, where he was like, "I don't like to do battles on Sundays, but if I must,
Right.
I hope it's for the best," or some shit like that. Yeah, he didn't even like to battle on Sundays.
No.
Well, take a look at his command style. In his command, he was extremely secretive about his plans and extremely meticulous about the military discipline. This secretive nature did not stand him in good stead with his subordinates.
Right.
They were often not aware of his overall operational intentions until the last minute, and who complained of being left out of key decisions.
Right.
Robert E. Lee could trust Jackson with deliberately undetailed orders that conveyed Lee's overall objectives, what modern doctrine calls the end state.
Right. Lee's like, just tell him this and he'll figure it out.
Right.
Do you want anything? Come back? No, we got it, man. We'll.
Right, even if it wasn't clear.
Right.
Like, well, he'll get it.
Right. Well, this was because Jackson had a talent for understanding Lee's sometimes unstated goals. Lee trusted Jackson with the ability to take whatever actions were necessary to implement his end state requirements. Few of Lee's subsequent corps commanders had this ability. At Gettysburg, this resulted in lost opportunities because
You don't say.
they would have known. They would have been reading each other's minds. With a defeated and disorganized Union army trying to regroup on high ground near town, and they're very vulnerable, Lee sent one of his new corps commanders, Richard Ewell. He sent him discretionary orders that the Heights, which is Cemetery Hill and Culp's Hill, be taken, if practicable. Without Jackson's intuitive grasp of Lee's orders or the instinct to take advantage of sudden tactical opportunities, Ewell chose not to attempt the assault. And this failure is considered to be, by historians, to be the greatest missed opportunity of the battle. Yeah, if they would have got that, we're talking about a totally different war here.
Yeah, maybe. Well, even though old Fitzhugh said earlier that his horsemanship, I guess he said he almost was falling off of it, right, because Jackson had a poor reputation as a horseman. One of his soldiers, Georgia volunteer William Andrews, wrote that Jackson was a very ordinary-looking man of medium size, his uniform badly soiled as though it had seen hard service. Well, it had. He wore a cap pulled down nearly to his nose, and he was riding a raw-boned horse that did not look much like a charger, unless it would be on hay or clover. He certainly made a poor figure on a horseback, with his stirrup leather 6 inches too short, putting his knees nearly level with his horse's back. Oh, that's not good. And his heels turned out with his toes sticking behind the horse's foreshoulder.
Oh, wow.
A sorry description of one of our most famous generals, but a correct one.
Right. His horse, named Little Sorrel, also known as Old Sorrel, a small chestnut gelding, which was a captured Union horse from a Connecticut farm. He rode Little Sorrel throughout the war and was riding him when he was shot at Chancellorsville. Little Sorrel died at the age of 36. Damn, horses live that long.
Why not?
And is buried near a statue of Jackson on the parade grounds of VMI. His mounted hide is on display in the VMI Museum.
Damn, they stuffed him.
Damn.
He was after the war, Jackson's wife and young daughter, Julia, they moved from Lexington to North Carolina. Mary Anna Jackson, She wrote 2 books about her husband's life.
She knew nothing about.
And she included some of his letters, right? She never remarried and was known as the widow of the Confederacy.
Damn.
Living until 1915, though.
Yeah.
His daughter Julia, she married, bore children, but that old typhoid Mary, she came a knocking at the door and took her at the age of 26.
Well, his legacy, let's take a look. Many theorists through the years have postulated that if Jackson had lived, Lee might have prevailed at Gettysburg.
What if?
Certainly, Jackson's discipline and tactical sense were sorely missed.
Sure were.
As a little boy,
Yeah, this guy.
General George Patton, great general of the World War II, prayed next to 2 portraits of Robert E. Lee and Stonewall Jackson, who he assumed were God and Jesus.
Well, if we remember right, Patton's fam, they served for the Confederates. So.
Right. He once told Dwight Eisenhower, "I will be your Jackson."
I will be your Jackson. I will ride to battle with you. What's that song?
General Douglas MacArthur called Robert Eichelberger his Stonewall Jackson.
Awesome.
Chesty Puller idolized.
Wow, whatever you got that name. He's a chesty puller.
Oh, Chesty Puller idolized Jackson and carried George Henderson's biography of Jackson with him on all campaigns. Alexander Vandergrift, he also idolized Jackson. Cool. His last words, "Let us cross over the river and rest under the shade trees," were an inspiration of the title of Ernest Hemingway's 1950 novel, Across the River and Into the Trees.
Grandmother's house, go we go.
We go.
All right, let's end it by looking at some of Jackson's descendants.
Oh, we got some?
Yeah, okay, of course. Well, Jackson's grandson and great-grandson, both namesakes, Thomas, Jonathan, Jackson, Christian, Henry Jinglesheimer Smith.
Right.
He lived from 1888 to 1952. And Thomas Jonathan Jackson Christian Jr., 1950 to 1944.
Youngins.
Yeah. Well, that guy was 60-something, but the other one was
Right.
30.
30.
Both graduated from West Point. The elder Christian was a career U.S. Army officer who served both World Wars, and he rose to the rank of brigadier general.
Look at this guy.
Thomas Jonathan Jackson Christian's parents were William Edmund Christian and Julia Laura Christian. If he served in World War II and he was the son of Stonewall, why didn't he serve with old worship boy himself, Patton?
All right.
Maybe he did. I don't know. I'm assuming things.
Julia was the daughter of Stonewall and his wife, Mary Anna Morrison. The younger Christian was a colonel in command of the 361st Fighter Group, flying out of P-51 Mustangs
Damn.
in the European theater of operations in World War II, when he was murdered in action in August of 1944. His personal aircraft, Lou IV, was one of the most photographed P-51s in the war ever.
As an important element of the ideology of the Lost Cause, Jackson has been commemorated in numerous ways, including with statues, currency, and postage. A poem penned during the war soon became a poem penned during the war soon became a popular song. Stonewall Jackson's Way.
Oh,
The Stonewall Brigade Band, it's still active today.
I doubt that.
Well, obviously not with the same members. Demonetized.
Something like a fucking
It's like a
ship.
a sea shanty,
Right.
but a battlefield shanty.
I like it.
West Virginia Stonewall Jackson State Park is named in his honor, clearly.
Obviously.
Nearby at Stonewall Jackson's historical childhood home.
Oh.
His uncle's grist mill is the centerpiece of a historical site at the Jackson's Mill Center for Lifelong Learning and State 4-H Camp.
The facility, located near Weston, serves as a special campus for West Virginia University and the West Virginia University Extension Service. During a training exercise in Virginia by the United States Marines in 1921, the Marine commander, General Smedley Butler,
Who names these guys, dude?
General Smedley Butler, was told by a local farmer, he should be a baseball player.
Right. Like, yeah, exactly.
He was told by a local farmer that Stonewall Jackson's arm is buried nearby under a granite marker, to which Butler replied, "Bosh, I will take a squad of Marines and dig up the spot to prove you wrong."
Well, guess what he found?
Oh.
The arm in a box under the marker.
Damn right he did.
He later replaced the wooden box with a metal one. Good thinking.
Right.
And reburied it. what was it? Just a skeleton arm. Photograph that shit, dude.
Right.
He left a plaque on the granite monument marking the burial place of Jackson's arm. The plaque is no longer on the marker, but can be viewed at the Chancellorsville Battlefield Visitor Center.
Why do they got to remove shit?
Right.
Leave it fucking there. Is it hurting anybody that there's a plaque sitting on the ground? Holy shit.
Well, settle down. Speaking of removed, we'll get to that in a second here, but beginning in 1904, the Commonwealth of Virginia celebrated Jackson's birthday as a state holiday. Yeah. Observance was eliminated with Election Day as replacement, effective July 2020, of course. Jackson is featured, like we've said already, in like 18 episodes on the 1925 Stone Mountain Memorial Half Dollar, which features his old buddy Lee and his old President Jefferson. And finally, a Stonewall Jackson monument was unveiled October 11th, 1919 in Richmond. Guess what? It was removed July 1st, 2020.
Yeah, I'm not too big on removing stuff, but I don't really think you need to have monuments and statues of people. But, I mean, I get it. I mean, without that statue there, like that plaque right there, with all the names and stuff, that would have been cool. But you don't need a damn statue of the dude on a horse.
Patton would approve because it's a little worshipy.
Oh,
But, yeah. Stonewall.
there he is. If it wasn't for ass South Carolinians.
North Carolinians, but
Were they North Carolinians?
Yes.
I think they're South
they were
Carolinians.
definitely North Carolinians.
I think they're South.
They were 100% North.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You have to go back.
Don't have to because I know, but I will just to prove you wrong.
Oh! That was North Carolinians.
It was North Carolinians.
You bastards.
Yeah, that's Stonewall Jackson. Could have been a long career. This dude probably would have got. If he would have lived, he would have been a politician. And
Could have been President of the United States of America.
I don't know. Well,
The Confederate States of
I
America.
was going to say if the CSA existed, probably. Yeah, he would have took the path similar to Grant, probably.
Right.
But yeah, it's him. Probably one of the best generals in the Civil War, maybe of all time, for ranking him.
Right.
So just don't let him fall asleep with a biscuit in his mouth.
Right.
That's him. Next week we'll take a look at. I don't know.
We don't even know his beliefs. I guess we do know his beliefs and all that.
We looked at his slavery.
So he was more of a. He could have fought for the Union and been all right.
Yeah, so we never know. It's one of those what ifs of the battle and the country afterwards. What if he would have lived and went on to other things? But
What would have happened?
yep, and that's him. Next week we'll take a look at either the Elmira prison, the POW camp that the Union ran, or we'll do another somebody. Who knows? But we'll be back nevertheless for Behind the Battles of the American Civil War. And so we'll see you then with the monthly music interview.
Live from the BDN Studios, it's Bang and Dangs.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then
You ain't black.
Welcome back to Battles of the American Civil War. Behind the Battles, continuing on with the Confederate. This time, it could be the most racist Confederate that we've covered, or that happened as we're covering old Nathan Bedford Forrest. Yeah, he was a Civil War general, but he was also a founding member and the first Grand Wizard of the KKK.
Oh,
So he didn't like the black people, that's for sure.
I guess not.
He was a slave trader as well in the Mississippi River Valley.
Nice.
He was a Confederate state general, obviously, and had many other business interests before he went into the war, which we'll get into. July 13th, 1821, he was born in a secluded cabin near Chapel Hill, Tennessee, and everything secluded outside of big cities around him.
Right.
He enters the world alongside his twin sister, Fanny.
Oh.
They're also the eldest.
Fanny Forrest, huh?
Fanny Forrest. They're the eldest of 12 children.
Damn.
To Miriam, Beck, and William Forrest. They're poor, scraping by in what is now Marshall County, Tennessee. Oh, Willie, his daddy, he's English, and Miriam, she's also English. Yeah, she claims she was some Scot and Irish as well, but they trace their lineage to Shadrach Forrest. He moved from Virginia to North Carolina in the 1730s.
Oh, okay.
By 1806, the family, they settled in Tennessee, where Nathan's daddy took up blacksmithing. Even though one of the most important things, and you still were frowned upon as a poor for being a blacksmith. From 1830 to 33, they lived in a simple log house, which was described by Civil War soldier John Allen Wythe as a one-room structure with a loft and no windows.
Usually how it is.
How are you going to have windows? They didn't have glass.
30s, probably not. Maybe.
It's now preserved as the Nathan Bedford Forrest boyhood home.
What else would it be?
Right.
1834, the family relocates to Salem, Mississippi. They wanted to seek better prospects. William dies, though, in 1837. 16-year-old Nathan becomes the family's primary caretaker. He shoulders all the responsibility. By 1841, he partners with his Uncle Johnny in a business venture in Hernando, Mississippi. Tragedy strikes, though, again in 1845, when Uncle John is killed by the Matlock brothers during a dispute. Nathan retaliates quickly, shooting 2 brothers dead with a 2-shot pistol, and wounding 2 others with a borrowed knife. Ooh, you never kill anybody, or, good thing you didn't. You don't kill anybody with a borrowed knife. Remarkably, one surviving Matlock later serves under Forrest in the Civil War.
Oh, wow. Does he know?
Wow. Nathan's early ventures include a livery stable. Livery?
Library.
A stagecoach line, and a brickyard. This earns him the reputation as a sharp Memphis speculator and a Mississippi gambler.
All right.
Good for him.
Memphis, huh? Well, by 1858, his ambition pays off as he's elected a Memphis city alderman. As he's a Southern Democrat, he serves 2 terms. He invests heavily into cotton plantations, acquiring 2 in Coahoma County, Mississippi.
Okay.
He's got a half interest in an Arkansas plantation in 1859. Plus, he owns several in West Tennessee's Delta region.
Okay.
By 1860, he owns at least 3,345 acres in Mississippi.
Damn.
And when the war breaks out in 1861, his fortune claims at $1.5 million.
Mm-hmm.
And that's that money in 1861. So that makes him one of the South's wealthiest men as well. He didn't even have to go to war.
Right. Standing 6 feet 2 inches, weighing 180 pounds.
A little light for his height.
And he's a little skinny guy. Forrest cuts an imposing figure. A tireless rider, skilled swordsman. He's described by the United States Army Captain Louis Jose as having a striking and commanding presence.
So is he our first guy that didn't go to West Point?
All right.
Fremont didn't either.
Yeah, Fremont, yeah. He also said he is a very mild-mannered most of the time. Forrest's temper flares when provoked, as anybody else would. He rarely drinks. He avoids tobacco. And despite no formal education, he writes clear. He's grammatical English. Though, his spelling's a little bit shaky.
Have you read any letters from this time period? They're all fucking
Right.
shaky.
He's also a Freemason.
Yeah.
And he joins but never advances beyond the entered apprentice degree.
No 33rd degree for you.
Yeah.
More about his family. Tragedy struck earlier in their family when typhoid fever claimed 2 of his 8 brothers, 3 of his 4 sisters, all about the same time.
Damn.
He contracts the disease but survives. His father, oh, that's how his dad died. His dad, William, recovers from that disease, but he dies to lingering effects in 1837,
And what are you going to do?
which leads Nathan as the family's caretaker. His own mama, she remarries James Horatio Luxton in 1843 and added 4 more children to the family.
Damn.
Nathan's younger brother, John, William, Aaron, Jesse, and Jeffrey. They all joined him in the slave trade before the Civil War.
Family business, baby.
They amassed all the wealth in Mississippi and Tennessee.
All of it?
Yeah. All but John, a disabled Mexican-American war veteran, served as Confederate officers during the war.
Okay.
Nathan's son, William Forrest, acts as his aide-de-camp, while his half-brother, Matt, with 1 T, serves as a sergeant and scout in his cavalry.
Oh, fucking yeah. Look at that shit. 1845, age of 24, Forrest marries Mary Ann Montgomery. She's a 19-year-old looker raised by her Presbyterian minister uncle. Ooh.
Okay.
They, too, have children. 2 of them.
2 of them.
William Montgomery Bedford Forrest, born in 1846.
Too long.
Who joins his father in the Civil War at just 15 years old. And got to name my little baby after my twin sister, Fanny. She's born in 1849. Who tragically dies just 5 short years later in 1854. Reports from 1864 also mention 2 children, Thomas and Narcissa, allegedly born to Forrest, and an enslaved woman named Catherine, adding a layer of complexity to his personal life.
Oh, he's got a grandson,
Nope.
Nathan Bedford Forrest II, born in 1872. Nice. He ends up rising to commander-in-chief of the Sons of the Confederate Veterans and becomes a Grand Dragon of the KKK,
Oh, wow.
which he served as secretary of the national organization as well.
Yeah, just a racist family, huh? No.
His great-grandson, Nathan Bedford Forrest III, born in 1905, graduates from West Point
Hey,
and becomes a brigadier general in the Army Air Corps.
look at that.
1943, he's killed during a bombing raid over Nazi Germany.
Oh,
First American general to die in combat in Europe during the war.
oh shit.
Oh, wow. Really?
Okay.
That was his paying for his granddaddy's sins.
Right. 1864, Parson Brownlow. He scorned Nathan as a sin-hardened Negro trader, a livery stableman of Memphis. This captured his notoriety as one of the South's leading slave traders from 1851 to 1860. Old Forrest, he was among Memphis's Big Four slave traders, operating in Tennessee's premier slave market. Known for phenomenally large dealings, he likely sold thousands of enslaved people, amassing profits in the hundreds of thousands in $1850, so probably millions. Mm-hmm. Based primarily in Memphis, Forrest, he expanded his operations by opening a second storefront in Vicksburg in 1858.
A storefront instead of mannequins in the windows. They got real people.
His experience as a trader later bolstered his Civil War ambitions, as he wrote in a request for command. I have resided on the Mississippi for over 20 years, was for many years engaged in buying and selling Negroes, and know the country perfectly well between Memphis and Vicksburg. Well, it's not very big.
Well, Forrest's career evolved through partnerships. He began as an independent trader, then partnered with Seaborn S. Jones, followed by Bird Hill, a seasoned manager of slave marts. Next, he
Slave marts.
Welcome to Slave Mart.
Slave mart.
Next, he joined Josiah Maples, returned to solo operations, and later reunited with Jones. From Forrest and Maples' era, his business operated out of 87 Adams Street in Memphis, a hub where multiple traders maintained slave pens and auction yards, creating an efficient, grim business cluster.
Oh, wow.
The human cost is starkly illustrated by Nellie Harbold, who after the war placed a family reunification and seeking her father, Lydia, Miley, and Samuel Turley, who were sold to different buyers from the yard of Forrest the Trader in 1854.
Fuck. Though traditionally linked to training by Bolton, Dickens and Company, a massive slave trading firm, recent research suggests this connection may be apocryphal. With the 1857 completion of the Memphis and Charleston Railroad, Forrest began transporting enslaved people from South Carolina to Tennessee, including a carpenter named Richard and a man named Bent, both of whom escaped their new owners.
Good for them. He was like, get bent.
Right. 1859, media attention spotlighted Forrest's sale of an enslaved girl, rumored to be Frederick Douglass's daughter, which is likely to be Anna Marie Bailey, Douglass's niece, highlighting the era's brutal commodification of human lives. Yeah, there's crazy.
Why didn't Frederick Douglass buy her? It's like popular right around now.
Yeah, you didn't care.
Yes. Among the servants offered for sale by a Mr. Forrest of Memphis, Tennessee, is a girl who is known to be the daughter of the notorious Fred Douglass, the free N-word abolitionist. She is said to be of the class known among the dealers as a likely girl and is a native of North Carolina. She remembers her parent very vividly, having seen him during the last visit to the old North State. The Memphis Avalanche suggests that as Fred is able to make the outlay, he should either purchase his own flesh and blood from servitude,
right,
or seize his shrieks over an institution which possesses such untold horrors. Oh. And this is said from the Winchester, Tennessee Home Journal in 1859.
Oh.
Yeah, so they're like, why don't you buy her back?
Wow. Also in 1859, there was a federal investigation. It exposes Nathan Bedford Forrest's involvement in selling 37 individuals illegally, which were imported from Africa aboard the slave ship Wanderer.
Yeah, even though slave trading was legal, you couldn't buy them from Africa.
No, you couldn't do that no more. That was like 1830 something. The transatlantic slave trade had been banned in the United States since 1808. My bad. Making this a Brozin violation. Forrest, he's a vocal advocate for reopening the trade.
I bet he is.
He later admits to an interviewer that he was an initial investor in the Wanderer shipment, revealing the depth of his commitment to the slave economy. By this time, Forrest is a leading figure in Memphis' slave market, operating Forrest Jones and Company. This happened to be operating at 87 Adams Street.
Well, in January 1860, disaster strikes. The New York Times reports that the firm's Negro Mart building collapses and catches fire, killing 2 people.
Damn.
Remarkably, bills of sale for enslaved individuals totaling $400,000, which is about $14 million today, they're salvaged from the wreckage. Right. ID badges. Forrest had recently relocated to the business 289 Adams Street, expanding his capacity from 300 to 500 enslaved people.
Wow.
A move that amplified his operations.
Seems a little fishy.
All right. The collapse prompts Forrest to sell his stake in the slave trading business, redirecting his profits into cotton plantations, further solidifying his wealth as the Civil War looms.
I mean, he's still basically involved in a
Right.
slave market there.
Well, the site of his slave mart, which is now owned by Calvary Episcopal Church in downtown Memphis, is marked by a historical plaque dedicated April 4, 2018.
Fantastic.
It stands as a somber reminder of the human suffering tied to Forrest's enterprise.
And what are you going to do? June 1861. Civil War ignites, splits a nation in half. Forrest leaves his lucrative Mississippi plantations and enlists in the Confederate States Army as a private at Fort Wright, which is near Randolph in Tennessee. He joins Captain Josiah White's Tennessee Mounted Rifles, which is part of the 17th Tennessee Cavalry.
7th.
Right. Alongside his youngest brother and his 15-year-old son, William.
Jeez. Stunned by the Confederacy's lack of resources, Forrest, a millionaire.
What do you think they were going to have?
Right. He offers to personally fund horses and equipment for the Regiment of Tennessee Volunteers. His wealth and status shock his superiors, and Tennessee Governor Isham G. Harris, who expected prominent planters like Forrest to claim exemptions from service. Right. Impressed, they commissioned him as a lieutenant colonel in July 1861 just because he has money.
Right.
Tasking him with raising and training a battalion of mounted rangers. By October, he commands the 3rd Tennessee Cavalry all on his own.
Good for him.
Crazy.
Despite no formal military training, Forrest, he quickly proves his tactical prowess and leadership. He forms an elite escort company.
Uh-oh.
He called his special forces. He had about 40 to 90 handpicked soldiers, the cream of his cavalry. But his leadership style is very brutal. To enforce discipline, he strikes a scout's head against a tree for faulty intelligence. Ooh. He shoves a hesitant lieutenant into a river during a bridge building. He hits a soldier with an oar for refusing to paddle across the Tennessee River. He beats 2 fleeing soldiers with a branch. He shoots one who carried the colors.
Oh. You can't flee while carrying the colors, bud.
Right. His harsh treatment of prisoners and subordinates alienates many, with soldiers and junior officers often refusing to even serve under this madman.
Well, Tennessee's decision to join the Confederacy sparks heated debate, with over 100,000 men fighting for the South and 31,000 for the U.S. Army.
Damn.
Forrest leans into the conflict with zeal, posting recruitment ads for his regiment with a blunt slogan, "Let's have some fun and kill some Yankees."
Oh, all right.
His charisma and drive rally troops, but his methods foreshadow the fierce reputation he'll build on the battlefield. Hey, man.
Wow.
He's like thinking he's treating them like all of his slaves and shit.
Wow. December 1861. Winter's raging on. Nathan Bedford Forrest. He's now a 40-year-old lieutenant colonel. You don't even have no military training. He proves his mettle at the Battle of Sacramento in Kentucky. He led his 3rd Tennessee Cavalry in his 1st field command. He personally spearheads a bold charge that routs a United States Army force. Brigadier General Charles Clark, he later hails his performance, marking Forrest as a rising star in the Confederate ranks. I'm gonna write songs about this motherfucker.
Right. By February of 62, Forrest faced a tougher test at the Battle of Fort Donelson, Tennessee. We know how that ends up. His cavalry captures a U.S. artillery battery, a key moment in the fight. But when Ulysses Grant's siege threatens to trap the Confederate garrison, Forrest, he refuses to surrender. Rallying nearly 4,000 troops, he leads a daring breakout across the icy Cumberland River, escaping Grant's grasp and preserving his command.
Ooh.
But you lost Fort Donelson, guy.
Yeah, that was rough. Days after Fort Donelson's fall, Nashville on the brink of capture by the United States forces as well. Forrest takes charge of the city's evacuation. He organized a frantic effort, commandeering every cart and wagon to haul 600 boxes of army clothing, 250,000 pounds of bacon,
Yeah, right. Get that bacon out of there.
40 wagon loads of ammunition,
250,000 pounds of bacon? Good lord.
40 wagon loads of ammo to railroad depots for shipment to Chattanooga and Decatur. He demonstrated strategic foresight. He also ensures heavy ordnance machinery, including a cutting-edge cannon rifle, 14 cannons.
Cannon rifling machine.
Oh, okay. 14 cannons, Nashville armory parts. That's all sent to Atlanta, bolstering the Confederate war effort for a minute.
April 1862, he's now a lieutenant colonel. He faces one of the Civil War's fiercest fights at the Battle of Shiloh.
Oh,
That was a U.S. victory, April 6th through the 7th. He commands a Confederate rear guard to cover the retreat. That's basically all he's doing.
right.
During the skirmish at Fallen Timbers, he spots a gap in the U.S. skirmish line and charges through, urging his 3rd Tennessee Cavalry forward. Unbeknownst to him, his men halt when they encounter a full U.S. brigade.
Ooh.
You gotta go, bud. You gotta turn back.
Wow. Well, Forrest, he said, He's undeterred. He plunges alone into the enemy ranks. Surrounded by bluecoats, he unloads his Colt Army revolvers into the swarm of United States soldiers. Then he draws his saber, slashing and hacking in a desperate melee. A U.S. infantryman fires a musket ball at point-blank range, striking Forrest's pelvis and lodging near his spine, nearly toppling him from his horse. A week later, a surgeon removes the bullet without anesthesia. Unavailable in the field,
I would assume.
this cemented Forrest's reputation for grit.
Damn.
How the hell you get out of there?
All right. Well, by early summer, recovered and promoted, Forrest takes command of the new brigade of Green Cavalry Regiments. In July, under orders for a raid into Middle Tennessee, he leads them to the First Battle of Murfreesboro, July 13th. Striking swiftly, his force overwhelms a U.S. garrison. Every U.S. unit surrenders, and the Confederates wreck vital supply and railroad tracks, disrupting the operations in the region for the U.S. This victory showcases Forrest's knack for bold, decisive action, even with untested troops. He said, I don't care.
Fantastic, huh? July 21st, 1862. He's now 41. He's promoted to brigadier general. He's given command of the Confederate Cavalry Brigade. But in December, General Braxton Bragg, he reassigns Forrest's seasoned troopers to another officer, ignoring his protest. He said, no, I'm sorry, bud. So now, he's forced to recruit a new brigade of about 2,000 green soldiers, most without weapons. He faces a daunting task. Bragg, he orders him to launch raids to disrupt United States Army communications under Grant, who threatens Vicksburg, Mississippi. Forrest, he's like, he argues that sending untrained men behind enemy lines is suicidal. But Bragg's like, and Forrest complies.
Oh, but riding by yourself into a whole U.S. Army garrison isn't?
Right, so Forrest complies with the orders. From late 1862 into 1864, Forrest leads his makeshift brigade on a series of bold raids. He strikes into the West Tennessee as far north as the Ohio River and southwest Kentucky, and he also goes into the northern Mississippi.
Or pursued by thousands of United States soldiers, Forrest's fast-moving pace avoids capture by never lingering in one place. His hit-and-run tactics frustrate the enemy, and he returns to his Mississippi base with more men than he started with,
Oh, look at that shit.
who are now all armed with captured U.S. weapons.
Damn.
These raids force Grant to delay and revise his Vicksburg campaign strategy, a testament to Forrest's disruptive impact. Sylvanus Cadwallader, a newspaper correspondent who traveled with Grant for 3 years, he writes that Forrest was the only Confederate cavalryman of whom Grant stood in much dread.
Oh.
Wow.
Wow. By 1862, the United States Army, they seized control of Tennessee. They occupied key cities and railroads for the rest of the Civil War. Undeterred, though, Forrest keeps his Confederate cavalry active in small-scale operations. Early 1863, he leads his men into clashes like the Battle of Dover and the Battle of Brentwood. He harasses United States forces and maintaining pressure in the region. April of 1863, the old rebels, they send Forrest on a critical mission with a small force into the backcountry of northern Alabama and western Georgia.
Well, their target there was a 3,000-strong U.S. cavalry unit led by Colonel Abel Strait. Their task was severing the Confederate Railroad. Strait was tasked with severing the Confederate Railroad south of Chattanooga. If successful, he could cut General Braxton Bragg's supply lines, forcing a retreat into Georgia. Forrest, who was outnumbered, he pursued Strait's men for 16 grueling days, harrying themselves with relentless skirmishes. Strait's mission shifts from sabotage to survival now, as Forrest's dogged pursuit wears down his troops.
Okay.
May 3rd, 1863, Forrest, he catches up with them at Cedar Bluff, Alabama. Wow.
Ooh-wee. Despite having way less men, Forrest employs a brilliant ruse. He repeatedly parading a portion of his force around a hilltop to create the illusion of a large army. Exhausted and deceived, Strait surrenders his roughly 1,500 troops. Forrest's tactical deception secures a stunning victory, preserving Bragg's supply line and bolstering his reputation as a master of cavalry warfare. Look at Jeb Stuart. He's jealous.
Like, man.
What the fuck? This racist piece of shit.
June of 1863, he faces a violent confrontation off the battlefield. Lieutenant Andrew Willis Gold. He's an artillery officer under Forrest's command. He's being transferred, likely due to enemy forces spiking his cannons during the Battle of Days Gap. June 13th, Gold confronts Forrest about the transfer, and the argument erupts into violence.
Oh, shit.
Gold shoots Forrest in the left side, a wound thought to be fatal at the time. Forrest, in turn, mortally stabs Gold. Defying expectations, he recovers in time to fight in the Chickamauga campaign, once again showing his resilience. Jeez, dude.
All right. Well, at the Battle of Chickamauga, which happened on September 18th to the 20th, 1863, Forrest serves with the main Confederate Army under General Braxton Bragg. He's pursuing the retreating United States Army. He also captures hundreds of prisoners, adding to his fearsome reputation. Like other subordinates, Forrest urges an immediate attack to retake Chattanooga, which was lost weeks earlier. But Bragg, he's like, let me think about that.
I don't think we can do that, bud.
Frustrated, Forrest reportedly snaps, "What does he fight battles for?" However, Forrest isn't blameless for the missed opportunity.
And we all know nobody liked Bragg either, so. Well, throughout the Chattanooga campaign, he and General Wheeler, Joseph Wheeler, they failed to gather critical intelligence on U.S. positions.
You got to do that.
Partly because Forrest wasn't beating his scouts' heads into trees anymore at this time. And also because he often dives into thick of combat. Yeah, neglecting reconnaissance. He just goes straight for it.
Damn right.
On the battle's first day, he moves his troop north up a creek with a shit creek with a pad or without. Misreading a threat instead of screening the Confederate advance as ordered. This delays the infantry's push, allowing U.S. General William Rosecrans to bolster defenses. That night, Forrest skipped screening the Army's right flank, missed a wide gap in the U.S. lines, which is a blunder called the most significant intelligence oversight of the entire battle.
Wow.
The next morning, his poorly planned attack causes heavy casualties and stalls the Confederate counterattack.
Yeah, okay, bud. After that battle, Bragg sends Forrest and Wheeler north to disrupt Rosecrans' supply line from Nashville. This was aimed to weaken Chattanooga's United States grip. Forrest, he diverts to Knoxville, however, allowing Rosecrans to solidify his hold. What an idiot. Furious, Bragg labels Forrest nothing more than a good raider, and he orders his transfer to Western Tennessee to get this fucker out of here. A legendary tale which is now considered apocryphal, which claims Forrest confronted Bragg, threatening his life and calling him a coward, vowing, "You might as well not give me any orders, for I will not obey them." Wow. Though likely exaggerated, the story, repeated in Forrest-approved biographies,
Of course, because it makes him look good.
right, reflects his contempt for Bragg's leadership. They just didn't like each other. Happens.
On December 4th, 1863, he's promoted to Major General. By the 25th of March, 1864, he leads a raid on Paducah, Kentucky, in the Battle of Paducah. Demanding U.S. Colonel Stephen Hicks surrender, Forrest warns, "If I have to storm your works, you may expect no quarter."
Oh.
Hicks refuses, and per his report, Forrest's men set up guns under a flag of truce, advancing prematurely. Oh, that's not... See, Forrest?
Yeah, that's dirty.
U.S. forces then opened fire, repulsing 3 Confederate assaults. The failed attack underscores Forrest's aggressive, but sometimes stupid and reckless approach.
Right. Oh, wow. 12th of April, 1864, Fort Pillow.
Yeah, this is... He's really taking the racist stuff to a whole new level here.
Yeah, which is a former Confederate stronghold, which is 40 miles upriver from Memphis, Tennessee. It's defended by 557 United States Army troops. 295 of them are white, 262 of them are black. This is commanded by Major L.F. Booth. It was seized by the United States forces in 1862, so they've been holding it for 2 years. The fort sits on the Mississippi River bluffs, a strategic prize. Forrest arrives at 10 a.m. after a grueling ride from Mississippi, during which 2 horses were shot out from under him. Damn. His 1,500-man force, led by Brigadier General James R. Chalmers, launches an attack. Booth and his adjutant are killed early, leaving Major William Bradford in command.
By 3:30 p.m., Forrest deems the fort untenable for the U.S. defenders. He then raises a flag of truce, demanding surrender, and warning Bradford that he cannot control his men's actions if forced to storm the fortifications. A tactic Forrest often used to avoid heavy casualties.
Right.
Bradford, banking on escape via the U.S. Navy gunboat USS New Era, he refuses. When Forrest's men overrun the fort, U.S. troops retreat to the river's lower bluffs, But the gunboat never
Oh,
arrives.
that gumbo ain't coming. Wow, what follows is the Fort Pillow Massacre. United States soldiers attempt to surrender. Forces men. They say, you had your chance. We're shooting you. And they do. They slaughter both black and white troops. Historians John Simprick and Bruce Tapp, they report a stark disparity.
What do they do?
2/3 of black soldiers were killed compared to 1/3 of white soldiers, despite roughly equal numbers. The violence spills into the night with allegations of horrific brutality, shooting fleeing soldiers in the back, killing the wounded, burning men alive, nailing soldiers to barrels and setting them ablaze, crucifying others, and hacking men to death with sabers. Ooh, yeah.
Reports claim forces men set fire to a barracks containing wounded soldiers. Confederate accounts, echoed in newspapers like one from Jackson, Tennessee, they claim Forrest begged them to surrender, but saw no sign of formal capitulation, noting the U.S. flag still flew.
Uh-oh.
They argue U.S. soldiers kept weapons, firing while fleeing, forcing Confederates to shoot in self-defense. These claims are contradicted by U.S. survivors and a damning letter from Achilles Clark, which he was a Confederate soldier in the 20th Tennessee Cavalry, so I think he would know.
Yeah. He wrote to his sisters right after the battle. Clark vividly describes a deliberate massacre, undermining Confederate justifications. He writes, "The slaughter was awful. Words cannot describe the scene. The poor, deluded Negroes would run up to our men, fall upon their knees, and with uplifted hands scream for mercy. But they were ordered to their feet and then shot down. The white men fared but little better. Their fort turned out to be a great slaughter pen. Blood, human blood, stood about in pools. Brains could have been gathered up in any quantity."
Jeez.
Oh, shit.
Jeez.
Damn.
After the massacre, Forrest, he takes steps to manage the fallout. He transfers the 14 most seriously wounded United States colored troops to the U.S. steamer Silver Cloud for medical care. Ooh.
Oh, all right.
The 226 surviving U.S. prisoners, including 7 officers and 219 white enlisted men, they're marched under guard to Holly Springs, Mississippi, then convoyed to Demopolis, Alabama.
Okay.
April 21st, Captain John Goodwin of Forces Command, he lists these prisoners in a dispatch. However, there's always got to be a historian doing something. Richard Fuches, he notes that the records about the fate of the black prisoners are either non-existent or unreliable,
Okay.
leaving their outcomes shrouded in mystery. President Lincoln, horrified, consults his cabinet on how to respond to the massacre, signaling its national significance.
Like, do we do the same thing?
Right, like,
The massacre sparks outrage in the North. Union and Republican-aligned cartoonist Thomas Nast, he repeatedly skewers Forrest, ironically awarding him a Fort Pillow Medal in a dozen cartoons, cementing his image as a symbol of white supremacy and the lost cause. General Grant, now commanding the United States forces in the East, he writes in his memoirs that Forrest's battle report left out the part which shocks humanity to read, condemning the omissions. New York Tribune correspondent in Knoxville, he brands Forrest and his brothers slave drivers and women whippers.
woman whipper.
Wow. Woman whippers. That's,
This is what instead of wife beaters, called woman whippers.
they call them mean, vindictive, cruel, and unscrumptious.
Yeah, unscrumptious.
Isn't vindictive and cruel? No, I guess. Mean, vindictive, and cruel. And you can be one of those, but all three of those things?
Right.
Oh, and then unscrumptious?
Unscrumptious.
In contrast, the old rebel newspapers, they staunchly defend Forrest, framing the massacre as a justified response to an armed resistance.
I bet you would. Forrest himself leverages the massacre to intimidate. Yeah, look what happened at Fort Pillow. Fuck with me now. Mm-hmm. A historian of the Cumberland River Valley notes that Forrest, aware of the growing recruitment of black troops, saw Fort Pillow as a warning. In his report, he exaggerates U.S. casualties and he declares, "It is hoped that these facts will demonstrate to the northern people that Negro soldiers cannot cope with Southerners," aiming to deter the use of black soldiers.
Right.
S.C. Gwynn, he writes that Forrest's responsibility remains debated. He says no direct evidence suggested that he ordered the shooting of the surrendering or unarmed men, but to fully exonerate him from responsibility is also impossible.
Right.
The massacre, whether by his command or his men's actions, stains his legacy.
Of course it does.
Well, and plus, there's, leading the KKK and all that other shit.
Holy shit.
I think without this, he would have been a pretty terrible human being.
Yeah, 10th of June, 1864. He delivers his most decisive victory at the Battle of Bryce's Crossroads. This happens in northeastern Mississippi. He commands 3,500 rebel soldiers, which are on horseback. He faces 8,500 U.S. troops under Brigadier General Samuel Sturgis. This was sent to stop Forrest from wrecking United States supply lines and fortifications. Forrest's superior tactics and mobility shine through as he positions his men to ambush Sturgis's force. When the old Blue Coats armies reach the crossroads, their advance collides with Forrest's cavalry, and shit's about to break loose.
Sturgis and his wary infantry wilting under the heat. He orders them to counterattack, but Forrest's relentless pressure breaks their lines, triggering a chaotic retreat. Forrest then unleashes a full cavalry charge, capturing 16 artillery pieces, 176 wagons, and 1,500 small arms.
Okay.
His losses are light, with only 96 killed and 396 wounded. While the United States, they suffer 223 killed and 394 wounded. Plus another 1,623 are missing.
Damn.
The Black Regiment under Sturgis, still reeling from Fort Pillow's shadow, discards Remember Fort Pillow badges during the retreat, fearing Confederate retaliation. Yeah, they're taking their shit off. This victory cements Forrest's reputation as a master of mobile warfare, allowing him to keep harassing U.S. forces in southwestern Tennessee and northern Mississippi.
Look at this guy. 1 month later, in July of 1864, he's serving under General Stephen D. Lee. He meets a rare defeat at the Battle of Tupelo, which is in Mississippi. Major General William Sherman, wary of Forrest's threat to United States supply lines, he dispatches a force under Major General Andrew Smith. He said, "Go neutralize him. I don't even want to hear about this motherfucker." In that very clash, United States troops drive Forrest's Confederates from the field. Oh, Forrest, he's wounded in the foot. He escapes with his command intact, though bloodied. Despite the loss, he remains a thorn in the United States Army's side, continuing to disrupt their operations in the West until the war's end.
In the summer and fall of 1864, he keeps the U.S. Army on edge with a series of bold raids. In August, he leads a daring incursion into the U.S.-held Memphis during the Second Battle of Memphis, striking the heart of enemy territory. November 4th, his cavalry targets a major U.S. Army supply depot in Johnsonville, Tennessee.
Okay.
That's in the Battle of Johnsonville. They were fighting over brats.
Yeah.
His forces shell the city, sinking 3 gunboats, nearly 30 other ships, and destroying tons of supplies, dealing a severe blow to the United States logistics in the Western Theater.
Ooh-wee.
30 other ships, jeez.
Damn, later that month, Forrest joins General John Bell Hood's Tennessee campaign, serving under the new commander of the Confederate Army of Tennessee. 30th of November, at the Battle of Franklin, the Second Battle of Franklin, the old rebels face a catastrophic defeat against United States Major General John M. Schofield's army. Forrest, sensing opportunity, he argues fiercely with Hood, demanding permission to cross the Harpeth River and cut off Schofield's retreat. Hood says no, and by the time Forrest attempts to maneuver, it's too late.
So Forrest denied it. Hood denied it, and Forrest was like, "I'm going anyways."
Right. And Schofield's forces, they escape. The bitter dispute underscores Forrest's frustration with Hood's leadership.
I think it's you a problem now, Forrest.
Yeah, and also highlights the old rebels' dwindling chances. Yeah, they're about ready to... 1864, yeah, shit's going downhill.
Yeah, after that devastating loss at Franklin, Hood, he presses on to Nashville. He then orders Forrest to launch an independent raid against the U.S. garrison at Murfreesboro. There's like 5 of those battles. Right. Forrest achieves Hood's objectives, but December 5th, during the Third Battle of Murfreesboro, part of his command falters and flees under pressure from U.S. forces.
Aww. The setback is a rare blemish on Forrest's record. Days later, the Battle of Nashville, which happened on the 15th and 16th of December. Hood's Army of Tennessee had 40,000 infantry and 10,000 to 15,000 cavalry. Is all but annihilated by the United States.
Yeah.
Forrest shines in the defeat, though, commanding the old rebel rearguard in a series of skillful actions that allow the remnants of the army to get the fuck out of Dodge. His leadership earns him a promotion to lieutenant general on March 2nd, 1865, just as the war is about to end. However, on the 25th of December, a dismounted portion of command is caught off guard and captured at Verona, Mississippi during the United States cavalry raid, led by Brigadier General Benjamin Grierson.
Okay.
Cool.
Well, spring of 1865, he leads a faltering defense of Alabama against Wilson's raid.
Yeah.
April 2nd, Brigadier General James Wilson defeats Forrest at the Battle of Selma, which is a crushing blow. They got nothing left. A week later, Robert E. Lee surrenders, signaling the Confederacy's collapse. Learning of his surrender, Forrest follows suit. Oh.
Wow.
May 9th, 1865, in Gainesville, Alabama, he delivers a farewell address to his men, urging them to submit to the powers to be and to aid in restoring peace and establishing law and order throughout the land.
A month later.
Marking the end of his military career.
Look at that. Wow. After the Civil War ends in 1865, he faces a devastating financial blow with the abolition of slavery.
Yeah, what are you going to do now, guy?
As a former slave owner and trader, his wealth built on human bondage crumbles. Returning to civilian life in Memphis, Forrest turns to new ventures. During the war, he took an interest in Crowley's Ridge, which is in Arkansas. And in 1866, he partners with C.C. McCreaner to complete the Memphis and Little Rock Railroad. Oh, good for him. He secured a right-of-way over the ridge. Oh. Forrest builds a ridgetop commissary to supply 1,000 Irish laborers laying the tracks, which becomes the heart of settlement dubbed Forrest's Town, which was incorporated in 1870 as Forrest City, Arkansas. It stands as a testament to his influence. Does it, though?
However, Forrest struggles to win favor in Memphis's white business community. Historian Court Carney notes that his questionable business practices and defaults on debts alienate many local entrepreneurs, tarnishing his reputation. Undeterred, he takes a leadership role at the Selma-based Marion and Memphis Railroad. Don't they always? Some railroad. Eventually becoming the president. His wartime brilliance doesn't translate to railroading, and under his stewardship, the company goes bankrupt, nearly ruining his reputation altogether.
Oh, Forrest, what are you doing, bud? By the 1870s, a financially strained Forrest, he leases an 800-acre farm on President's Island, which is on the Mississippi River.
Yeah, financially strained by 800 acres.
Right. He's living with his wife, Mary Ann. It's a modest log cabin. He employs about 100 prison convicts to grow corn, potatoes, vegetables, cotton, and he turned some profit. Oh, look at that. But his health took a sharp decline. In May of 1877, critics condemned his use of convict labor as akin to slavery, pointing to bloodhounds, shotgun-wielding guards, and corporal punishment. I mean, they can leave whenever. I guess they can. They got shotgun-wielding guards.
They're prisoners.
Right. They argue the system is exploitative, with convict farmers like Forrest benefiting from a corrupt legal system that convicts black men to meet their labor demands, leaving them to steal or starve.
1873, the Virginius affair threatens to ignite war between the United States and Spain. The Virginius, a U.S. flagship, is captured by Spanish authorities off Cuba for running guns to Cuban rebels with some of Forrest's former Confederate comrades among its filibuster crew.
Just never got along with Cuba ever, huh?
Yeah. Well, Nathan, he's now 52, living in Memphis, sees an opportunity to return to the battlefield. He pens a letter to William Sherman, who's the general-in-chief of the Army right now, and he's offering his services should war erupt.
Sherman, who clashed with Forrest during the war and respected his formidable skills, who responds after the crisis de-escalates peacefully. He graciously thanks Forrest for the offer, noting that had war broken out, it would have been an honor to serve alongside him. This exchange, a rare moment of reconciliation between two wartime foes, underscores Forrest's endearing reputation as a warrior, a racist warrior, even as he navigates a post-war South grappling with Reconstruction, right? Still got totally different views.
It's like modern-day politics now.
Right.
Just because they were on opposite sides of the war, these guys, they all grew up together and knew each other any damn ways, and they love each other. In the spring of 1866, going back now, the KKK forms in Pulaski, Tennessee, which was founded by 6 Confederate veterans as a secret social club.
All right.
By late 66 or early 67, it morphs into a violent organization spreading across the South. And old Nathan, he becomes involved, likely encouraged by former Confederate general and Tennessee Klan leader George Gordon. Forrest attends a KKK meeting at Nashville's Maxwell House. Oh, is that the copy? In April of 1867. With the Klan's ranks swelling, it needs an experienced commander. And old Forrest, who's renowned as the Wizard of the Saddle during the war, he's a natural fit.
Damn right he is. In room 10 at the hotel, he is sworn in by John Morton, taking the title of Grand Wizard. This is the Klan's first and only national leader. Oh, wow. KKK member James Crow, he later recalls, "We chose General Forrest to lead the growing order," while another member confirms, "Forrest was known as the Grand Wizard." Historian Jack Hurst writes that Forrest, as the Klan's leader, it transformed it into a reactionary instrument of terror, embodying the lost cause's vengeful spirit. Yeah, the lost causers, dude. They were some evil motherfuckers.
As Reconstruction unfolds, Congress passes the Reconstruction Acts, setting conditions for ex-Confederate states' readmission, including ratifying the 14th Amendment in 1868 that was for citizenship and equal protection, plus the 15th Amendment in 1870 for black male voting rights.
Look at that shit.
The Klan, composed of white Southerners, yes, they initially tried persuasion in the August 1867 Tennessee elections, with Forrest helping maintain order, according to historian Brian Steele Wills. When those efforts fail, the Klan violence surges. They said, "All right, we can't get in, we'll take what we want."
Damn right, Andrew Ward, he describes Forrest and his dragoons launching a campaign of midnight parades, ghost masquerades, and whipping, and even killing Negro voters, and even white Republicans. They did that to suppress black voting and political participation. They didn't want the blacks to do anything but pick their cotton and watch their kids.
Right.
By 1868, Forrest's travels for an insurance venture with business partners' aid in spreading Klan rituals and influence. He's like, let's go and spread this shit across the whole country. And in 1868, Cincinnati newspaper interview, Forrest claims the KKK boasts 40,000 members in Tennessee and 550,000 across the South. Ooh, you think so? Is that much?
Probably.
That's a lot. He expresses sympathy for the group, describing it as a protective political military organization, sworn to uphold the United States government, but formed to counter loyal leagues and the Grand Army of the Republic. Mm-hmm.
Sounds like insurrectionist to me. He denies formal ties, yet boasts he could rally thousands himself. January 1869, after a year as Grand Wizard, Forrest grows frustrated with the Klan's increasingly violent and ungovernable members.
Right.
He orders the organization dissolved and its costumes destroyed, withdrawn from participation. His decree has little impact, few Klansmen comply, and the KKK persists. An 1871 U.S. Congressional Committee report notes that Forrest and other influential men used their moral power to urge disbandment, citing the Klan's natural tendency towards violence and crime.
Right. I didn't start off like this, but you guys are going a little insane here. I'm out.
Well, and if it wasn't for him, they would have never got that way.
1868, the KKK under Forrest extends its reach into the Democratic Party's campaign for the United States presidential election. Forrest, alongside other prominent ex-Confederates like South Carolina's Wade Hampton, they attend the DNC as a delegate, held at Tammany Hall's headquarters in 141 East 14th Street, New York City. New York City!
If you guys listened to our Outlaws and Gunslingers episode, you would know the Tammany Hall was a major. They basically ran the show in New York for sure.
Yeah.
And was in with the mob because they were with the what was it, the 5 Points gang or something like that?
I think so.
Back in the day.
En route to New York City, Forrest's train stops near a small town. This is where a local fighter confronts him. He's shouting, "Damn butcher!" and threatening to thrash him, likely referencing Forrest's Fort Pillow infamy. Yeah, we all know that. As Forrest rises and approaches, the challenger's bravado fades, and he backs down, underscoring Forrest's intimidating presence. Like, that. I fucking yell at you from across the street. Fuck.
Well, at the convention, former New York Governor Horatio Seymour is nominated as the Democratic presidential candidate. And Forrest's friend Francis Preston Blair Jr. is his vice presidential running mate.
Yeah, they have no chance.
The Seymour-Blair ticket adopts a brazenly racist campaign slogan, which is, "Our ticket, our motto. This is a white man's country. Let white men rule."
Whoa.
This is the white man's world. The Democratic platform denounces the Reconstruction Acts, designed to secure rights for the formerly enslaved people. They say it's unconstitutional, void, and revolutionary. It calls for dismantling the Freedmen's Bureau and ending policies aiding black Southerners, aligning with the KKK's aim to restore white dominance. The Klan's influence bolsters the Democrats' appeal to white voters resentful of the Reconstruction, though it ultimately backfires.
I bet it does.
Republicans seize on the Democratic platform, painting them as disloyal for their wartime and post-war stance. And that strengthens the GOP's campaign. Like, you bunch of ungrateful sons of bitches.
Boy, how things haven't changed. Right. 1868, Forrest escalates its campaign of brutality during the United States presidential election. During the U.S. presidential election, alongside other terrorist groups, the Klan uses violence and intimidation to target black voters and also white Republicans, aiming to undermine Reconstruction and restore white supremacy across the great land of America. Forrest, he plays a key role in expanding the Klan's reach. Between February and March, he meets with racist whites in Atlanta, likely organizing a statewide Klan network in Georgia. 31st of March, 1868, the Klan strikes again. They assassinate prominent Republican organizer George Ashburn that did that in Columbus, Georgia. This is a chilling example of their tactics. Uh-oh.
Well, this is when the Republicans nominate old U.S. Grant, which is Forrest's wartime adversary, yes. They did that at their October convention, running on the slogan, "Let us have peace."
Like, who could run this country? Who?
The Klan, they seek to sabotage Grant's campaign. In Louisiana, around 1,000 black people are killed to suppress Republican voting. In Georgia, black and white Republicans face widespread violence.
Okay.
Klan's goal is clear. Intimidate voters to cripple the Republican Party, yes. Which supports black suffrage and Reconstruction, yes. But their terror campaign backfires.
Oh, does it? Because Grant, he wins the presidential election by a whopping 214 electoral votes. He has 214, and Democrat runner is Horatio Seymour's 80, so that's a beat down. Republicans secure a congressional majority. Popular vote is tighter, though. Grant earns 3,013,365, which is 52.7 of the vote. Seymour, he gets 2,708,744, which is 47.3. That's still
not that much.
But guess what? Grant loses Georgia and Louisiana, where the Klan violence was most intense, showing the impact of their intimidation.
Right. Well, in the wake of the election, old U.S. Grant and congressmen and Congress, they championed the 15th Amendment, which guarantees voting rights for the American men, regardless of race, color, or previous condition of servitude.
Oh.
To protect African Americans' rights to register, vote, hold office, and serve on juries, Grant and Congress passed the Enforcement Acts between 1870 and 71. Enforced by Grant and the newly established Department of Justice, these laws led to over 5,000 indictments and 1,000 convictions of KKK members across the South.
Damn. 27th of June, 1871. Almost the end of Pride Month, baby.
White Pride Month.
Right.
That's what it would have been then.
Yeah. 27th of June, 1871. Forrest, he's 49 now. He testifies before a congressional committee, which was investigating Klan activities. As the former Grand Wizard from 67 to 69, Forrest, he faces scrutiny, but he denies membership. He's like, nope. The committee's scope doesn't directly
tell me.
Right. The committee's scope doesn't directly tie him to the Klan, stating, "Our design is not to connect General Forrest with this order. The reader may form his own conclusion upon this question," basically. They also note that Forrest and other influential figures use their moral power to urge the Klan's disbandment, citing its natural tendency towards violence crime, which we said earlier. They're like, however, you did speak out against it, so...
And left, so right. I guess we'll give you that. Biographer George Cantor, he describes Forrest's testimony as evasive. He says he ducked and weaved, denying all knowledge, but admitted he knew some of the people involved. He sidestepped some questions and pleaded failure of memory on others. Later, Forrest admits to gentlemanly lies, claiming he wanted no further ties to the Klan, but felt honor-bound to shield former associates.
Right. Come on, man. When you knew... August 1874, after a lynch mob in Tennessee, they kill 4 black individuals arrested for defending themselves during a brawl at a barbecue. Damn fucking barbecue.
A brawl at a barbecue? You don't say.
Forrest, he writes to Governor John Brown. He volunteers to lead a posse to punish the white martyrs, which is a striking offer from the former Confederate general. Brown, he politely declines. He said, "Forrest, you've done enough for our cause." But Forrest's proposal hints at a shift in his stance on racial violence. Maybe he might be a racist. Maybe he doesn't like being violent about it.
Just massacre the whole fort. But
when I was younger, that's what he would say.
Everybody makes mistakes.
That was when I was a fool.
Young and dumb. Dude, you were 40-something then. We'd have been like almost 40. Yeah.
42.
January 1875, he travels to Nashville to oppose Andrew Johnson's Senate re-election, facing a field of candidates including 4 ex-Confederate officers. Wait, Andrew Johnson went to Senate after being president?
I guess.
Good for him. This includes 4 ex-Confederate officers in the field, which is General John Brown, William Bate, W.A. Quarles, and Colonel John Savage. Historian Fay Brabson recounts how Johnson, who was a cunning politician, he flatters Forrest, saying, "When the gods arrive, the half-gods depart."
Oh,
Suggesting that legislature should back Forrest for Senate over one-horse generals.
okay.
Oh. Charmed, Forrest leaves for Memphis that night, abandoning the political fray and allowing Johnson to outmaneuver the competition.
Look at that
He
shit.
said, "Oh."
Okay. It's the 5th of July, 1875. Forrest, he makes his final public appearance. He speaks before the Independent Order of the Pole Bearers Association, a black Southern organization advocating for economic improvement and equal rights. Look at these guys. Good for him. What the New York Times calls a friendly speech. Forrest, he encouraged black advancement and promotes harmony between black and white Americans. I have a dream. When a young black woman, which was the daughter of a pole bearers officer, offers him a bouquet, Forrest accepts, and he thanks her, and he kisses her on his cheek and then immediately puts alcohol on his lips. A gesture unthinkable for many ex-Confederates.
Yeah.
His words and actions signal a public pivot toward reconciliation.
Well, the backlash, as you would guess, is swift. July 30th, the Cavalry Survivors Association of Augusta, which is the first Confederate organization formed after the war, they condemned Forrest's speech.
Right.
Captain Francis Edgeworth Eve, who was a former Georgia Hussar soldier, he ridicules Forrest's judgment, insults the woman who gave him flowers as a mulatto wench.
Oh.
And, yeah, that's why he did it, because she was half white. Probably looked more white than anything.
Right.
And they pushed the group to amend its constitution, banning any public association of white women with black women as equals.
Uh-oh.
The Macon Weekly Telegraph also slams Forrest. This is a public newspaper, by the way.
Yeah.
Calling his appearance a disgusting exhibition and quoting a Charlotte Observer piece that scorns him and General Gideon Pillow for equalizing with Negro women,
Oh, wow.
contrasting them unfavorably with General James Longstreet, who openly aligns with black men for political gain.
Look at that.
The vitriol reveals the deep resistance among some ex-Confederates to Forrest's call for unity.
You're no better than Longstreet himself.
Just get over it, guys.
Right, holy shit. 29th of October, 1877. Forrest, who is now 56, he dies at his brother Jesse's home in Memphis, reportedly from acute complications of diabetes.
Diabetes.
His eulogy, delivered by former Confederate chaplain George Tucker Steinbach, which is now Forrest's spiritual mentor, he proclaims, Lieutenant General Nathan Bedford Forrest, though dead, yet speaketh. His acts have photographed themselves upon the hearts of thousands, and will seek there forever.
Or speak there. But, yeah.
The funeral procession on the 30th of October stretches over 2 miles, drawing an estimate of 20,000 people. Biographer Jack Hurst, he notes, many black citizens joined that crowd, which is a striking detail given Forrest's past as a slave trader, Confederate general, KKK Klan leader. What? KKK leader.
It's the Ku Klux Klan Klan.
Klan. We allow black people in this one. This is reflected his late life gestures towards racial reconciliation.
The last 2 months.
Right.
Well, he's laid to rest at Elmwood Cemetery in Memphis with military honors and rights as a member of the Odd Fellows.
Oh, really?
He had helped raise funds for a Confederate monument
That's
there.
right, he was.
Right.
Freemason.
Tying his legacy to the lost cause. In 1904, his and his wife Mary's remains were moved to a Memphis City park named Forest Park in his honor, later renamed Health Sciences Park.
Of course.
Statue of Forrest is erected, becoming a flashpoint for controversy. We'll get to that. July 7, 2015, the Memphis City Council unanimously votes to remove the statue.
I bet they did.
And they return Forrest's remains to Elmwood Cemetery, spurred by growing calls to address symbols of white supremacy.
That's bullshit. You shouldn't remove people's fucking remains.
Well, what about this guy?
Well, they shouldn't have moved it in the first place.
All right.
However, though, 13th of October, 2017, the Tennessee Historical Commission, citing the Tennessee Heritage Protection Act of 2013 and United States Public Law 85-425, it blocks this very move. Is that, you hold on one motherfucking minute. Memphis responds creatively. selling the park to Memphis Green Space, which is a nonprofit, non-bound by the act. Oh. The group swiftly removes the monument, marking a pivotal movement and reckoning the forest's legacy.
Oh.
Damn, they just want to shit all over him, huh?
Well, Nathan, he's enshrined as a folk hero in Memphis, Tennessee, where he lived and died. Historian Court Carney argues that white Memphians, humiliated by their city's early surrender during the war, they crafted a distorted depiction of Forrest's wartime role to salvage civic pride. This hero worship fuels a strong Forrest cult among lost cause devotees who romanticize the Confederacy's defeat. Yeah. Forrest's legacy as one of the most controversial and popular icons of the war remains a lightning rod for public debate.
2007, Tennessee boasted 32 historical markers.
Hysterical.
2007, Tennessee boasted 32 historical markers dedicated to Forrest, outnumbering those for Presidents Andrew Jackson, James K. Polk, Andrew Johnson, all combined.
And they're all Tennessee guys.
A testament to his enduring regional reverence. The Sons of the Confederate Veterans, a Tennessee-based group. It further cemented his status by awarding him their Confederate Medal of Honor in 1977. Cool.
As you would guess, just like a lot of other Confederate...
They just changed them around.
Right.
Time it was slave trader first. Then general.
You gotta switch it up. As you would guess, old Forrest, like many other Confederate guys, he had a lot of schools named after him.
Oh.
High schools in Chapel Hill, Tennessee, and Jacksonville, Florida, bore his name, reflecting his status as a regional icon.
Right.
The Jacksonville School, Nathan Bedford Forrest High School, that was named in 1959, almost 100 years after the urging of Daughters of the Confederacy.
Okay.
Which was a deliberate act of defiance against the 1954 Brown v. Board of Education decision mandating school desegregation.
Okay.
So they got pissed that schools are segregated now, or desegregated, and they're like, we're going to name this after this. All you guys got to go to the school named after this guy.
Right. What was the white guy in the movie Roots? What was the owner's name?
I don't know. I've never seen it.
You never seen? You had to have seen Roots.
Never.
Back in school, they made you watch it.
Never.
Wow. The school remained all white until the year 1971.
Oh.
When Duval County schools were ordered to integrate.
1971?
Right. Damn. By the 2000s, over half its students' body was black, highlighting the irony of a school named for a white supremacist serving a diverse community. 2008, Duval County School Board voted 5-2 to keep the name. Those two people were probably no longer on the board after that. Oh, they kept the name.
Right.
They voted 5-2 to keep the name, resisting calls for a change. Like, no, fuck that. But just 5 short years later, amid growing awareness of Forrest's ties to slavery and the Klan, the board unanimously voted 7-0 to begin the renaming process.
Oh, jeez. After
public forums and discussions, the school was renamed West Side High School. With This happened in January 2014. A unanimous decision reflected in a shift toward inclusivity. Similarly, Forest Hill Academy in Atlanta, Georgia, named for Forrest, was renamed Hank Aaron New Beginnings Academy in April 2021. I can go with that. Honoring the Atlanta Braves legend who died in January of 2021, which is a move celebrating a unifying figure over a divisive one.
He was also once celebrated at Middle Tennessee State University.
Oh, MTCU.
Mitsu. 1951, his likeness debuted as the official mascot in the school's yearbook, The Midlander, tying the university to his Confederate legacy. What are they? Middle Tennessee State University Bedford's Forests?
They
had no official nickname prior to 1934, when teams were called Normalites, Teachers, and Pedagogues. But their mascot, like their guy dressed up. So it was Forrest. It was Nathan Bedford Forrest. Somebody was dressed up as Forrest.
Lightning, wasn't that the name of his horse?
Maybe. He was their mascot from 1911 to 34. Well, by 1978, amid growing unease with the association, Middle Tennessee State, they removed Forrest's image from the university's official seal.
Oh, wow.
The Blue Raiders' athletic mascot, once explicitly linked to Forrest, was reimagined as a vague swashbuckler called the Blue Raider to distance it from the Confederacy.
Okay.
What do they call it? The Red Raider? Or the Gray Raider?
Right.
On January 17, 1998, during halftime of a basketball game against rival Tennessee State University, they unveiled a new mascot, which is a winged horse named Lightning, inspired by the mythological Pegasus, fully severing ties to Forrest's imagery.
Okay. 1958, the university named its ROTC building
Rotsy.
Forrest Hall to honor him. complete with decorative trim on the outside of the building depicting Forrest on horseback. That's cool. By 2006, protests led to the portrait's removal, reflecting shifting attitude towards Forrest's legacy of slavery and racial violence. A significant effort to rename Forrest Hall and gain traction, gained traction once again. But on February 16, 2018, the governor-controlled Tennessee Historical Commission denied MTSU's petition to change the name, citing the Tennessee Heritage Protection Act once again, which restricts alterations to war memorials. The decision underscored the ongoing tension between preserving historical symbols and addressing their painful associations. Fuck off, you fucking bunch of pussies.
Well, 2011, the Sons of Confederate Veterans.
But my feelings.
All right. They proposed a Mississippi license plate to honor Nathan Bedford Forrest, sparking immediate backlash. Derek Johnson, president of the Mississippi NAACP, he condemns it, comparing Forrest to Osama bin Laden and Saddam Hussein due to his roles as a slave trader, Confederate commander, and Grand Wizard of the KKK.
Okay.
The NAACP petitions Governor Harley Barbour to denounce the plates and block their distribution, arguing they glorify a figure tied to racial violence. The governor, however, sidesteps a direct rebuke, stating that the state legislature is unlikely to approve it anyways, which he avoids a firm stance on the controversy.
Right.
That was his way of telling them to not approve it.
Right. In the year 2000.
Year 2000.
In 2000, a monument of Forrest is unveiled in the Confederate Circle section of Old Live Oak Cemetery in Selma, Alabama. All right, leave that alone, right? It's the Confederate Circle section. The inscription hails him as a defender of Selma, wizard of the saddle, untutored genius, the first with the most, declaring the monument a testament of our perpetual devotion and respect for Forrest, and one of the South's finest heroes. It honors his unwavering defense of Selma, the great state of Alabama, and the Confederacy. This is ended with the Latin phrase, Deo Vindice, which is God will vindicate. Oh, wow.
The monument, celebrating Forrest's Civil War exploits, it reignites debate in Selma, which is a city synonymous with the 65 voting rights movement.
Why do people even give a shit? It's at a part where a bunch of Confederates are buried. It's right in the back of the cemetery.
If you don't want to see it, don't go go towards it.
Holy shit.
March 2012, the bust of Forrest is stolen from the monument, which is a bold act reflecting opposition to his veneration, yes. By May 2015, the bust is replaced, reaffirming the commitment of Forrest's supporters to his memory, even as his legacy of a symbol of white supremacy fuels ongoing protests.
Fuck off.
You guys said, you ain't seen nothing yet.
1905, Memphis erects its first Civil War memorial. It's a statue of Nathan Bedford Forrest. This is in a new Nathan Bedford Forrest Park, cementing its name. It's a park and a memorial. Fantastic. This cemented his status as a local icon. A century later, now it's 2005, Shelby County Commissioner Walter Bailey launches a campaign to relocate the statue, which stands over Forrest's grave, and renamed the park, citing Forrest's ties to white supremacy.
This is the one where they sold it.
Former Mayor Willie Harrington, who is black, he blocks the effort, highlighting the complex local politics. Oh. Look at you, Willie.
Yeah, we already said that they sold it to the Health Sciences Park, which is a nonprofit, and they immediately take that shit out of there, which circumvents the act.
Right.
2015, Charleston church shooting reignites calls to remove Confederate symbols. That's when it all began. Tennessee lawmakers pushed to remove a Forrest bust from the state capitol, and then Mayor A.C. Wharton urges relocating the Health Sciences Park statue and reburying Forrest and his wife Mary at their original site in Elmwood. July 7, 2015, the Memphis City Council votes nearly unanimously to remove the statue and transfer the remains. However, like we just said, it's blocked, and then they sold it to a nonprofit.
Okay.
Which is, they removed it immediately.
Right.
And they got rid of not only a Forrest statue, but a Jefferson Davis one.
Of course, Jefferson Davis had to go.
The Confederate veterans, sons of the Confederate veterans, they threatened a lawsuit. In retaliation, April 18, 2018, the Tennessee House, they cut $250,000 from Memphis's bicentennial funding.
Damn.
The campaign to remove Forrest's legacy, galvanized by the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, is led by Shelby County Commissioner Tammy Sawyer, who founded Take 'em Down 901 to dismantle Confederate iconography. Iconography? Sure. June 3rd, 2021, the remains of Forrest and his wife were exhumed from the park, where they had rested for over a century.
This is sad.
They were initially moved to Munford, Tennessee, and then reburied in Columbia, Tennessee, by the Sons of the Confederate Veterans.
Ridiculous.
Wow.
Gives a fuck where people are buried. Son of a bitch. Tennessee legislature designated July 13th, Nathan Bedford Forrest's birthday. Didn't know you can just pick a day.
Well, that's not what it did, but-
The Tennessee's legislature designated 13th of July with his Forrest's birthday as Nathan Bedford Forrest Day, celebrating the Confederate general, slave trader, and KKK Grand Wizard. As of 2019, the holiday remained in place, so we don't know what happened in the last 6 years. Requiring the governor to sign an annual proclamation, despite efforts by some Democratic lawmakers to repeal it, citing Forrest's ties to white supremacy, obviously. The observance became a lightning rod, symbolizing the state's struggle to reconcile its Confederate past with demands of the New World.
Basically. June 2020, Governor Bill Lee's, he's William Lee, Bill Lee. His administration introduced a bill passed by the Tennessee legislature June 10th that eliminated the mandate for governors to proclaim Nathan Bedford Forrest Day.
Oh.
A spokesperson for Lee confirmed he would not issue a proclamation in July 2020, effectively halting official state recognition of the holiday.
Wow.
The same month, black members of the Tennessee House of Representatives, they pushed to abolish the celebration entirely, but they were unsuccessful. Representative Cameron Sexton, he defended the legislative resistance. He stated, "I don't think anybody here is truly racist. I think people may make insensitive comments. I remarked, you guessed it, that sparked criticism for downplaying the holiday's racial implications."
Blah, blah, blah. Here we fucking go. A bust of Forrest, sculpted by Jane Baxendale. It stood in the Tennessee state capitol, Nashville, for the longest of time, honoring the Confederate general, slave trader, KKK Grand Wizard. 2021 calls to remove it intensified.
That's going to be the title of this episode. Nathan Bedford Forrest, Confederate general, slave trader, KKK Grand Wizard.
In 2021, calls to remove it intensifies, reflecting broader scrutiny of Confederate symbols. Brett Joseph Forrest, a direct descendant of Nathan, publicly supported the bust removal,
Oh, what a fucking
breaking with
pussy.
those who venerate his ancestors' legacy. Uh-oh. Wow. The Tennessee legislature voted on relocating the bust to Tennessee State Museum. This is a move to contextualize rather than celebrate Forrest's history. Put it in context, baby.
I mean, I guess that would be put it in the museum and exhibit it and explain what he did.
Representative Cameron Sexton opposed the removal, arguing it aligns with the teaching of communism, a provocative claim that drew criticism. Only one other legislator sided with him, and the bust was removed. They should have made those two remove it. Marking a significant shift in Tennessee's public memory.
Yeah, that's what they're doing, erasing.
Yeah.
Well, Nathan Bedford Forrest, a Confederate general with no formal military training. He's hailed by historian Spencer Tucker as one of the Civil War's most brilliant tacticians. Forrest's philosophy was stark, he says. War means fighting, and fighting means killing. And victory came from getting there first with the most men.
Right.
That's not necessarily true.
Yeah.
This mantra defined his approach, earning him the nickname That Devil Forrest.
Oh.
And that came from old William Tecumseh Sherman.
Yeah, that guy. That guy has a reputation of his own.
Yeah, look into him. In wartime exchanges with the old Grant, Sherman called Forrest the most remarkable man our Civil War produced on either side.
No shit. Forrest, he pioneered maneuver tactics. He leveraged the mobility of his horse cavalry to outpace and outsmart opponents. He embraced mobile warfare principles, later central to 20th century conflicts, emphasizing rapid movement, even at the cost of exhausting his horses. His raids disrupted United States supply trains, communications by destroying railroad tracks and cutting those telegraph lines, often circling around enemy flanks to strike where least expected. Civil War scholar Bruce Catton, he notes Forrest's ability to keep opponents off balance, cementing his reputation as a master of cavalry warfare. He says, Forrest,
He's a Civil War general.
Forrest used his horsemen as a modern general would use motorized infantry. He liked horses because he liked fast movement. And his mounted men could get from here to there much faster than any infantry could, obviously. But when they reached the field, they usually tied their horses to trees and fought on foot. And they were as good as the very best infantry.
Good for them.
Good, right. Fantastic.
Well, he's often credited with the colorful phrase, to get our fustus with the mostus. as a summary of his battlefield strategy, frequently recast as getting there firstest with the mostest. This catchy aphorism first surfaced in a New York Tribune article, crafted to add flair to European fascination with Civil War generals. However, a 1918 New York Times story corrected the record, quoting Forrest as saying, "Ma'am, I got there first with the most men." While the misquote is a snappy distortion, it captures the essence of Forrest's military principles, which is mass and maneuver.
Oh, fantastic. By prioritizing rapid movement, concentrating force outpaced and overwhelmed his opponents, as seen in raids and the battles like Bryce's Crossroads. Civil War scholar Bruce Canton, he says, despite inspurious origins, the quote reflects Forrest's knack for striking swiftly and decisively, cementing his legend as a master of mobile warfare. And he went on to say, "Do not, under any circumstances whatever, quote Forrest as saying fustus and mostus." He did not say that way. And nobody even knows anything about him imagines that he did.
Jeez, take it easy,
This guy was pissed. He's like, bullshit!
Jeez, Brucey, calm down, buddy. Well, military historian Christopher Rain, he says he did say that. And I'm just kidding. They would do. He offers a sobering assessment of Forrest, while acknowledging his skill as perhaps the Confederacy's finest cavalryman and his shrewdness in smaller engagements, like the First Battle of Murfreesboro, Bryce's Crossroads, and Parker's Crossroads. Rain argues these victories were strategically marginal, often achieved through bluff or against weaker foes. That's mass, yeah. Forrest's personal bravery and penchant for leading from the front, charging into the fray, and won admiration from both sides during the war.
Wow. Well, he also contends that such traits are better suited to junior officers or enlisted men.
Yeah, you probably don't want your head guy doing this.
Right, not generals tasked with broader strategic vision. Take an example of this. In Selma of 1865, Forrest's focus on leading troops to Ebenezer Church rather than fortifying defenses led to a crushing defeat that destroyed the Confederacy's last manufacturing hub, effectively ending the war.
Sure did.
Rain further critiques Forrest's performance within larger Confederate operations. His tendency to act independently, bypassing superiors, that's often backfired on him. Take a look at Chickamauga in 1863 with his failure to coordinate weakened General Braxton Bragg's victory.
Yeah.
Couldn't do
Also, Tupelo, 1864, his escape came at the cost of his ability to disrupt William Sherman's supply lines.
Okay.
The success at Johnsonville later that year, though tactically brilliant, it delayed General John Bell Hood's Tennessee advance, which allowed General George Thomas to fortify Nashville from the U.S.
Yes.
The resulting Union victory there in December of 1864 obliterated the Army of the Tennessee and collapsed the Confederacy's Western Theater campaign.
It did.
Yeah.
And the worst military leaders in history.
Oh, this guy don't like him.
Rain argues that Forrest's glorification, particularly among minimally educated Southern United States military cadets who see him as embodying lost cause virtues, has harmed U.S. military performance long term, he says. Oh, wow. This mythologizing, tied to the romanticized Confederate narrative, overshadows Forrest's strategic shortcomings and perpetuates a flawed motto of leadership. He says, great leadership is only one aspect of command. Forrest was certainly a skilled tactician, but great commanders must have strategic vision or some semblance of how their victories translate into successful operations and ultimately into strategic victory. Otherwise, the commander runs the risk of falling into the same traps set for American commanders in Vietnam or Iraq, winning an unbroken string of tactical victories but never translating those successes into the strategic conditions necessary for a decisive victory.
Oh, so what? You ran these guys out of this neighborhood, but what are you going to do now?
Right. Damn, he just put that in with the Vietnam and Iraq.
Right. April 12th, 1864, his Confederate forces attacked Fort Pillow. We know this is one of his criticisms. Which was defended by 295 white soldiers and 262 black soldiers of the U.S. Modern historians analyzing the high casualty rates and the targeted killing of black soldiers and white soldiers conclude the assault was a massacre.
It was.
2/3 of black troops were killed compared to 1/3 of the whites. Forrest claimed the massacre was a fabrication by U.S. reporters, but letters from Confederate soldiers to the families detailing extreme brutality contradict him.
Oh, you already know that. Damn. These accounts describe indiscriminate slaughter, including shooting, surrendering, and wounded black soldiers, aligning with the Confederacy's stated policy, Former slaves fighting whites and Southern whites loyal to the Union, deemed traitors, were to be killed on sight. That's what the old Confederacy said. Mm-hmm. Historians, they argue that Forrest's troops acted on this policy, targeting black soldiers with lethal intent. The historical record undermines Forrest's repeated denials of knowledge about the massacre, either during or after the event.
He even left it out of his war report.
Did. Evidence suggests he was aware of it and likely complicit of it, given his command and the systematic nature of the killings, right? He's the command, and, I mean, come on, how do you not know this is happening?
Well, the massacre, it casts a long shadow over his life. The stigma of the massacre, marked by its racial brutality, dogged Forrest both professionally and personally, contributing to his post-war business struggles as his reputation as a war criminal and alienated potential partners and creditors. Historian Richard Fuches, in an Unnearing Fire, condemns the event as an orgy of death, a mass lynching, driven by intentional murder rooted in racism and personal enmity. Enmity.
Andrew Ward.
Right, look,
He addresses the
go home cue, guys.
Right. Andrew Ward addresses the debate over whether the massacre was planned or spontaneous. He says, it certainly did happen, in every dictionary sense of the word, emphasizing its undeniable horror. John Simprich, he notes a shift in historical perspective, staying the new paradigm in the social attitudes and the fuller use of available evidence was favored as a massacre. He highlights how the event fueled sectional and racial conflicts for decades, but recent interpretations offer hope for moving beyond past intolerance. The site of Fort Pillow is now observed as a Tennessee State Historical Park, which is a place of reflection on this dark chapter. Even USS Grant.
Grant.
Even General Grant, while praising Forrest as a brave and intrepid cavalry general, criticizes Fort Pillow dispatch for omitting the part which shocked humanity to read, underscoring the massacre's moral weight.
Okay, that's where we end old Nathan Bedford Forrest, who was a Civil War general, a slave trader, and a KKK leader.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to say about the guy? He clearly,
with no military training.
And he clearly was a racist guy.
Yeah.
No doubt about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that. There's already a long episode for this guy, and there's nothing more we can say about the old Civil War general, slave trader, and KKK leader. So, yeah, we'll be back.
Former presidential candidate.
Former presidential candidate, and
no, he wasn't. Was
he
he?
never ran.
Right, that's right.
Well, whatever. Did a lot of things. Racist. Yeah, that's it for us. And this is episode Behind the Battles. We'll be back next week for another Union generale. Maybe we'll finally get to Sherman or Sheridan, one of those two guys. But it's going to be a long... both of those guys might even be two parts because they do a lot after the war as well.
They're crazy humans.
Yeah, so we'll be back next week for more old Behind the Battles of the Civil War.
Maybe do Frederick Douglass or something.
Yeah, either way, we'll be back for something.
All right.
Yeah, maybe something that led up to the war.
Who knows?
Who knows? Either or, we'll still be back next week for more Battles of the American Civil War, Behind the Battles. We'll see you then. We are the Month of Music Industry.
Bang, bang.
Live from the BDN Studios, it's Bang and Dang.
That's awesome.
If you don't like that, then
You ain't black.
All right, welcome back to Battles of the American Civil War, Behind the Battles, fresh off of Ulysses S. Grant and his escapades for literally 4 hours long that those two episodes took, and we're on to his counterpart of the war.
Yeah, that guy had no clue what the hell he was doing.
His friend slash, well, yeah, in his presidency, it was just turmoil and scandals and just ignorance. Yeah, we moved to the other side of the aisle with his friend slash, what's the word I'm looking for? Mm-hmm. What do they call the adversary, right? Yeah, were they adversaries, though? I mean, they didn't hate each other. Friend slash competitor. I don't know. Let me know in the comments, chat. Robert Edward Lee, of course, we're talking about.
Bobby Lee.
Who literally was a career military guy, having spent... Up until the Civil War started, the dude had been in the military for literally 28 years or some shit like that, and still decides to turn his back on the United States, all for his lovely Virginia. Actually, we're going to take a look at some of his views on slavery that I guarantee a lot of people don't even know. or never even heard his views on slavery before. So that should be interesting. And then we'll take obviously a look at his Army career up until leading the South for the Civil War. Obviously, we're going to get into some Civil War battles. Not as many in this as we have previously episodes, but and then we'll take a look at his later life, which he lived a pretty normal life afterwards.
Only for a couple more years.
He was born Stratford Hall Plantation in Westmoreland County, Virginia, to Henry Lee III and Anne Hill Carter Lee on January 19th, 1807. His ancestor, Richard Lee I, he immigrated from Shropshire, England, to Virginia in 1639.
Makes sense.
His father suffered from severe financial reverses from failed investments, and he was put in debtor's prison. Soon after his release the following year, the family moved to the city of Alexandria, which at the time was still part of the District of Columbia.
I'm guessing it was a work prison, right?
Debtor's prison. I'm sure, yeah. You got to pay off your debt before you leave, right? Nobody paid debt. You go there and you pay off your debt by working in these prisons, so they had to work off their debt via labor or secured outside funds to pay the balance.
Nice. So either way.
Well, it's kind of shitty, I guess. Well, now they'll just toss you in prison for 20 years and be like, whatever, you don't have a chance to work it off.
Right.
Yeah, Alexandria they moved to, which at the time was part of D.C., then retroceded back to Virginia in 1847. Both because there were then high-quality local schools there, and because several members of Anne's extended family lived nearby. That's probably the main reason.
Right.
They didn't give a shit about the schools.
1811, 4-year-old Robert E. Lee and the family, including the newly born sixth child, Mildred, they moved to a house on Ornico Street. 1812, Lee's father moved permanently to the West Indies. Whoa. Lee attended Eastern View, a school for young gentlemen.
The hell did he go to West Indies for?
Right. He attended this school in Fauquier County, New Virginia. And then at the Alexandria Academy, free for local boys, where he showed an aptitude for mathematics.
Oh, the old tactician he is.
Although brought up to be a practicing Christian, he was not confirmed in the Episcopal Church until the age of 46, almost at his death.
Well, considering he was born in 07 and lived until 70-something, I don't think so.
A couple more years.
Yep. Anne Lee's family was often supported by a relative who was named William Henry Fitzhugh. You'll hear that name a couple times. Who owned, well, the Fitzhugh name, who owned the Ornico Street house and allowed the Lees to stay at his country home, Ravensworth.
Right.
Fitzhugh wrote to the United States Secretary of War, John Calhoun, urging that Robert be given an appointment to the United States Military Academy. What is up with these guys getting recommendations and getting shoo-ins to the damn West Point? Ulysses S. Grant was the same thing.
Sure fuck.
It was. Fitzhugh had young Robert delivered the letter himself.
Oh.
Lee, he entered the West Point in summer of 1825, and at the time, the focus of the curriculum was engineering.
Okay.
The head of the United States Army Corps of Engineers supervised the school, and the superintendent was an engineering officer as well.
The cadets, they were not permitted to leave until they finished 2 years of study, and they were rarely allowed off the academy grounds. Lee, he graduated second in his class behind Charles Mason, who resigned from the Army a year after graduation.
He said, fuck this.
Lee did not incur any demerits during his 4-year course of study, a distinction shared by only 5 of his 45 classmates.
Oh.
In June 1829, he was commissioned a brevet second lieutenant in the Corps of Engineers. After that day of graduation, while awaiting assignment, he returned to Virginia, his lovely, lovely land of Virginia, to find his mommy on her deathbed. She died at Ravensworth on the 26th of July in 1829.
Damn.
1 month later.
August 11th, 1829, Brigadier General Charles Gratiot, he ordered Lee to Cockspur Island, Georgia. The plan was to build a fort on the marshy island, which would command the outlet of the Savannah River.
Fantastic.
Lee, he was involved in the early stages of construction as the island was being drained and built up. 1831, it became apparent that the existing plan to build what became known as Fort Pulaski would have to be revamped, and Lee was transferred to Fort Monroe at the tip of the Virginia Peninsula, which is today Hampton, Virginia.
There you go, Hamptoners.
While home in the summer of 1829, Lee had apparently courted Mary Custis, whom he had known since a child.
Aw, his little sweet. I always had a crush on you. Mary was the great-granddaughter of Martha Washington by her first husband, Daniel Parke Custis, and step-great-granddaughter of George Washington, the first president of the United States of America. Mary was the only surviving child of George Washington Parke Custis, George Washington's step-grandson, and Mary Lee Fitzhugh Custis, daughter of William Fitzhugh and Anne Bowling Randolph.
Lee, he obtained permission to write to her before leaving for Georgia, though Mary Custis warned Lee to be discreet in his writings as her mother read her letters, especially from men. Damn, how many men is she getting letters from? Custis refused Lee the first time he asked to marry her, as her father did not believe the son of a disgraced light horse Harry Lee, the old debtor prisoner himself, didn't believe he was a suitable man for his daughter.
Nope.
She finally accepted him with her father's consent in September of 1830 while he was on summer leave. Robert and Mary, they married June 30th, 1831 at Arlington House, which was her parents' house just across the Potomac from Washington. The 3rd U.S. Artillery served as honor guard at the marriage.
Lee's duties at Fort Monroe were varied, typical for a junior officer, and they ranged from budgeting to designing buildings. Although Mary Lee accompanied her husband to Hampton Roads, she spent about a third of her time at Arlington. Though the couple's first son, George Washington Custis Lee, was born at Fort Monroe on the 16th of September, 1832. Custis Lee would go on to become a major general in the Civil War and an aide-de-camp to President Davis as well.
Sure did.
Although Robert and Mary were by all accounts devoted to each other, they were different in character. Bobby, he was tidy and punctual, qualities his wife lacked.
Well, she's a daughter of a famous family that had a bunch of slaves. So.
Right. Mary Lee also had trouble switching from being a rich man's daughter to having to manage a household with only 1 or 2 enslaved people. Beginning in 1832, Robert E. Lee had a close but platonic relationship with Harriet Talcott, wife of his fellow officer Andrew Talcott.
What's going on there? Well, life at Fort Monroe was marked by conflicts between artillery and engineering officers. Eventually, the War Department transferred all engineering officers away from Fort Monroe, except for Lee, who was ordered to take up residence on the artificial island of Rip Raps. Across the river from Fort Monroe, where Fort Wool would eventually rise and continue his work to improve the island. Lee, he duly moved there, then discharged all workers and informed the War Department he couldn't maintain laborers without the facilities of the fort. Makes sense, right?
Yeah. 1834, Lee was transferred to Washington as General Gratiot's assistant. Lee had hoped to rent a house in Washington for his family, but he was unable to find one.
That's
Family stayed in Arlington, though Lieutenant Lee rented a room at a Washington boarding house for when the roads were impassable.
probably quite frequently.
Yep, even when it was nice and sunny.
Right.
July 12th, 1835, Lee's daughter and second child, Mary Custis Lee, was born.
Hey, guys, how about being original, huh?
Right. Around that very same time, Lee was assigned to assist Andrew Talcott in surveying the southern border of Michigan. While on that expedition, he responded to a letter from an ill Mary Lee, which had requested he come back to Arlington. But why do you urge my immediate return and tempt one in the strongest manner? I rather require to be strengthened and encouraged to the full performance of what I am called on to execute.
He's like, why are you bothering me, woman? I'm trying to do my job.
Right. By the time I get there, you probably be good again.
Or dead.
Right. So kind of a waste of time either way.
Can I just survey some land? Lee, he completed the assignment and returned to his post in Washington, finding his wife ill at Ravensworth. Mary Lee, who had recently given birth, obviously, remained bedridden for several months. October of 1836, Lee, he was promoted to first lieutenant. He then served as an assistant in the chief engineer's office in Washington from 1834 to 37, but spent the summer of 1835 helping to lay out the state line between Ohio and Michigan.
Fantastic.
In the company of Lieutenant Washington Hood.
Look at this guy.
May 31st, 1837, Lee and his wife welcomed their third child, old William Henry Fitzhugh Lee, also known by Rooney Lee. Old Rooney Lee, huh?
He was also in
He
the
would
Civil
later
War.
become a cavalry major general in the Civil War.
He was a pretty damn good one, too.
He was all right.
As first lieutenant of engineers in 1837, Lee supervised the engineering work for St. Louis Harbor and for the upper Mississippi and Missouri rivers. Among his projects was the mapping of the Des Moines Rapids on the Mississippi above Keokuk, Iowa, where the Mississippi's mean depth of 2.4 feet was the upper limit of steamboat traffic on the river.
2.4 feet?
Damn. A steamboat can go that
You
shallow.
can go there, right?
Nice. His work there earned him a promotion to captain.
All right, look at Captain Lee.
Captain Lee. All right.
All right.
Around 1842, Captain Robert E. Lee arrived at Fort Hamilton's post engineer. Robert, Mary, they would go on to have 4 more children before he set off to the Mexican-American War in 1846. Ann Carter Lee, born June 18th, 1839. Eleanor Agnes Lee, born February 27th, 1841. Robert Edward Lee Jr., born October 27th, 1843. It's all 2 years apart. Robert Edward would served as a captain in the Civil War on the staff of his brother Rooney. Mildred Child Lee, born February 10th, 1846. All the children survived him except for Annie, who died in 1862.
She did. She had typhoid.
And they are all buried with their parents in the crypt of the University Chapel at Washington and Lee University in Lexington, Virginia.
Yeah, we'll get to that. Lee, he distinguished himself in the Mexican-American War, which lasted from 46 to 48.
That was a bloody war, too, man.
Yeah. Well, he was one of Winfield Scott's chief aides in the march from Veracruz to Mexico City. See, I told you, man, we should have just kept Mexico City. Avoided what we're going through right now.
Right.
At least way down there.
Yes.
He was instrumental in several American victories through his personal reconnaissance as a staff officer. He found routes of attack that the Mexicans had not defended because they thought the terrain was impassable.
Okay.
He was promoted to brevet major after the Battle of Cerro Gordo on April 18th, 1847. He also fought at Contreras, Churubusco, and Chapultepec, and was wounded at the last one.
First and last time he was probably wounded in battle, huh?
Yeah, I don't think he got wounded in Civil War. He got probably had dysentery a few times and shit himself a lot. But
Yeah, that happened a lot. By the end of the war, he had received additional brevet promotions to lieutenant colonel and colonel, but his permanent rank was still captain of engineers.
he's still getting paid like a colonel, though.
Right. He would remain a captain until his transfer to the cavalry, 1855. For the very first time, Robert E. Lee and Ulysses S. Grant met, and they worked with each other during the Mexican-American War. Close observations of their commanders constituted a learning process for both Lee and Grant. The Mexican-American War concluded the 2nd of February on Groundhog's Day, 1848. The fucking groundhog did not see his shadow, baby.
For the Mexicans, anyways.
Right.
After that war, Lee spent 3 years at Fort Carroll in Baltimore Harbor. During this time, his service was interrupted by other duties, among them surveying and updating maps in Florida. Cuban revolutionary Narciso Lopez, he intended to forcibly liberate Cuba from Spanish rule.
But he did.
Late 1849, searching for a leader for his filibuster expedition, he approached Jefferson Davis, then a United States senator. Davis, he declined and said, my duties are to be a senator, not a conqueror or whatever he said.
Right.
Davis, in turn, suggested Lee, who also declined. Both decided it was inconsistent with their duties.
Yeah. They don't like it.
Right. Like, I'm here to survey landmarks, not...
Right.
Like, I'll survey your landmarks after you take over the country, but, you know.
Well, the decade of the 1850s were a very difficult time for Robert E. Lee. With his long absences from home, the increasing disability of his wife, troubles in taking over the management of a large slave plantation, and his often morbid concern with his personal failures. 1852, Lee was appointed superintendent of the military academy at West Point. Oh, look at that shit.
Look at that.
He was reluctant to enter what he called a snake pit, but the War Department insisted, and he obeyed.
Good little boy.
His wife occasionally came to visit. During his 3 years at West Point, Brevet Colonel Robert E. Lee improved the buildings and courses and spent much time with the cadets.
What else you got to do?
Right. Lee's eldest, George Washington Custis Lee, attended West Point during his tenure. Custis Lee graduated in 1854. First in his class,
Look at
even
that
outdid his daddy.
shit.
He made Robert E. Lee even feel even worse about himself.
Second. I think that would make him prouder.
Right.
And his son finished first, right?
My goodness.
Well, Lee, he was enormously relieved to receive a long-awaited promotion as second in command of the 2nd Cavalry Regiment in Texas in 1855.
Fantastic.
It meant leaving the engineering corps and its sequence of staff jobs for the combat command he truly wanted.
Yeah.
He served under Colonel Albert Sidney Johnston at Camp Cooper, Texas. Their mission, protect settlers from attacks by the old Injuns.
Yeah.
Namely, the Apaches and the Comanche. The Apaches and Comanche, two brutal motherfuckers.
Yeah,
man.
there's some 1857, his daddy-in-law, George Washington Parke Custis, dead, creating a serious crisis when Lee took on the burden of executing the will. Custis' estate encompassed vast landholdings, hundreds of slaves, but also massive debt. The will required people formerly enslaved by Custis to be emancipated by my executors in such manner as to my executors may seem most expedient and proper. The said emancipation to be accomplished in not exceeding 5 years from the time of my decease.
Oh, look at that.
Look at this guy.
Look at this guy.
He's like, you be my slaves till I die.
and a little bit after.
The state was in disarray, and the plantations had been poorly managed, and they were losing money.
Well, Lee tried to hire an overseer to handle plantation in his absence. He wrote to his cousin, "I wish to get an energetic, honest farmer who, while he will be considerate and kind to the Negroes, will be firm and make them do their duty."
Right.
But Lee failed to find a man for the job and had to take a 2-year leave of absence from the army to run the shit himself.
Damn.
Lee's more strict expectations and harsher punishments of the slaves, at Arlington Plantation nearly led to a revolt, since many of the enslaved people had been given to understand they were made to be free as soon as Custis died. They protested angrily at the delay. Like, what are we doing here? He's like, hey, man, I'm going to set you guys free.
Right.
But just, hey,
You guys are misinformed, man. But you don't even know how to read, so I'm going to tell you what it says.
you can speed your freedom up if you get this shit in
Right.
tip-top shape, guys.
Right. In May of 1858, he's like, yeah. May 1858, Lee wrote to his son Rooney, "I've had some trouble with some of the people. Reuben, Parks, and Edward.
Oh.
In the beginning of the previous week, they rebelled against my authority, refused to obey my orders, and said they were as free as I was. I succeeded in capturing them and lodging them in jail. They resisted till overpowered and called upon other people to rescue them." Quote unquote. Less than 2 months after they were sent to Alexandria jail, Lee decided to remove these 3 men and 3 female house slaves from Arlington, and he sent them under lock and key to the slave trader William Overton Winston in Richmond, who was instructed to keep them in jail until he could find good and responsible enslavers to work them until the end of the 5-year period. By 1860, only one family of the slaves was left intact on the estate.
Wow.
Some of the families had been together since their time at Mount Vernon. Damn.
And who lived on Mount Vernon, everybody?
Yeah, your bestie.
1859.
Who had more slaves than any other president combined.
Well,
Yeah.
the first 10.
Right.
The first 10 had some stuff. Well, Thomas Jefferson had kids with damn slaves, so.
Yeah.
1859, 3 slaves at Arlington, Wesley Norris, his sister Mary, and a cousin of theirs, and others, fled for the north, but were captured a few miles from Pennsylvania border and forced to return to the plantation.
Oh, that sucks.
June 24th, 1859, the anti-slavery newspaper New York Daily Tribune, they published 2 anonymous letters dated June 19th and 21st, each claiming to have heard that Lee had the Norrises whipped, that the overseer refused to whip the woman, but that Lee took the whip and flogged her personally.
Oh, flogged her dolphin.
Maybe.
Lee privately wrote to his son Custis that the New York Tribune has attacked me for my treatment of your grandfather's slaves, but I shall not reply. He has left me an unpleasant legacy. Wesley Norris himself spoke about the incident after the war. He did that in an 1866 interview, which was printed in an abolitionist newspaper, the National Anti-Slavery Standard.
Well, not biased or anything.
Norris said that after they had been captured and forced to return to Arlington, Lee told them that he would teach us a lesson we would never forget.
According to him, Lee had the overseer tie the 3 of them firmly to posts and ordered them whipped. 50 lashes for the men, 20 for Mary.
Oh.
Norris claimed that Lee encouraged the whipping, and that when the overseer refused, called in the county constable to do it instead. Unlike the anonymous letter writers, he does not state that Lee himself whipped any of the enslaved people.
He didn't.
According to Norris, Lee frequently enjoined Constable Williams to lay it on well, an injunction which he did not fail to heed. Not satisfied with simply lacerating our naked flesh, General Lee then ordered the overseer to thoroughly wash our backs with brine. Oh, which was done. That's salt, basically.
Yeah.
Damn. Rub it in. The Norsemen, they were then sent by Lee's agent to work on the railroads in Virginia and Alabama. According to an interview, Norris was sent to Richmond in January 1863, for which he says, from which place I finally made my escape through the rebel lines to freedom. But federal authorities reported that Norris came within their lines September 5th, 1863, and that he left Richmond with a pass from General Custis Lee.
Oh.
Liar.
Right.
Lee freed the people enslaved by Custis, including Wesley Norris, after the end of the 5-year period in the winter of 1862, filing the deed of manumission on December 29th, 1862.
Look at that.
So why'd he lie?
All right. Biographers of Lee, they've differed over the credibility of the account of the punishment as described in the letters in the Tribune and in Norris's personal account. They broadly agree that Lee sought to recapture a group of slaves who had escaped, and that after recapturing them, he hired them out off Arlington Plantation as a punishment. However,
They disagree over the likelihood that Lee flogged them and over the charge that he personally whipped Mary Norris. Yeah, it never happened. 1934, Douglas S. Freeman described the incident as Lee's first experience with the extravagance of irresponsible anti-slavery agitators. And he asserted that there is no evidence, direct or indirect, that Lee ever had them or any other Negroes flogged. The usage at Arlington and elsewhere in Virginia among people of Lee's station forbade such a thing.
Well, 2000, Michael Fellman, in The Making of Robert E. Lee, he found the claims that Lee had personally whipped Mary Norris extremely unlikely, but found it not at all unlikely that Lee had ordered the runaways whipped.
Right.
Corporal punishment, for which Lee substituted the euphemism firmness, was believed to be an intrinsic and necessary part of slave discipline.
Right.
Although it was supposed to be applied only in a calm and rational manner. How do you calmly whip somebody? But overtly physical domination of slaves, unchecked by law, was always brutal and potentially savage.
Lee biographer Elizabeth Brown Pryor concluded in 2008 that the facts are verifiable based on the consistency of 5 extant descriptions of the episode. The only element that is not repeatedly corroborated is the allegation that Lee gave the beatings himself, as well as the existence of an account book that indicates the constable received compensation from Lee on the date that this occurred.
Okay, so he chased him down, had him captured, and sent him off.
Right.
Well, in 2014, Michael Korda, whoever that guy is, wrote that although these letters are dismissed by most of Lee's biographers as exaggerated, or simply as unfounded abolitionist propaganda, it is hard to ignore them.
Right.
Seems incongruously out of character for Lee to have whipped a slave woman himself.
Right.
Particularly one stripped to the waist.
Oh.
And that charge may have been a flourish added by the two correspondents.
Wow,
It was
that's
not
not-
repeated by Wesley Norris when his account of the incident was published in 1866. Although it seems unlikely that he would have done any of the whipping himself. He may not have flinched from observing it to make sure his orders were carried out.
Right.
Of course, why would it?
Right. Several historians have noted they consider the contradictory nature of Lee's beliefs and actions concerning race and slavery. While Lee protested he had sympathetic feelings for the old blacks, they were subordinate to his own racial identity. While Lee held slavery to be an evil institution, he also saw some benefits to blacks held in slavery. While Lee helped assist individual slaves reach freedom in Liberia, provided for their emancipation in his own will, he believed slaves should be eventually freed in a general way, only at some unspecified future date, as a part of God's purpose. It was like when you trade for a baseball player to be named later.
Unspecified cash considerations. Right. Slavery for Lee was a moral and religious issue, and not one that would yield to political solutions.
Right.
Emancipation would sooner come from Christian impulse among slave masters before storms and tempests of fiery controversy, such as was occurring in the Bleeding Kansas.
Ooh.
Countering Southerners who argued for slavery as a positive good, Lee, in his well-known analysis of slavery from an 1856 letter, called it a moral and political evil. While both Lee and his wife were disgusted with slavery, they also his wife. They also defended it against abolitionist demands for immediate emancipation for all enslaved.
Right. Lee argued that slavery was bad for white people, claiming that he found slavery bothersome and time-consuming as an everyday institution to run. 1856 letter to his wife, he maintained that slavery was a great evil, but primarily due to adverse impact that it had on white people. He said, "In this enlightened age, there are few, I believe, but what will acknowledge that slavery is an institution, is a moral and political evil in any country. It is useless to expatiate on its disadvantages. I think it, however, a greater evil to the white man than to the black race. While my feelings are strongly enlisted in behalf of the latter, my sympathies are more strong for the former. The blacks are immeasurably better off here than in Africa, morally, socially, and physically. The painful discipline they are undergoing is necessary for their instruction as a race."
Oh, no.
"And I hope will prepare and lead them to better things. How long their subjugation may be necessary is known and ordered by a wise, merciful providence."
Wow. Well, before leaving to serve in Mexico, Lee had written a will providing for the manumission of the slaves he owned. A woman and her children inherited from his mother and apparently leased to his father-in-law and later sold to him. That's Lee's father-in-law, G.W. Parke Custis, was a member of the American Colonization Society, which was formed to gradually end slavery by establishing a free republic in Liberia for African Americans.
Fantastic.
And Lee assisted several formerly enslaved people to immigrate there.
Oh.
Also, according to historian Richard McCaslin, Lee was a gradual emancipationist, denouncing extremist proposals for the immediate abolition of slavery.
Okay. Lee rejected what he called evilly motivated political passion, fearing a civil and servile war from precipitous emancipation. Historian Elizabeth Brown Pryor offered an alternative interpretation of Lee's voluntary manumission of slaves in his will, and assisting slaves to a life of freedom in Liberia. Seeing Lee as a conforming to a primacy of slave law, she wrote that Lee's private views on race and slavery were, which today seems startling, were entirely unremarkable in Lee's world.
Oh, shit!
No visionary, Lee nearly always tried to conform to accepted opinions. His assessment of black inferiority, of the necessity of racial stratification, the primacy of slave law, and even a divine sanction for it all, was in keeping with the prevailing views of other moderate slaveholders and a good many prominent Northerners.
Okay, yes. Well, even before what Michael Fellman called a sorry involvement in actual slave management, Lee judged the experience of white mastery to be a greater moral evil to the white man than blacks suffering under the painful discipline of slavery, which introduced Christianity, literacy, and a work ethic to the heathen African.
Oh.
Columbia University historian Eric Foner, he notes, Lee was not a pro-slavery ideologue, but I think equally important is that, unlike some white Southerners, he never spoke out against slavery.
Not publicly.
Right. Silence is violence, or whatever the hell they say, right?
Right. Idiots. By the time of Lee's career in the United States Army, the officers of West Point stood aloof from political party and sectional strife on such issues as slavery. As a matter of principle, and Lee adhered to this precedent. He considered it his patriotic duty to be apolitical while in active armed service.
Yeah.
And Lee did not speak out publicly on the subject of slavery prior to the Civil War. During the outbreak of the war in 1860, Lee voted for Southern Democratic nominee and incumbent Vice President John Breckinridge, who was the pro-slavery candidate in 1860 election, and had supported the Lecompton Constitution for Kansas rather than Constitutional Union Party nominee John Bell, the Southern Unionist candidate who won Virginia, and voted against the admission of Kansas under the Lecompton Constitution as a United States Senator from Tennessee.
Right.
Breckinridge.
Lee himself enslaved a small number of people in his lifetime and considered himself a paternalistic master. I'm a daddy. There are various historical newspaper hearsay accounts of Lee's personally whipping a slave, but they are not a direct eyewitness account.
Right.
He was definitely involved in administering the day-to-day operations of a plantation and was involved in the recapture of runaway slaves.
Yeah, you got to.
One historian noted that Lee separated families of enslaved people, something that prominent enslaving families in Virginia such as Washington and Custis did not do.
Yeah, I don't think he did.
December 29th, 1862, the last day he was allowed to legally retain them. Lee finally freed all the enslaved people that his wife had inherited from her daddy, and according to her daddy's will.
Oh, finally did it. He didn't have to wait the 5 years to do it, or did he?
Well, those ones that ran away, he definitely was making them wait.
All right, you sons of bitches. Before this, Lee had petitioned the courts to keep people enslaved by Custis longer than the 5 years allotted in Custis' will.
Oh.
Since the estate was still in debt, but the courts rejected his appeals.
Oh.
Wow.
Even in the South? Wow.
Foner, he writes, Lee's code of gentlemanly conduct did not seem to apply to blacks during the war. He did not stop his soldiers from kidnapping free black farmers and selling them into slavery. Princeton University historian James McPherson noted that Lee initially rejected a prisoner exchange between the Confederacy and the Union when the old bluecoats demanded that black Union soldiers be included.
He did indeed.
Lee did not accept the swap until a few months before the Confederacy's surrender. He also called the Emancipation Proclamation a savage and brutal policy, which leaves us no alternative but success or degradation worse than death. Oh, wow.
Okay. As the war dragged on and Lee's losses mounted, he eventually advocated enlisting enslaved people in the Confederate Army in exchange for freedom. However, he came to this position with great reluctance. In an 1865 letter to his friend Andrew Hunter, he says, considering the relation of master and slave, controlled by humane laws and influenced by Christianity and an enlightened public sentiment, as the best that can exist between the white and black races while intermingled as at present in this country, I would deprecate any sudden disturbance of that relation unless it be necessary to avert a greater calamity to both. I should therefore prefer to rely upon our white population to preserve the ratio between our forces and those of the enemy, which experience has shown to be safe.
Right.
But in view of the preparations of our enemies, it's our duty to provide for continued war and not for a battle or a campaign. I fear that we cannot accomplish this without overtaxing the capacity of our whites.
Right.
Right, he's like, we're going to lose a lot of whites, so we probably should bring some of these black guys here.
After the war, Lee told a congressional committee that blacks were not disposed to work. And he also said that the blacks did not possess the intellectual capacity to vote and participate in politics. What the fuck? Lee also said the committee that he hoped that Virginia could get rid of them, referring to blacks. Wow. What do you mean?
What do you mean, get rid of them?
Right. While not politically active, Lee defended Lincoln's successor Andrew Johnson's approach to Reconstruction, which, according to Foner, abandoned the former slaves to the mercy of governments controlled by their former owners. It's true.
According to Foner, again, a word from Lee might have encouraged white Southerners to accord blacks equal rights and inhibited the violence against the freed people that swept the region during Reconstruction, but he chose to remain silent.
Right.
Lee was also urged to condemn the white supremacy KKK, but opted to remain silent on them as well.
Wow.
And the generation following the war, Lee, though he died just a few years later, became a central figure in the lost cause interpretation of the war. We'll have an episode on that old theory. The argument that Lee had always opposed slavery and freed the people enslaved by his wife helped maintain his stature as a symbol of Southern honor and national reconciliation.
Right.
Reconciliation.
Both Harper's Ferry and the secession of Texas were monumental events leading up to the Civil War. Lee was at both events.
Oh, jeez.
He initially remained loyal to the Union after Texas succeeded, though. But then Harper's Ferry came. John Brown, he led a band of 21 abolitionists who seized the federal arsenal at Harper's Ferry, Virginia. This was in October of 1859. He was hoping to incite a slave rebellion. President James Buchanan gave Lee command of detachments of militia, soldiers, and United States Marines. He goes, go suppress the uprising and arrest its leaders.
By the time Lee arrived, the militia on the site had surrounded Brown and his hostages. At dawn, Brown refused to demand for a surrender. Lee attacked, and Brown and his followers were captured after 3 minutes of fighting.
Wow.
Lee's summary report of the episode shows Lee believed it was the attempt of a fanatic or madman.
Right.
Lee said Brown achieved temporary success by creating a panic and confusion and by magnifying the number of participants involved in the raid.
Oh. 1860, Lieutenant Colonel Robert E. Lee relieved Major Heitzelman at Fort Brown, and the Mexican authorities offered to restrain their citizens from making predatory descents upon the territory and the people of Texas. This was the last active operation of the Cortina War. Rip Ford, a Texas Ranger at that time, he described Lee as dignified without hauteur, grand without pride. He was a very calm, self-possessed man and in complete control of his passions. He possessed the capacity to accomplish great ends and the gift of controlling and leading men.
When Texas seceded in February of 1861, General David Twiggs, he surrendered all the American forces, which is about 4,000 men, including Lee. And so look at you, Lee, just getting surrendered all the time.
All right.
And commander of the Department of Texas to the Texans. Oh. Twiggs immediately resigned from the Army and was made a Confederate general. Oh, you think he did that on purpose?
Oh, maybe.
That's crazy. Lee went back to Washington and was appointed colonel of the 1st Regiment of Cavalry in March of 1861. Lee's colonelcy was signed by the new president, Abe. I know him personally. I can call him that. 3 weeks after his promotion, Colonel Lee, he was offered a senior command with the rank of Major General in the expanded Army to fight the southern states. But Fort Mason, Texas, was Lee's last command with the United States Army.
Take a look at the old Civil War. Unlike many Southerners who expected a glorious war, Lee correctly predicted it is a protracted and devastating war. So it's not going to be
I don't
fun.
think you have to be a genius to predict a war is going to be devastating.
Right.
I don't know what protracted means.
He privately opposed the new Confederate States of America in letters in early 1861, denouncing secession as nothing but revolution and an unconstitutional betrayal of the efforts of the Founding Fathers. See, you get it. Writing to George Washington Custis in January, Lee stated, "The South, in my opinion, has been aggrieved by the acts of the North, as you say. I feel their aggression and am willing to take every proper step for redress. It is a principle I contend for, not individual or private benefit. As an American citizen, I take great pride in my country, her prosperity and institutions, and would defend any state if her rights were invaded." Oh, Not just Virginia, huh? But I can anticipate no greater calamity,
Shane?
right, for the country than a dissolution of the Union.
Yeah.
It would be an accumulation of all the evils. He likes the word evils. Of all the evils we complain of. And I'm willing to sacrifice everything but honor for its preservation. I hope, therefore.
Well, you sacrifice your honor.
Right. I hope, therefore, that all constitutional means will be exhausted before there is a resort to force. Succession is nothing but revolution. The framers of our Constitution never exhausted so much labor, wisdom, and forbearance in its formation, and surrounded it with so many guards and securities if it was intended to be broken by every member of the Confederacy at will. It was intended for perpetual union, so expressed in the preamble, and for the establishment of a government, not a compact, which can only be dissolved by revolution, or the consent of all the people in convention assembly.
Well, all that, despite opposing secession, Lee said in January that we can, with a clear conscience, separate if all peaceful means failed. Yeah.
Right.
He agreed with secessionists in most areas, rejecting the northern abolitionist criticisms and their prevention of the expansion of slavery to the new western territories, and the fear of North's larger population.
Right.
Lee supported the Crittenden Compromise, which would have constitutionally protected slavery.
All right.
Lee's objection to secession was ultimately outweighed by a sense of personal honor, reservations about the legitimacy of a strife-ridden union that can only be maintained by swords and bayonets, and his duty to defend his native Virginia if attacked.
Okay. He was asked while leaving Texas by a lieutenant if he intended to fight for the Orebs or the Bluecoats, to which Lee replied, "I shall never bear arms against the Union, but it may be necessary for me to carry a musket in the defense of my native state, Virginia, in which case I shall not prove recreant to my duty."
Dude, that sounds so stupid.
Right.
The forebears are the writers, framers of the Constitution, and all this shit about the Union and blah, 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 but not my state of Virginia.
But he contradicts himself. I shall never bear arms against the Union. Well, you can't say shall never then.
Right. Jeez.
The only way I'll bear arms against the Union,
As if they attack my sweet, sweet Virginia.
although Virginia had the most slaves of any state, it was more similar to Maryland,
Okay.
which stayed in the Union. It was more similar to Maryland than to the Deep South. A convention voted against secession in early 1861. Winfield Scott, commanding general of the Union Army and Lee's mentor, told Lincoln he wanted him for a top command, telling Secretary of War Simon Cameron that he had entire confidence in Lee. Lee accepted a promotion to colonel of the 1st Cavalry Regiment on the 28th of March, 1861. Again, swearing an oath to the United States and its Constitution.
So the ultimate traitor.
Right.
Well, meanwhile, Lee ignored an offer of command from the Confederacy. After Lincoln's call for troops to put down the rebellion, a Second Virginia Convention in Richmond voted to secede.
Uh-oh.
That was April 17th. And a May 23rd referendum would likely ratify the decision.
Okay.
By a whole month. That night, Lee dined with Brother Smith and Cousin Phillips, who were naval officers. Because of Lee's indecision, Phillips went to the War Department the next morning to warn that the Union might lose his cousin if the government did not act quickly.
Oh.
You gotta talk Virginia out of seceding or something, because he's gonna go with them.
Oh, Bobby Lee, he's gone. Washington that day. Lee was offered by presidential advisor Francis Blair a role as a major general to command the defense of the national capital. Lee replied to Blair, "Mr. Blair, I look upon secession as anarchy. If I owned the 4 millions of slaves in the South, I would sacrifice them to the Union in 5 years. But how can I draw my sword upon Virginia, my native state?
Well, you're not. Go to fight in a different state.
Right. I'll fight for the Union, but I'm not going in Virginia."
Stupid.
Lee immediately went.
Because he knew
Right.
Virginia was going to be the center.
Right. Lee immediately went to Winfield Scott, who tried to persuade him that Union forces would be large enough to prevent the South from even fighting. So he would not even have to oppose this state. Lee was like, "I don't think so." No. You know what's going on down there? Guys are pissed. When Lee asked if he could go home and not fight, the fellow Virginian said that the army did not need equivocal soldiers, and that if he wanted to resign, he should do so before receiving official orders. Winfield Scott told him that Lee had made the greatest mistake of your life.
Well, Lee agreed that to avoid dishonor, he had to resign before receiving unwanted orders. Yeah, once you get the orders, you kind of got to go, right? If you don't want to be dishonorable.
Right.
While historians have usually called his decision inevitable, the answer he was born to make, an author called it, or a historian called it.
Right.
Another one called it a no-brainer.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
Given his ties to the family and state, and 1871 letter from his eldest daughter, Mary Custis Lee, to a biographer described Lee as worn and harassed, yet calm as he deliberated alone in his office.
Okay.
People on the street noticed Lee's grim face as he tried to decide over the next 2 days. And he later said that he kept the resignation letter for a day before sending it after he smoked a blunt on April 20th.
Damn right. 2 days later, the Richmond Convention invited Lee to the city. That convention elected him as commander of Virginia State Forces before his arrival on the 23rd of April, and almost immediately gave George Washington's sword as symbol of his appointment.
Oh, damn.
Damn. Whether he was told of a decision he did not want without time to decide, or did want the excitement and opportunity of command is unclear.
He knew what he was doing.
Right. Yeah.
Well, cousin on Scott's staff told the family that Lee's decision so upset Scott that he collapsed on a sofa and mourned as if he had lost a son. No. And he asked, "I never want to hear his name again." When Lee told family his decision, he said, "I suppose you will all think I have done very wrong," as the others are mostly pro-Union.
Oh, wow.
Only Mary Custis was a secessionist. His daughter? Yeah. And her mother especially wanted to choose the Union, but told her husband that she would support whatever you want, dear. Many younger men, like nephew Fitzhugh, he wanted to support the Confederacy. But Lee's 3 sons joined the Confederate military only after their father's decision.
Right.
So they were going wherever he went.
Right, right. Most family members, like Brother Smith, also reluctantly... Are we talking about the Mormons or something?
Brother Jebediah.
Most family members, like Brother Smith, also reluctantly chose the South. But Smith's wife and Anne,
Yeah, that's crazy, dude.
Lee's sister, still supported the Union. Wow, tore families apart, man. Anne's son joined the Union Army, and no one in his family ever spoke to Lee again.
Crazy.
Many cousins fought for the rebels, but Phillips and John Fitzgerald told Lee in person that they would uphold their oaths to the United States of America. John H. Upshur stayed with the Union military despite much family pressure. Roger Jones stayed in the Union Army after Lee refused to advise him on what to do. And he's like, "I can't tell you what to do, bud." And 2 of Philip Fendel's sons fought for the Union as well. 40% of Virginian officers stayed with the North.
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's unexpected.
Right, unexpected. After the outbreak of war, Lee was appointed to command all of Virginia's forces, which then encompassed the Provisional Army of Virginia and the Virginia State Militia. Nope, Navy.
Yep.
He was appointed a major general by the Virginia governor, but upon the formation of the Confederate States Army, he was named one of its first 5-fold generals.
Oh,
Lee did not want to wear the insignia of a Confederate general, but only the 3 stars of a Confederate colonel, equivalent to his last U.S. Army rank.
right.
He did not intend to wear a general's insignia until the Civil War had been won and he could be promoted.
Right.
In peacetime to general in the Army of the Confederates.
Right. Damn.
And he never did.
No. Lee's first field assignment was commanding Confederate forces in West Virginia, where he was defeated at the Battle of Cheat Mountain and was widely blamed for Confederate setbacks. He was then sent to organize the coastal defenses along the Carolina and Georgia coast, appointed commander, Department of the South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida on the 5th of November, 1861. Between then and the fall of Fort Pulaski, April 11th, 1862, he put in place a defense of Savannah that proved successful in blocking Federal advance on Savannah itself. Confederate fort and naval gunnery dictated nighttime movement and construction by the besiegers.
Federal preparations required 4 months. In those 4 months, Lee developed a defense in depth. Behind Fort Pulaski on the Savannah River, Fort Jackson was improved. 2 additional batteries covered river approaches.
All right.
In the face of the Union superiority in naval, artillery, and infantry deployment, Lee was able to block any Federal advance on Savannah, and at the same time, well-trained Georgia troops were released in time to meet McClellan's Peninsula campaign.
Okay.
The city of Savannah would not fall, obviously, until Sherman's march to the sea at the end of 1864.
Yeah. At first, the press spoke to the disappointment of losing Fort Pulaski. Surprised by the effectiveness of large caliber Parrott rifles in the first deployment, it was widely speculated that only betrayal could have brought overnight surrender to a third system fort. Lee was said to have failed to get effective support in the Savannah River from the 3 side-wheeler gunboats of the Georgia Navy. Although again blamed by the press for the Confederate reverses, he was appointed military advisor to the Confederate President Jefferson Davis. While in Richmond, Lee was ridiculed as the king of spades for his excessive digging of trenches around the capital. These trenches would later play a pivotal role in battles near the end of the war.
Sure would. Well, spring of 1862, during the Peninsula Campaign, the Union Army of the Potomac under McClellan, they advanced on Richmond from Fort Monroe.
McClellan.
Progressing up the peninsula, McClellan forced General Joseph Johnson and the Army of Virginia to retreat to a point just north and east of the Confederate capital. Johnson, he was wounded at the Battle of Seven Pines, June 1st, 1862, giving Lee his first opportunity to lead an army in the field.
Oh,
Force he renamed the Army of Northern Virginia,
okay.
signaling confidence that the Union Army could be driven away from Richmond.
Ooh. Early in the war, Lee had been called Granny Lee for his allegedly timid style of command. Confederate newspaper editorials objected to him replacing Johnston, opining that Lee would be passive, waiting for the Union attack.
You think so?
This seemed true initially. For the first 3 weeks of June, Lee did not show any aggression at all. Instead, he just strengthened Richmond's defenses. He's like, how can we have a country if we don't have defenses?
Right. Well, however, June 25th, he surprised the Army of the Potomac and launched a rapid series of bold attacks, which were the 7 days battles. Despite superior Union numbers and some clumsy tactical performances by his subordinates, Lee's attacks derailed McClellan's plans and drove back most of his forces. Confederate casualties were heavy, but an unnerved McClellan, famed for his caution, what did he do? He did what he always did. The old retreater himself went 25 miles to the lower James River and abandoned the peninsula completely in August.
Yeah.
And he thought he was going to win the presidency against Lincoln.
So many times the war could have been over with these. Lee was pretty much done and over with, and McClellan was just like, nah, let's hold back.
Let's get back here, guys.
Come on, we did enough for today. This success changed Confederate morale and the public's regard for Lee. After the 7-day battles, and until the end of the war, his men called him Marse Robert, a term of respect and affection.
Aw.
Well, the setback and the resultant drop in Union morale impelled Lincoln to adopt a new policy of relentless, committed warfare. After the 7-day battle, Lincoln decided that he had to move to emancipate most Confederate slaves by executive order as a military act, using his authority as commander-in-chief. He had to make this possible. He needed a Union victory.
He didn't need one, but he didn't want
Right.
to do it and sound desperate and look desperate.
Right, he needed, yeah.
Well, wheeling to the north, Lee marched rapidly towards Washington, D.C., and defeated another Union army under General John Pope at the Second Battle of Bull Run.
Yeah,
That was in late August.
he did win that one.
He eliminated Pope before reinforcements from McClellan arrived, knocking out an entire field command before another could arrive to support it. In less than 90 days, Lee had run McClellan off the peninsula, defeated Pope, and moved the battle lines 82 miles north, from 6 miles north of Richmond to 20 miles south of Washington.
Oh, Senor Duck.
He said, "You get away from my beloved Virginia."
Right, you get away. Lee chose to take the battle off southern ground, and he invaded Maryland and Pennsylvania, hoping to collect supplies in Union territory, possibly win a victory that would sway the upcoming Union elections in favor of ending the war. This was sent amiss when McClellan's men found a lost Confederate dispatch, Special Order 191.
Yep.
It revealed Lee's plans and movements. Idiot. McClellan always exaggerated Lee's numerical strength, but now he knew the Confederate army was divided and could be destroyed in detail.
But do you think he did it?
No,
Because still in a characteristic manner, McClellan moved slowly.
he did.
He failed to realize a spy had informed Lee that he possessed the plans. Lee quickly concentrated his forces west of Antietam Creek near Sharpsburg, Maryland, where McClellan did indeed attack September 17th. That resulted in the Battle of Antietam and was the single bloodiest day of the war, with
So
both
far.
sides suffering enormous losses. No, literally.
Ever.
Lee's army barely withstood the Union assaults and retreated to Virginia the next day.
So stupid. They could have just kept on rolling.
The narrow Confederate defeat gave President Abe the opportunity to issue the Emancipation Proclamation. The Emancipation Proclamation, which put the Confederacy on the diplomatic and moral defensive.
Right. Disappointed by McClellan's failure to destroy Lee's army, Lincoln said, "You know what? You're out, bud. Ambrose, Burnside, let's go." He appointed him to a commander of the Army of the Potomac. Burnside ordered an attack across the Rappahannock River at Fredericksburg, which is in Virginia. Delays in bridging the river allowed Lee's army ample time to organize strong defenses. And the old Blue Coat frontal assault on the 13th of December, 1862, disaster.
Yeah.
There were 12,600 Union casualties to only 5,000 rebels, making the engagement one of the most one-sided battles in the Civil War.
Sure was. Mm-hmm. After this victory, Lee reportedly said, "It is well that war is so terrible, else we should grow too fond of it."
Uh-huh.
Like, I like what we're doing.
Nice.
At Fredericksburg, according to historian Michael Fehlman, Lee had completely entered into the spirit of war, where destructiveness took on its own beauty.
Oh.
This bitter defeat for the Union at Fredericksburg prompted Lincoln to appoint Joseph Hooker. He said, "Step on up, you're the next contestant on Commander of the Army of the Potomac."
Hey, all right.
May of 1863, Hooker maneuvered to attack Lee's army by crossing the Rappahannock further upriver and positioned himself at the Chancellorsville crossroads.
Ooh.
Oh, poor Stoney.
Yeah. Doing this could give him an opportunity to strike Lee in the rear. But the Confederate general barely managed to pivot his forces in time to face an attack. Hooker's command was nearly twice the size of Lee's, but he nonetheless was beaten up badly after Lee performed a daring movement that broke all terms of conventional warfare, dividing his army.
Yep.
Lee sent Stonewall Jackson's corps to attack Hooker's exposed flank on the opposite side of the battlefield. The significant victory that followed came with a price. Among the heavy casualties was Jackson himself. His finest corps commander, accidentally fired upon by his own man in the middle of the woods at night. You can't do that.
Yep. And Lee reportedly said, "I've lost my right arm." Coincidentally enough,
Right.
Jackson lost his right arm and got buried separately from it.
True.
Left arm, one of them. Even though he scored another impressive victory over an enemy army much larger than his own, Lee felt unsatisfied by the fact that he had made little territorial gains up to the point.
Okay.
Things, they were going poorly for the Confederacy in the West, and Lee started to grow restless. He devised a plan to once again invade the North for similar reasons as before. One, relieve Virginia and its citizens of the weariness of the battle, and potentially march on the federal capital in terms of and force terms of peace.
All right. So that was that. And now, the turning point of the war, Battle of Gettysburg. Critical decisions came in May and June of 1863 after Lee's smashing victory at Battle of Chancellorsville. The Western Front was crumbling as multiple uncoordinated Confederate armies were unable to handle General Grant's campaign against Vicksburg. Top military fighters wanted to save Vicksburg, but Lee persuaded Davis to overrule them and authorize yet another invasion of the North. Well, the immediate goal was to acquire urgently needed supplies from the rich farming districts of Pennsylvania. A long-term goal was to stimulate peace activity in the North by demonstrating the power of the South to invade. Like, if we just invade the South and, just come up really quick, maybe.
North.
Yeah, if we invade the North and just come up really quick, maybe we just get a truce, Lee's decision proved a significant strategic blunder and cost the old Rebs the control of their western regions, and nearly cost Lee his own army as Union forces cut him off from the South.
They sure did. Well, Lee launched the Gettysburg campaign when he abandoned his position on the Rappahannock and crossed the Potomac River into Maryland in June. Hooker mobilized his men in pursuit, but was replaced by General George Meade June 28th, just a few days before the two armies clashed at the town of Gettysburg. The battle produced the largest numbers of casualties in the American Civil War. Some of Lee's subordinates were new and inexperienced, which Jeb Stuart's cavalry failed to perform effective reconnaissance.
The first day was a surprise affair for both sides, and the old Rebs managed to rally their forces first, pushing the panicked Union troops away from the town and towards key terrain that should have been taken by General Ewell, but was not. The second day unfolded differently for the Confederates. They took too much time to assemble and launched repeated failed assaults against the Union left flank over difficult terrain. Lee's decision on the third day, going against the advice of his best corps commander, General Longstreet. How could you go against General James? Longstreet was against launching a massive frontal assault on the center of the Union line, and it happened anyway. And guess what happened? Disastrous.
Yeah, all because over the wide field that it was carried out on, and the incident known as Pickett's Charge.
Yeah, Pickett's Charge, guys. Ooh, that's rough.
Easily repulsed Pickett's Charge, named after the general, obviously. It resulted in severe Confederate losses.
It did.
Lee rode out to meet the remains of the division and proclaimed, "All this has been my fault."
Of course it was, you moron.
He had no choice but to withdraw, and he escaped Meade's ineffective pursuit. Go figure. Slipping back into Virginia. Following his defeat at Gettysburg, Lee sent a letter of resignation to President Davis on August 8, 1863. But Davis said, "Don't be a pussy nanny boy. Fucking get out there, dude."
Right.
He's like, "Oh, look what I did. Oh."
I fear I'm not a good leader.
I led my men to slaughter. How could I live with myself?
Brother Longstreet told me this would happen. That very fall of 1863, Lee and Meade, they would meet again in two minor campaigns, the Bristow and Mine Run. It did little to change the strategic standoff, though. The Confederate Army never fully recovered from the substantial losses incurred during the three-day battle in southern Pennsylvania, known as Gettysburg. Civil War historian Shelby Foote once stated, just once though, Gettysburg was the price the South paid for having Robert E. Lee as commander. Oh, wow.
Damn, that's harsh, dude.
Damn, Shelby.
1864, the new Union fucking hot shot.
Yeah.
Fucking big hoss himself, Ulysses S. Grant. He sought to use his large advantages in manpower.
He had a pistol in one hand and a flask in the other.
Yeah. Yeah, decided to use those and material resources to destroy Lee's army in attrition, pinning Lee against his capital, Richmond.
He did. He took him off at the knees.
Yeah, Lee successfully stopped each attack, but Grant, with his superior numbers, kept pushing each time a bit further to the southeast.
Yeah.
These battles, they were the Overland Campaign. They included the Wilderness, Spotsylvania Courthouse, and Cold Harbor.
Okay. Grant was eventually able to stealthily move his army across the James River.
Legitimately.
Right. After stopping a Union attempt to capture Petersburg, Virginia, a vital railroad link supplying Richmond, Lee's men built elaborate trenches and were besieged in Petersburg
For fucking ever.
right, a long time, like 10 months.
It's actually when Grant grew his beard. That's how much time they were there.
A development which presaged the trench warfare of World War I.
Yeah.
Lee attempted to break the stalemate by sending Juba Early on a raid through the Shenandoah Valley to Washington, D.C. But Early was defeated early on by the superior forces of Philip Sheridan. The siege of Petersburg lasted from June 1864 until March of 1865.
Good Lord.
With Lee's outnumbered and poorly supplied army shrinking daily because of desertions by disheartened rebels.
Like, dude, all we're doing is frickin' sitting here, man.
Yeah.
February 6, 1865, Lee, he was appointed general-in-chief of the armies of the Confederate States. Woo. As the South ran out of manpower, the issue of arming the slaves became paramount. Lee explained, "We should employ them without delay, along with gradual and general emancipation." The first units of these guys were in training as the war ended. Well, as the Confederate Army was devastated by casualties, disease, and desertion, the Union attack on Petersburg succeeded April 2nd, 1865. Lee abandoned Richmond and retreated west.
Yeah, the war's over.
And it's all over.
It's over. It's all over but the crying. Lee then made an attempt to escape to the southwest and join up with Joseph Johnston's Army of Tennessee in North Carolina. However, his forces were soon surrounded, and he surrendered to Ulysses S. Grant, April 9th, 1865, the Battle of Appomattox Courthouse. Other rebel armies followed suit, and the war ended. Day after his surrender, Lee issued his farewell address to his army.
Well, Lee resisted calls by some officers to reject surrender and allow small units to melt away into the mountains, setting up a lengthy guerrilla war. He insisted the war was over and energetically campaigned for intersectional reconciliation.
Right. It's like, we tried.
So far from engaging in a war to perpetuate slavery, I'm rejoiced that slavery is abolished. I believe it will be greatly for the interest of the South.
Right.
Well, good for you, bud.
Right.
You could have just spoke out like that before the war, and maybe,
Right.
maybe this could have been put to nip it in the bud.
Nip it in the bud. After the war, Lee was not arrested or even punished, although he was indicted.
Indicted! He should have been,
He was
dude.
running around Virginia. Indicted!
Literally left his freaking army post to go fucking post up with the traitors.
Yeah. But he did lose the right to vote, as well as some property.
As well as he should have.
Lee's pre-war family home, the Custis Lee Mansion, it was seized by Union forces during the war and turned into Arlington National Cemetery.
Yeah, now you got a bunch of Union guys buried on your homeland that you wanted to defend.
And his family was not compensated until more than a decade after
Shouldn't
his
have been
death.
anyways.
Right.
Whatever.
That's nice.
In 1866, Lee counseled Southerners not to resume fighting, which prompted Grant to say that he was setting an example of forced acquiescence, so grudging and pernicious in its effects as to be hardly realized.
Okay.
Lee joined with Democrats in opposing the radical Republicans who demanded punitive measures against the South, distrusted the South's commitment to the abolition of slavery, and indeed distrusted the region's loyalty to the United States.
I would too for a minute.
Right, like you guys were all just gung-ho for 4 years to not be a part of the United States. We're just supposed to assume you're just going to conform right back to what we want.
Lee supported a system of free public schools for black people, but opposed allowing them to vote. He said, my own opinion is that at this time, the black Southerners cannot vote intelligently, and that giving them the right to vote would lead to a great deal of demagogism. And lead to embarrassments. And lead to embarrassments in various ways. What kind of ways? You can't just say that. Emory Thomas says Lee had become a suffering Christ-like icon. Whoa. For ex-Confederates.
Of course they are. Still is.
President Grant invited him to the White House in 1869, and he went.
Should never been allowed to step foot in the damn White House.
Nationally, Lee became an icon of a reconciliation between the white people of North and South and the reintegration of former Confederates into the national fabric.
Well, Lee hoped to retire to a farm of his own, but he was too much a regional symbol to live in obscurity. From April to June 1865, he and his family resided at Richmond at the Stuart Lee House. He accepted an offer to serve as the president of Washington College, which is now called Washington and Lee University.
Oh, it's
surprised that has a memory.
It's still called that? Wow.
Served from October 1865 until his death.
Fantastic.
The trustees used his famous name in large-scale fundraising appeals, and Lee transformed Washington College into a leading Southern college, expanding its offerings significantly, adding programs in the commerce and journalism, plus incorporating the Lexington Law School. Oh, look at you guys.
He was well liked by the students, which enabled him to announce an honor system like that of West Point, and explaining that we have but one rule here, and it is that every student be a gentleman.
I'm going to go ahead and take a guess that women are not allowed in here.
Right. To speed up national reconciliation, Lee recruited students from the North and made certain that they were well treated on campus and also in town.
Several glowing appraisals of Lee's tenure as college president have survived, depicting the dignity and respect he commanded among all. Previously, most students had been obliged to occupy the campus dormitories, while only the most mature were ever allowed off campus, to live off campus.
Right.
Lee quickly reversed this rule, requiring most students to board off campus, so get the hell out of here,
Right.
and allowing only the most mature to live in the dorms as a mark of privilege. The results of this policy were considered a success.
Fantastic.
Right, like you degenerates, get the hell off of campus,
Right.
and only you good ones can stay and hold up the reputation.
A typical account by a professor there states that the students fairly worshipped him and deeply dreaded his displeasure. Yet so kind, affable, and gentle was he toward them that all loved to approach him. No student would have dared to violate General Lee's expressed wish or appeal. While at Washington College, Lee told a colleague that the greatest mistake of his lifetime was taking a military education. He also defended his daddy in a biographical sketch.
Okay. His deader dad.
Right.
He's not a deadbeat. He's not a deadbeat dad. He's a debt-beat dad.
Right.
May 29th, 1865. Oh, A.J. himself, President A.J. Johnson. Well, I don't know his middle name. He issued a proclamation of amnesty and pardon to persons who had participated in the rebellion against the United States.
Oh.
There were 14 accepted classes, and members of those classes had to make special application to the president. Lee sent an application to Grant and wrote to President Johnson on June 13th, 1865. He said, being excluded from the provisions of amnesty and pardon contained in the proclamation of the 29th Alto, I hereby apply for the benefits and full restoration of all rights and privileges extended to those included in its terms. I graduated at the military academy at West Point in June 1829. Traitor. Resigned from the U.S. Army April 61. Traitor. Was a general in the Confederate Army. Traitor. And included in the surrender of the Army of Northern Virginia April 9th, 1865. Traitor.
Wow. 2nd of October, 1865, the same day that Lee was inaugurated as president of Washington College, he signed his amnesty oath, thereby complying fully with the provision of Johnson's proclamation. Lee was not pardoned, nor was his citizenship restored. 3 years later, on 25th of December, 1868, everybody's opening up the presents that Santa left them the night before. Johnson proclaimed a second amnesty, which removed previous exemptions, such as the one that affected Lee.
Awesome. Let's take a look at some of his little post-war politics.
Oh.
Lee, who had opposed secession and remained mostly indifferent to politics before the war, he supported Andrew Johnson's plan of Reconstruction that took effect 1865 to 66.
All right.
However, he opposed the Congressional Republican program that took effect in 1867. February of 1866, though, he was called to testify before the Joint Congressional Committee on Reconstruction in Washington, where he expressed support for Johnson's plans for a quick restoration of the former Confederate state. Well, he also argued that the restoration should return as far as possible to the status quo ante in the southern states' governments, with the obviously exception of slavery.
Right.
Everything should go back to normal how it was, just
Right.
no more owning human beings.
Right. Lee told the committee that everyone with whom I associate expresses kind feeling towards the freedmen. They wish to see them get into the world, and particularly to take up some occupation for a living, and to turn their hands to some work.
As if they weren't,
Right.
doing that already.
And he also said, where I am and have been, the people have exhibited a willingness that the blacks should be educated, and that it would be better for the blacks and for the whites. However, when he was asked, General, you are very competent to judge of the capacity of black men for acquiring knowledge. I want your opinion on that capacity as compared with the capacity of white men.
Oh, here we go.
Ooh, man.
Lee replied,
Oh, fuck.
I do not think that he is as capable of acquiring knowledge as the white man is. In an interview in May of 1866, Lee said, the Radical Party are likely to do a great deal of harm, for we wish now for good feeling to grow up between the North and South, and the President, Mr. Johnson. He's been doing much to strengthen the feeling in favor of the Union among us.
Okay.
The relations between the Negroes and the whites were friendly formerly, and would remain so if legislation be not passed in favor of the blacks, in a way that will only do them harm.
1868, Lee's ally, Alexander H. Stewart, drafted a public letter of endorsement for the Democratic Party's presidential campaign, in which Horatio Seymour ran against Lee's old foe, Republican Grant.
Ovo. What up, Ovo?
What up, Ovo? That's my OF. Lee signed along with 31 other ex-Confederates. The Democratic campaign, eager
Oh, why didn't he stick up for his boy Grant that frickin' defended him for years after the war?
Right. Democratic campaign, eager to publicize the endorsement, published a statement widely in newspapers. Their letter claimed paternalistic concern for the welfare of freed Southern
Dude,
blacks.
stop acting like your daddies, man.
Right. Stating that the idea that the Southern people are hostile to the Negroes and would oppress them, if it were in their power to do so, is entirely unfounded. Do
you not realize we just fought a damn war where you guys were doing this?
They have grown up in our midst, and we have been accustomed from childhood to look upon them with kindness, you lying motherfucker.
However, it also called for the restoration of white political rule, arguing that it is true that the people of the South, in common with a large majority of the people of the North and West, are, for obvious reasons, inflexibly opposed to any system of laws that would place the political power of the country in the hands of those damn Negroes. But this opposition springs from no feeling of enmity, but from a deep-seated conviction that, at present, the Negroes have neither the intelligence nor the other qualifications which are necessary to make them safe depositories of political power.
What are those other qualifications? I bet they have at least one or two of them. Can they breathe?
In his public statements and private correspondence, Lee, he argued that a tone of reconciliation and patience would further the interests of white Southerners better than hot-headed antagonism to federal authority or the use of violence.
Right.
Lee repeatedly expelled white students from Washington College for violent attacks on local black men.
Damn right.
And publicly urged obedience to the authorities and respect for law and order.
Right. I mean, come on, man. We're healing. You guys wanted this. But yet you're going to treat these guys, what was it, just a talking point? We should end slavery, but we don't have to be nice to them. Lee, he privately chastised fellow ex-Confederates such as Davis and Jubal Early for their frequent angry responses to perceived Northern insults, writing in private to them as he had written to a magazine editor in 1865, and it said, it should be the object of all to avoid controversy, to allay passion, give full scope to reason and to every kindly feeling, By doing this and encouraging our citizens to engage in the duties of life with all their heart and mind, with a determination not to be turned aside by thoughts of the past and fears of the future, our country will not only be restored in material prosperity, but will be advanced in science and virtue and in religion.
And Jubal Early and Davis are writing to each other. Can you believe this motherfucker, man?
That's not what he said a couple months ago.
Jeez. Fuck him.
Right.
Well,
Oh, poor guy.
let's take a gander down the road to his illness, death, and funeral. September 28th, 1870, he suffered a stroke. 2 weeks later, shortly after 9 a.m., October 12th, 1870, Lee died in Lexington, Virginia from pneumonia. According to one account, Lee's last words the day of his death were, "Tell Hill he must come up. Strike the tent." But this is not fully confirmed. One, because there are conflicting accounts, and two, because Lee's stroke had resulted in aphasia, which possibly rendered him unable to speak. What is it with the Army guys doing out last calls to the men while they're dying? At first, no suitable coffin for the body could be located. The muddy roads were too flooded for anyone to get in or out of the town of Lexington. An undertaker had ordered 3 from Richmond that had reached Lexington, but due to unprecedented flooding from long continued heavy rains, the caskets were washed down the Maury River.
Oh, my.
Oh, Lord.
Jeez, Lee. 2 neighborhood boys, C.G. Chittum, Robert E. Hillis. They found one of the coffins that had been swept ashore, undamaged. It was used for the body, though it was a bit short for him. As a result, Lee was buried without shoes. The honor guard of Virginia Military Institute guarded Lee's body overnight in University Chapel, Washington Lee University. His funeral took place the morning of Saturday, October 15th, 1870. Attendees of the procession included officers and soldiers of the old rebel army, cadets, faculty and visitors of the Virginia Military Institute, students and faculty of Lee University, and Virginia state dignitaries. The Episcopal Church funeral service was led by Reverend William Pendleton. Pallbearers were Judge Francis Anderson, David E. Moore, and former governor of Virginia, John Lecter, and Commodore Matthew Maury. Oh, Robert E. Lee, he was buried underneath the college chapel, where his body remains today.
Dude, that's crazy. Not one of his ex-generals or anybody came to be his pallbearer. Ulysses S. Grant had all of his guys. And
Why weren't his kids his pallbearer?
right. Or even that. Right. Well, let's take a look at his legacy. Among the supporters of the Confederacy, Lee came to be even more revered after his surrender than he had been during the war, and when Stonewall Jackson had been the great Confederate hero. 1874, in his address before the Southern Historical Society in Atlanta, Benjamin Harvey Hill described Lee in this way. He was a foe without hate, a friend without treachery, a soldier without cruelty, a victor without oppression, and a victim without murmuring.
Oh.
He was a public officer without vices, a private citizen without wrong, a neighbor without reproach, a Christian without hypocrisy, and a man without guile. He was a Caesar without his ambition, Frederick without his tyranny, Napoleon without his selfishness, and Washington without his reward.
Wow. So he had the best of all those men.
That's a high praise there.
Damn.
I don't believe any of it.
Wow. By the end of the 19th century, Robert E. Lee's popularity had been spread to the North. Lee's admirers had pointed to his character and devotion to duty, and his occasional tactical successes in battle against a stronger foe. Military historians continue to pay attention to his battlefield tactics and maneuvering, though many think he should have designed better strategic plans for the Confederacy. He should have. He was not given full direction of the Southern War until late into the conflict, so...
Yeah, well, not much you can do that by then. Historian Eric Foner, he writes that at the end of his life, Lee had become the embodiment of the Southern cause. A generation later, he was a national hero. The 1890s and early 20th century witnessed the consolidation of white supremacy in the post-Reconstruction South and widespread acceptance in the North of Southern racial attitudes.
Wow.
Robert E. Lee has been commemorated on U.S. postage stamps at least 5 times.
Fantastic.
The first one being a commemorative stamp that also honored Old Stonewall.
Oh, wow.
That was issued in 1936. A second regular issue stamp was issued in 55. And he was then commemorated with a 32-cent stamp issued in the American Civil War issue, June 29, 1995.
Damn.
His horse Traveler pictured in the background.
Washington and
Bet
Lee...
you they don't dare to release no stamp. Well, Trump might.
That might not.
Bet you we'll never get a stamp release again.
Washington and Lee University in Lexington
was commemorated on its 200th anniversary on the 23rd of November, 1948, with a 3-cent postage stamp they got.
Oh, good for them.
The central design is a view of the university, flanked by portraits of Generals George Washington and Robert E. Lee. Lee was again commemorated on a commemorative stamp in 1970, along with Jefferson Davis and Thomas Stonewall Jackson, depicted on horseback on the 6-cent Stone Mountain Memorial commemorative issue. The stamp was issued on the 19th of September 1970 in conjunction with the dedication of the Stone Mountain Confederate Memorial in Georgia. Georgia! Happened on the 9th of May 1970. The design of the stamp replicates the memorial, obviously. The largest high-relief sculpture in the world. Oh, wow. It is carved on the side of Stone Mountain, 400 feet above the ground.
Well, Stone Mountain also led to Lee's appearance on the commemorative coin, which was the 1925 Stone Mountain Memorial $50.
Fantastic.
During the 20s and 30s, dozens of specially designed $50 were struck to raise money for various events and causes.
All right.
This issue had a particularly wide distribution, with 1,314,709 minted.
Oh,
Unlike some of the other issues, it remains a very common coin.
okay.
In 1865, after the war, he was paroled and signed an oath of allegiance, asking to have his citizenship of the United States restored.
Well, as we all heard earlier, his application was not processed by the Secretary of State, William Seward. And as a result, Lee did not receive a pardon and his citizenship not restored. 30th of January, 1975, Senate Joint Resolution 23. A joint resolution to restore posthumously full rights of citizenship to General R. E. Lee. It was introduced in the Senate by Senator Harry F. Beard, Jr.
Bird.
This was the result of a 5-year campaign to accomplish this. Proponents portrayed the lack of pardon as a mere clerical error. The resolution, which enacted Public Law 94-67, was passed. And the bill was signed by President Gerald Ford on the 5th of August. World War II General George Patton said he had prayed to a portrait of... Whoa!
Yeah.
He prayed to a portrait of General Lee, as well as one of Stonewall Jackson as a child, believing them to be portraits of God and Jesus, and associating their features with his perceptions of the two men. Wow.
Okay, General Patton.
Holy shit. Most decorated general in our time. It was a weirdo.
Oh, he's got some monuments, memorials, and commemorations. Lee opposed the construction of public memorials to Confederate rebellion on the grounds that they would prevent the healing of wounds inflicted during the war.
Good for him.
Nevertheless, after his death, he became an icon used by promoters of the Lost Cause mythology, who sought to romanticize the Confederate cause and strengthen white supremacy in the South.
Yeah, every freaking Western movie from 1930 on up.
Later in the 20th century, particularly following the Civil Rights Movement, historians reassessed Lee. His reputation fell based on his failures to support rights for freedmen after the war, and even his strategic choices as a military leader fell under scrutiny.
Right. What they
Well,
started.
no shit.
Right.
Did they not? All they had to do was read rundowns of the battles.
Arlington House, the Robert E. Lee Memorial, also known as the Custis Lee Mansion. It's a Greek revival mansion in Arlington, Virginia. That was once Lee's home, obviously. It overlooks the Potomac and the National Mall in Washington. During the Civil War, the grounds of the mansion were selected as a site of the Arlington National Cemetery. They did this in part to ensure that Lee would never again be able to return to his home.
Damn.
The United States designated the mansion as a national memorial to Lee in 1955,
We'll give you that 100 years later.
a mark of widespread respect for him in both the North and the South.
Well, in Richmond, Virginia, a large equestrian statue of Lee by French sculptor Jean Antonin Mercier was the centerpiece of Monument Avenue, along with 4 other statues of Confederates. The monument to Lee was unveiled May 29, 1890. Over 100,000 people attended this dedication. That has been described as the day white Virginia stopped admiring General Lee and started worshiping him.
Oh, wow.
Okay. 4 other Confederate statues were removed in 2020, and the equestrian statue of Lee was removed September 8, 2021, at the direction of the state government. Sad.
Wow. Lee is also shown mounted on Traveler in Gettysburg National Military Park on top of the Virginia Monument. He is facing roughly in a direction of Pickett's Charge. Lee's portrayal on a mural on Richmond's flood wall on the James River, considered offensive by some, was removed in the late 90s, but currently is back on the flood wall.
Wow.
Baltimore's Wyman Park, a large double equestrian statue of Lee and Jackson, is located directly across from the Baltimore Museum of Art. designed by Laura Garden Fraser, dedicated in 1948. Oh, General Lee is depicted astride his horse, Traveler, next to Stonewall Jackson, who was mounted on Little Sorrel. Architect John Russell Pope created the base, which was dedicated on the anniversary of the eve of the Battle of Chancellorsville. Baltimore area, Maryland, is also home to a large nature park called, you guessed it, Robert E. Lee Memorial Park.
All right, statue of him was one of the two statues, which the others, George Washington, represent Virginia in statutory hall in the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. It was removed from the Capitol on December 21st, 2020, after a state commission voted to replace it with a statue of civil rights activist Barbara Rose Johns. Or they could have just added her next to Lee and be like, hey, guys, this is how far we come.
I mean, come on.
Well, Lee is one of the figures depicted in bas relief, carved in the Stone Mountain thing with Jefferson Davis and Old Stonewall.
Nice. Good for him. The birthday of Robert E. Lee is celebrated or commemorated in several states. In Texas, he's celebrated as part of Confederate Heroes Day on the 19th of January, Lee's birthday. In Alabama and Mississippi, his birthday is celebrated on the same day as Martin Luther King Jr. While in Georgia, this occurred on the day after Thanksgiving before 2016, when the state stopped officially recognizing the holiday.
Damn, Alabama and Mississippi said, nope, we don't celebrate Martin Luther King birthday down here. We celebrate Robert E. Lee Day. That's hilarious.
In Virginia, Lee Jackson Day was celebrated on Friday preceding Martin Luther King Jr., which is the third Monday in January, until 2020. Of course, everything happened until 2020, when the Virginia legislature eliminated the holiday altogether, making Election Day a state holiday instead.
One United States college and one junior college are named for Lee, Washington and Lee University, clearly, and Lee College in Baytown, Texas. The University Chapel at Washington and Lee University marks Lee's final resting place. Throughout the South, many primary and secondary schools were also named for him, as well as private schools such as Robert E. Lee Academy in Bishopville, South Carolina.
The Mississippi River steamboat Robert E. Lee was named after Lee after the Civil War. It was the participant in an 1870 St. Louis New Orleans race, St. Louis to New Orleans race with the Natchez 6, which was featured in a Currier and Ives lithograph. Robert E. Lee won the race.
Awesome.
Well, he finally won something, huh? The steamboat inspired the 1912 song "Waitin' for the Robert E. Lee" by Lewis F. Muir and L. Wolf Gilbert. In more modern times, the USS Robert E. Lee, a George Washington class submarine built in 1958. It was named after Robert E. Lee, obviously, if it's called the USS Robert E. Lee. As was the M3 Lee tank, produced in 1941 and 1942. Damn, we had an M3 Lee taking out Japanese.
The Commonwealth of Virginia issues an optional license plate honoring Lee, making reference to him as the Virginia Gentleman. February 2014, a road at Fort Bliss, previously named for Lee, was renamed to honor Buffalo Soldiers, which are if you've seen any of our Wild West stuff on our other stuff, Buffalo Soldiers are a black unit of the Union Army.
They are.
A little bit before all this 2020 bullshit happened, huh?
Yeah.
Recent biographer Jonathan Horn outlines the unsuccessful efforts in Washington to memorialize Lee in the naming of the Arlington Memorial Bridge after both Grant and Lee. You call it the Grant Lee Bridge. Why would you not?
Man,
why you gotta erase history?
Jeez.
Number one, and not even acknowledge history. Is
Right.
probably the two biggest foes in literally American history, whether it's scripted in a movie or in real life. There's no
Right.
two bigger foes than Grant Lee in literally United States history.
Bullshit.
Not even Apollo Creed and Rocky is bigger.
Right. It's pretty close, though. February 2017, the City Council of Charlottesville, Virginia, they voted to remove a sculpture of Lee,
Yeah.
who has no historical link to the city at all.
There's both people. There's good people on both sides.
Right. And they took a Stonewall Jackson sculpture out as well. This was temporarily stayed by court action, though the city did rename Lee Park, first to Emancipation Park, then later to Market Street Park. The prospect of the statues being removed and the parks being renamed brought many out-of-towners, described as white supremacists and alt-right guys, to Charlottesville in the Unite the Right rally of August of 2017, in which 3 people died. As of July 2021, the statue has been permanently removed. The statue melted in October of 2023.
Well, several other statues and monuments to Lee were removed in the aftermath of the incident, including a 60-foot tall monument in the center of Lee Circle, in New Orleans.
I mean, I guess.
Installed in 1884, it featured a 16.5-foot bronze statue of Lee on a marble column. Former Confederate soldier George Washington Cable described it in a tribute. His arms are folded on that breast that never knew fear, and his calm, dauntless gaze meets the morning sun as it rises. That statue removed, pre-2020, May 19, 2017, the last of 4 Confederate monuments in New Orleans to be taken down.
Well, there was a stained glass window in the Washington National Cathedral showing Lee on horseback at Chancellorsville, as well as one in honor of Stonewall. Sponsored by the United Daughters of the Confederacy, they were installed in 1953 and removed once again in 2017 of September. The cathedral plans to keep the windows and eventually display them in historical context. Yeah, right. I'm smashed and
Right. Bust of Lee in the Hall of Fame for Great Americans, the first Hall of Fame in the United States, completed in 1900. Oh, wow. In the what is now Bronx Community College. Awesome. A bronze statue of Lee, which had been on display at the University of Texas at Austin, and another with his horse traveler in Robert E. Lee Park in Dallas is also...
let's take a look at some biographies that were wrote about Robert. Douglas Southall Freeman's Pulitzer Prize winning
Pulitzer.
4-volume R.E. Lee, a biography, 1936, which was for a long period considered the definitive work on Lee, downplayed his involvement in slavery, emphasized Lee as a virtuous person. Eric Foner describes Freeman's volume as a hagiography, notes that on the whole,
the biography of a saint, they're saying. Well, what the hell is up with these guys, like, worshiping Robert E. Lee, dude? That's weird.
wow. He also notes that on the whole, Freeman displayed little interest in Lee's relationship to slavery. The index to his 4 volumes contained 22 entries for devotion to duty, 19 for kindness, 53 for Lee's celebrated horse, Traveler. Man, I love that horse. But slavery, slave emancipation, and slave insurrection all received 5 together.
Freeman observed, without offering details, that slavery in Virginia represented the system at its best. Okay. He ignored the post-war testimony of Lee's former slave, Wesley Norris, about the lie that he made up about Lee flogging the dolphin. Right. More recent biographies offer a broader variety of perspectives, which, of course. Right. Thomas Connolly's The Marble Man, Robert E. Lee and His Image in American Society in 1977 was an iconoclastic revision of Lee's mythical status in the South.
Right.
Robert E. Lee, a biography